And welcome back to the 2024 USATF 100-mile champions here at Jackpot Ultras in, as you can see, beautiful Las Vegas, Nevada. We are actually in Henderson, Nevada. We can see the strip just off beyond there with the drone footage there. It's a little zoomed in, but we got it. We're not too far away, so we get to party here all day at the race, and then, you know, who knows what happens tonight. We're going to go have some fun. You can see the bottom right-hand corner of the screen is our finish line as runners are making their laps here at Jackpot. 80, I believe it's 83 or 86 laps completes the distance. Ashley Paulson there on her ramp cam on her way up. See the lights starting to pop on. I mean, this is truly a beautiful course. It's like actually really pretty. A great park here that the athletes are running around with a little lake in the middle. Really fun local vibe. It's great. Ashley Paulson, our women's leader, coming into your screen right there, just crushing it. I mean, she just seems to be having a great day. Moving really, really well at that 70-mile mark. You know, lap 58 for her. She's right there. And on the men's side, we've got Raj Panu out as our men's leader at 75. So he's got a 5-mile lead on Ashley Paulson, who is tied with our men's second place. So Ashley's been doing a great job at moving up throughout the day, really getting herself into a position to strike hard, and she is a closer. She pushes hard at the end and continues to do really, really well throughout the day. But Raj has been the story on the men's side, went out hot, went out in the lead, was chasing down that 11:19 men's standard. That is, he's a number of minutes off of it right now. Don't believe he's going to be pushing for that, but he wants redemption off of his DNF from last year. And so he is definitely coming back with some intention, with some fire in his belly, and hopefully some fire under his legs to set down a really, really great time, fast time. But he is definitely moving out in the men's lead there. Thank you all for joining us. We love your participation in the chats. Give us who you're here for, who you're watching, what you want to see. We're always here for it. You know, as the sun goes down, the course is pretty well lit, but we won't be able to get a ton of great footage out on the course like we have been with the drone and whatnot. So we're going to end up cutting to our very well lit finishers row here, pit row, and our finishing line. So do bear with us as we do what we can in the light that we have. Beautiful shot there from the drone footage here at the park where we've got our finish line just right off to the just off of center to your right, in those trees there. That is our pit row. All the aid stations and all the crews are kind of set up along there, and they are taking care of their athletes right through there. Then they make their way around the park, completing that 1-mile lap. There is Jonah Backstrom, our second place male. Last year's winner, getting it done, leading into it, just kind of trying to stay as consistent as possible at this point, which is kind of the name of the game. Not a lot of elevation gain, but you do get some. You get enough to kind of make some muscles work a little bit more and then give a little reprieve on that back end. Change up the muscle groups a little bit, which is always kind of nice. Awesome. Some love for Glaze and Sierra DeGroff. She's out there. What is up, everyone? Let's hear, where are you guys watching from? One of the things that I love about this is that we're getting people to see these races from literally around the country, around the world. So where are you guys tuning in from? That's the biggest thing I want to hear. I don't know what Jamil's having for dinner. He is off eating somewhere. He's probably taking a nap. The dude sleeps just a couple hours a night during these race weekends. I'm Zach Marion. Thank you so much for joining me here at the Jackpot Ultras live stream here on Mountain Outpost. We appreciate you guys being here. We've got viewers coming in from Boston, Massachusetts, upstate New York, Oregon. Oregon, I've got a little bit of a bone to pick with you as a University of Utah Ute. You guys crushed us this year and gave us our first home field loss in quite some time. Coming in from Vegas. Oh, Anthony, you're just like, why don't you come here, man? You're literally in Vegas. Come right on down. We got some Colorado. We've got Ontario, Canada. Here we go. It's an international broadcast. We've got Ontario, Canada on board. Richmond, Virginia, Texas, Kansas City, South Park, Colorado. Don, what is up, dude? Out in the middle of nowhere, Colorado. Probably on a treadmill somewhere. Beast Coast, Oakland, California. Salt Lake City, Aaron Reese, what is up? Ocean Springs, Mississippi. North Korea. A true, far-reaching broadcast. Absolutely love it. Lots of Colorado in here. Issaquah, Washington, one of my favorite towns. Love those trails out there. Springfield, Illinois, Wisconsin, South Pittsburgh, Tennessee. I love it. I love seeing all of you tune in. Christy Baker from San Diego cheering on Todd Lee, who's having a great day. We have a fantastic race out here. Not only is this a USATF 100-mile championship where we are looking at Raj Paul, who is going to be coming into your screen here shortly on our ramp cam, in the lead at just over 75 miles, making things happen. You can tell he's working a little bit more now, but he still has that pop in his step and is still just ripping past everyone. And then we've got Ashley Paulson, our women's leader, has made strides quite literally and figuratively throughout the day, moving up in the field. She ran a lot with Sierra DeGraff to begin the race, and at about 40-ish miles, there was some separation there, and she decided to take off and start trying to chase down Raj. And it looks like she's moved herself up into contention for second place overall, as we see Sierra DeGraff and that bright blue T-shirt coming into view here shortly on the boat ramp cam. Yeah, it is just awesome to see all of these amazing athletes. But within this race, we have another great race for those who are just joining us. We have 7 octogenarians, 80+, towing the line for this race, trying to go for some records there. And, I mean, this is truly a race. It's not going to be as flashy as our speedsters up front, but these are some legit athletes putting in the time, putting in a consistent lap after lap after lap, and they're going to go for the entire time opportunity we have. We hope we're going to get someone in the 80-plus group finishing there in around 29 hours is what we're projected for right now. We could see that go up or go down as the day or night unfolds. Beautiful view there of Henderson, Nevada, right here in the heart of town. Such a beautiful, beautiful race. You know, when I thought of coming to commentate here in Henderson, Nevada, this race, I've never having been out here, I didn't quite know what to expect, and I'm blown away. This is a fantastic course. You're going to see a lot of runners on course who might not be have bibs, but this is an open park. Anyone's allowed to come here and walk their dog, exercise. We've seen it all day long. But anyone with a bib is affiliated with the race, and we'll try to bring you as much live updates as we can. This is just absolutely a blast out here. There, speaking of our octogenarians, there is one right there. That on your screen was Mr. Todd Lee out of Salt Lake City, Utah, Draper, Utah to be exact. He's got that iconic white button-up with his sun hat You see him everywhere. I mean, the dude is still incredibly active in the ultra marathon and particularly the timed event scene, just getting it done lap after lap. Sherry Lynn from Vienna, Illinois, home of the Tunnel Hills 50 and 100, which, you know, we see some incredible athletes go out there and make some amazing times. I believe we had a world record set there in the 50 miler this year, so quite, at least an American record, quite amazing. Sugar Land, Texas, Gillette, Wyoming, Downey, California, on a treadmill. Ooh, man, you're getting the work in. But what better way to get a little inspiration than here at the Jackpot Ultras? Ooh, an SD Aztecs fan. All right, San Diego, there you are. We got Ashley Paulson coming into your screen here shortly. She's got that nice boundy stride. Short, compact, very efficient, and efficiently working this course today. There she is. We'll see her at the finish line here shortly as she makes another lap in. See that iconic red hair that she has? After this, she will be at about mile 69 when she crosses here. See her coming shortly. She's just cheering people on. So much energy. You can't help but love that gal. Just, I don't know how she has this much energy at 70 miles in. She is building on her lead. As of about a half hour ago, she had about a 4 to 5 mile lead and is now extended to a 6 mile lead on Sierra de Groff. So she's growing that lead. She's moving pretty well and then moving into a position to be within striking distance of men's number 2. We see Jamil in that red puffy jacket off to the left there. Well, behind the numbers now. Mr. Mike McKnight, a well-known figure in the sport, off to the left there talking to Jamil. Ashley Paulson making her way out of pit row, still moving well. I mean, those legs have so much pop in them still. She's doing great. I mean, she just had an amazing race over to cross the years and continues to crush.
Oh, wait. No, I'm kidding. messing with Bryce, the producer, Chris Ward and Zach Marion back here. We just took a brief little readjustment break, at least for our vocal cords.
Let me speak for yourself, man. Mine are shot.
Yeah, mine will be there by the end of the night for sure. Jackpot Ultras, we're kind of in a holding pattern watching these runners as they basically continue to accumulate miles to the 100 mark, and that is your female leader, Ashley Paulson.
On a crazy awesome drone shot.
Yeah.
That is so good. So great looking.
This is one of those few races, perhaps the only race on our calendar, well, this and Desert Solstice as well, where the nighttime drone shots are actually
pretty decent.
Nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course, Desert Solstice takes place on a high school track, so you've got full 360 lighting, whereas here you've got, we're in the shadow of the Las Vegas Strip in Henderson, Nevada, and much of the park is lighted pretty well. Obviously, as soon as I say that, we're in a bit of a dark zone, but trust us, Ashley is down there. And,
no, she's in there somewhere doing her thing, rolling around. We'll see her pop into the light here shortly. That back half of the course, that back section, until they make their way onto that pathway, is not very well lit from our perspective. We can't see a whole lot.
They can see fine, though.
Yeah, they can see just fine. It's light enough out there for them. There she is, Ashley Paulson, red hair, bouncing, just making her way. We got some comments here in the comment section. If we can get our pin, we can pin the live results link to the top. That'd be fantastic. We're going to get someone on that for you, Laura. And then Matthew Shepard from Rocky View County, Alberta. This is truly an international broadcast. I don't know if you saw earlier, but we have North Korea on there. We've got a few Canadians. I mean, this is just awesome.
Matthew Shepard is the kind of runner that actually does very well at these events. He's a multi-day specialist out of Canada, has run across the years multiple times. He usually comes down and puts down fairly big numbers. So an excellent runner.
Love to have you on here. And Aaron Reese giving us Ashley Paulson some love here. I think Ashley's interesting in that her and I actually work together in iFit, and we both have been iFit trainers in there. So she brings in kind of a unique field of a lot of people who have not run ultras before, very new to running, very new to the fitness world and health world. So it's super awesome to have her out here and any of her fans that are coming in and streaming in. We love to have you. So on that note, Aaron Reese asks about the mental side of it. How do you keep your mind busy? They've never run an ultra before. And I think everybody does it a little different. Everyone's got their own tricks that works well for them. I mean, that's kind of like what we always say in running is you find what works really well for you, and everybody's so unique and so different.
Absolutely.
I know personally me, I'll give an example. Watching Scott Traer do Desert Solstice this year, which is even worse than this mile course. It is a exactly 400-meter track that he was running for 24 hours straight. And that guy can just pop some headphones in, listen to music, and make his own little party in his head.
And eat croissants.
It's that easy. It's left foot, right foot. Not easy, but not complicated. And that's the way that, I love to think about it as well. I don't know that I could just pop headphones in and just have my own party, but I love to feed off the energy of a crowd. So whenever I come into pit row, I'm going to get everyone hyped up. I'm going to take that energy and roll it into the next lap and then come back and do the same thing. But keeping the mind busy while you're out there, you got to have your mantras. You got to have some things you tell yourself and remind yourself. I always like to think of the bigger purpose. I know like Raj Paul, who is our men's leader right now, Raj is out there. He's got somewhat of a redemptive race. Last year DNF'd. He said he's absolutely not DNFing this year. So he is really pushing himself to get to that. That is his higher purpose. It's not just about today. It's about redeeming last year. There's a lot of different things you can do, but having those mantras is fantastic.
We've got a still shot going on, so.
Some other tricks that some people like to do, start doing math in your head, counting down things, talking about, whatever it is that you're trying to accomplish for the day. Maybe chop down your miles, do the math in your head. Just something to keep your mind busy. Definitely always helps. It's something that I've liked to do. Chopping up the course, and okay, like I know it's going to take me roughly 30 seconds to get to here. I'm going to move to this section and just cut it up into smaller sections.
Yeah.
So everyone's got their thing. That might not work for everyone. Chris, what have you used in the past?
I would say just trying to zone out from everything. When I completed my first 100-miler, I was in so much agony that all I could do was just put my head down and for a couple hours just watch my feet, just kind of almost to remind myself that they're still moving, to put myself into a space where I could continue, and I did that to kind of get me through the last few hours of the night at the time, probably about from 2:30 in the morning till about 5 a.m. And then once the sun got up, I was able to feed off of that a little bit. But yeah, that's part of the journey of ultra running and 100-milers in particular, where you just find yourself problem solving one after another,
right,
and trying to get through. And
I mean, a lot of these races have their own, your own race has its own problems that come up, and so you're oftentimes, especially for the last half, kind of troubleshooting things.
Mm-hmm.
Like you're more in tune and more focused with your body.
Yeah.
I love to be able to zone out as much as possible and just kind of find that flow state and just enjoy where I'm at and be present in every single step. I'm seeing a lot of different, Laura out there saying high school cheers. I would drive myself nuts doing that, but for a lot of people it works. I know for absolute certainty that some elite level athletes will do 99 bottles of beer on the wall and just go all the way down just to keep their mind busy and just something to focus on other than the pain. Because if you're not thinking on everything else, you're thinking about the pain, you're thinking about the discomfort, and that can be so overwhelming and so all-consuming if you allow it to be. One of the things that I told Raj when he asked me my advice, which is insane that Raj is asking my advice, but he asked my advice because this is his first 100-miler, and he said, how do you attack the back half? And I just told him I keep it super simple. It's left foot, right foot, not easy, but not complicated. And I try to keep it as not complicated as possible. And I just told him, I said, if you start to get into your head too much, just get back into your legs. They know what they need to do.
True.
You're well trained. Just focus on your legs and let them do what they're doing.
So we've got a handful of 12 and 6-hour runners that are going to be starting their journey here in just a few moments. They are going to be on the long course, which basically shares about 50% of their route, maybe a little bit less than that with the, quote, short course where the 100-milers in both the USATF and the short track are running. So they're being given instructions by race director Katie Davis. Along each side of the finisher chute as runners from the other races are still going. About 90 seconds before they start, I just noticed that Lauren Jones has moved into second place ahead of Sierra DeGraaf.
Yeah, I was just going to point that out. She moved ahead of Sierra a lap there, and a couple minutes. So she's moved up. She's doing her job. Sierra has been backing off just a little bit.
I saw her crew, and she did mention to them that it sounded like her arms were a little bit sore. I don't know. Obviously, when your whole body is working in function and gait, your gait is going to involve your arm swing. But she did mention that she was feeling a little bit sore in that regard. So
yeah, and that makes sense. I think that running does involve your arms. It is an actual full body sport, not just your legs. So that's one thing. I don't know if you've ever noticed this, but I've noticed after long, hard runs or 100-mile races particularly, man, my shoulders and my shoulder blades,
oh yeah,
they hurt. Those traps hurt. We got a fan favorite, Jake Jackson, in fourth place, male. Let's go over our men's top three here. We got Raj Panu, who is at mile 70, almost 79 now, making his way through. Just That sounds crazy to say just 20 miles to go.
Yeah.
But he's just got, just 20 miles to go on that. Jonah Backstrom has made his way into a 6-mile strike of that. So he's just not too far behind him. And then we've got Jeremy Brooks as we begin our next race here. There they go.
Yeah, Jeremy Brooks was one of the more interesting runners to try and research. First of all, a Masters runner at the age of 51, but a very limited race history as far as ultra sign-up goes. Really only one race of note, and it was a 100-miler in Missouri where he finished at just under 20 hours. Did not expect to see him at this point at this high up in the standings in the race.
Yeah, moving his way up there. I mean, there is still 7 miles, 6-7 miles that separates him from Jonah, but still he's there. I mean, there's a lot that can happen over the next 30 miles, right? Like,
yeah,
it's still a third of the way through the race. So with a number of hours left to go, it will take that.
A couple other items of note. Heather Huggins, last year's third-place finisher and was running in 5th place for a long time, has dropped out of the race. Heather, I did see her putting on a coat over by the aid station. I assumed that she was still going to keep running, but apparently she is elected to call it a day, which means our new 5th-place woman is Stephanie Bernowski. Becca Lindgren, Amy Maurer, and Charlotte Gilbert rounding out the top 8 on the women's side.
And the race that we're all here for, the Octogenarians race.
Yes.
We went over extensively at the end of our last broadcast, Jamil and I, but it's also fun watching those gentlemen have quite the day out there and continuing to just push through. We are committed to staying for our first 80-plus finisher. We are going to be here. We're going to make sure we get that. That is as per Fearless Leader.
Okay. I can't be here for that.
We will have it covered, my man.
Okay, cool. But, yeah, no, that's it's amazing. Some other names of note. Andrew Glaze is up to 7th, was toiling around in the maybe 11th, 12th, 13th range for much of the first half of this race, and has climbed up to 7th place on the men's side. Another name that I've been following intently simply because I'm in awe of what he's accomplished, not here but elsewhere, is Eric Clifton. You're talking about one of the greats of the game in terms of ultra running. Eric Clifton out here to get it done. Currently running at about 14th place on the men's side, 19th overall, just short of the halfway point of this race. So you're talking probably, maybe about a 24 to 26 hour finish, assuming some slippage in the second half, but still out here, still moving at the age of 65, with such a storied career.
Amazing. Yeah, Jamil and I went through a lot of the we went through all of our octogenarians. We went through their ultra sign up and just looking at, like, I think the earliest race we saw in there was 1983 or 82. Awesome. I mean, we were both just like blown away. The number of Western States finishes on there, and Angela's Crest, and Wasatch 100s. Todd Lee, a Utah native, out here doing his thing, has 12 Wasatch 100 finishes. His first 5 ultras were Wasatch 100.
That's amazing.
So, and it just tells you kind of the experience that is on this course right now, and be really exciting. Wanted to give a shout out to Aaron Rees, in the comments here, talking about how he's running his very first half this April. I can tell you, Aaron, it's really easy to get obsessed with this sport because A, the community is amazing, B, the stories are inspiring and so achievable if you really think about it. I mean, one of the cool things that Jamil and I talked about was one of our octogenarians got his start at 37 and then had an incredible career. Another one got started in his 40s and had an incredible career. So there's no such thing as too late in entering this sport. There are different sections of the sport that you can come into at any time. I heard our race director say the beautiful thing about today is there are no DNFs.
Yep.
Once you start, it's just get as many laps in as you can. There's different ways to approach this sport and different sides to it that you can attack and find what works really well for you. A lot of these athletes that we're seeing on this course, we probably wouldn't see at a Hard Rock 100.
No.
But this is their section of the sport. This is what they love. This is what they do. And it's fun to see the niches within the niche, right?
Absolutely. There's a gentleman who is going to be taking part in, I believe, the 12-hour tomorrow. His name is, or 24-hour. His name is Bill Dickey. So you want to talk about ultra signups that go in the way back machine. You can see he was a Western States finisher in 1980.
That is so amazing.
And, running American River back when American River was one of the premier races around as well in 1982. When I met Bill, it was at Across the Years, and we shared some miles, and I told him how awesome I thought it was. I said, I can't believe that you ran Western States in 1980, and you're still out here plugging away at ultras and doing 100-milers. And he laughed, and he said, well, I ran it in 79, but ultra sign-up doesn't go back that far. So
I love it.
Yeah.
I love it.
45 years ago, he ran Western States for the first time. So
Tom Pulaski, I don't want to burst your bubble, but Jamila's not on the live stream. I am Zach Marion. I know we sound a lot alike, but I can send the note up to Jamil to see if we can get a doctor's note.
Actually, one of the interesting things about ultra running is the sheer number of doctoral candidates and degrees in the sport. Medical doctors, maybe some, but you're talking about like the sheer number of people. There's definitely an analytical crossover in terms of
Ashley
people with
Polson
their
on the screen there.
MDs and PhDs in this sport.
Yeah. I mean, I think it goes to kind of speaks to the level of preparation, and I mean, dare I say, A-type personalities where you've got to kind of put in the miles and put in the effort. I come from cut from that cloth.
Yeah.
Have my doctorate's degree from University of Utah, go Utes. And, I think that there is, I'm going to throw an analysis out there and try to see if I can make sense of it. I'm just going to be spitballing here, but you put so much time into your doctorate degree. I mean, it was not only were you in school, in classes for 8 hours plus hours a day, but then you're studying for multiple hours afterwards. And I think that was the hardest thing for me once I did graduate was like, what do I do with all this time?
Now what?
Like, even if I had a full-time job, I still have an extra 4 to 6 hours a day to do what I want to do and to pour it into something that is a little bit more carefree, open, go enjoy yourself again. I tried my hardest to continue running when I was in school and sneak out whenever I had 45 minutes to an hour and get on the trails. Luckily, University of Utah is literally backed up into the foothills there, and I can run.
I've seen the pictures.
Yeah, it's great, right? For those who don't know,
inside joke.
Chris and I try to talk smack on each other as much as we can. Our beautiful Pac-12 that is no longer a Pac-12, as we both have moved on to bigger and better things. But yeah, we have a little bit of a fun little nudging, elbowing, ribbing going on here between his beloved Arizona State and my University of Utah.
As you can see, that is the north side of the course there. One of the things I'm looking forward to in the evening is that we are going to get some fantastic drone shots, as we mentioned.
Yeah.
With the Las Vegas Strip as the background, and those are going to be some wonderful shots. So.
Yeah, I mean, you get a great cityscape. You get the lights reflecting off the water, like we can see, and it's pretty rad.
Yeah,
it's pretty cool.
Raj has less than 20 miles to go for his 100-mile finish. Probably getting to the point where he's smelling the barn. I could see, and you mentioned it to me in passing as we were out there, that Raj looked like he's starting to work for it a little bit harder.
Yeah.
In some cases, for some of these runners, the smiles might be off. Maybe not in Ashley Paulson's case, but the rest of the top of the leaderboard, you can tell that they've entered work mode.
Yeah. I mean, I think anytime you enter the final stages, speaking of Raj, there he goes in the bottom screen there. Anytime you enter in, the working hours, it's that last third of the race due to a lot of reasons, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, you've got cardiac drift, that the more fatigue and effort you're putting into the system, the dehydration that builds up. I mean, there is no such thing as any runner who finishes not dehydrated. You cannot hydrate during a 100-mile effort well enough, and that just goes across the board. And one side effect of that is cardiac drift. You get a little bit of what's called a decoupling, and your heart rate starts to slowly rise throughout the race. And if you're maintaining that same effort as Raj is trying to hit that same or very close to pace lap after lap after lap, your heart rate is going to increase, which means it's indicative that your body is working that much harder.
Yeah,
and it could be because you're dehydrated, low on electrolytes, low on nutrition, the heat's out there. All these different things play a factor into it, but that is the reason why no matter how slow you go, by the time you finish a 100-mile race, your heart rate is going to be significantly higher than when you started. And again, it is irrelevant how slow you go. It just will happen.
Yeah.
And when you're going faster, it happens even quicker and more extreme, like in Raj and Ashley's case.
Of course, now we've got runners in 5 different disciplines in the race on the course at this point. We started out with the 48-hour, the 100-mile USATF championships, and the 100-mile short course. We are now adding on the 12-hour and 6-hour day ones. There's actually going to be an additional set of 12-hour and 6-hour racers tomorrow as well. Those runners will have an idea of where they currently stand or maybe target numbers they need to hit in order to potentially place where they would like. So that's something to keep in the background, as there it is. There's the first, quote, strip at night view that we've gotten. That cannot be. I mean, that is the sphere? That
is the sphere. Lit up, ready to go.
I just, the fact that the sheer power of the lighting is that powerful from many miles away is truly impressive.
Yeah, so what we're going to see start tomorrow. So today we have seen this morning the USATF 100-mile, which is what we've been following most of the day. That's the main race that we are focusing on today. You have the 100-mile short course also start at the exact same time, and then the 100-miler will start tomorrow. Another 100-miler will start tomorrow at 8 a.m. Yeah. Then you also have the 50-miler that starts tomorrow at 8:30. The 6-hour race that started today at 6 in the evening, which we just witnessed that start. That's going to be our 6-hour and our 12-hour races. And then we had also, again, 48 hours started yesterday morning. And because we have that 48-hour that starts this morning at 8 a.m. and spans for those 2 days, we're able to put in another 24-hour race that starts tomorrow at 8 a.m.
Yeah.
So lots of races within the race. If you head over to live.aeroviperrunning.com, you can get a rundown of each of those distances, the times they start, and also if you click on it, you would be able to follow each individual race and the race entrance in each of those races, so you can follow along. We're going to do our best to bring you as much information as we can, making sure you are kept up there. Again, our main focus is this 100-mile USATF race, while also following the octogenarians of that race. So not just the front, but we're going all the way to our final finisher in the 80-plus group there, our first finisher of the 80-plus group.
I just got some unfortunate news as well that Jimmy Strayhorn has elected to withdraw. Jimmy was moving fairly well, was on the back half of the top 10 for some time here.
Yeah.
And Jimmy, no stranger to running this format of race, has run Desert Solstice multiple times, has broken 16 hours at Rocky Raccoon, ran Cocodona last year. No stranger to long time on his feet. But I did actually speak to him briefly as we see the sphere off in the distance. Jimmy was not feeling too hot, was having some foot issues, and it looks like he might be choosing to play it safe because his big goal this year, his big target race is Cocodona. So
I was just seeing those results. We have posted at the top here. Mountain Outpost has pinned the live.aeroviperrunning.com. You can click on that again, get the results, follow them live. They are updating live. Matt, we are listening. We're seeing you there. We can't just assume that Lauren Jones taking 31 minutes to do a lap 38. Maybe that was a food stop, a rest stop. So we're going to go get some eyes on that and just make sure that everything is moving smoothly.
I do know, having spoken briefly with race director Katie Davis, that they did have some. It's not a timing issue. It's a getting the data from timing to the display issue.
Right.
So while they might show that lap total that might look like it doesn't have something there, they do have on their back channels, and we're trying to get those aligned properly. But
yeah, I mean, there's so much going on behind the scenes to these races. You just heard me smatter off a list of how many races that are starting right now.
Yes.
And sometimes the computers lag a little bit. We do have controls for that, and you can trust that the race itself here at Race HQ, everything is being accounted for properly. And the channels, we'll try to update them as soon as we can, but so much going on behind the scenes. We try to keep it as accurate as possible, but when you depend on machines, it's not always the case. Sometimes you got to troubleshoot things.
As you can see, Amy Maurer did not just complete 10 laps in a row, but they're working on making sure that these numbers get
also, hey, you know what?
out.
We're recording this live, so we've got the updates. We can go through and scrub through the information and see all those laps if we need to.
We can count on a total, like lap by lap basis if we have to. I mean, we've got the technology, we've got the camera feeds, so
yeah. I mean, we promise you things are up to date here on our back end, and we will try to keep those refreshed as soon as possible. This isn't something we enter in manually. It automatically populates for us.
Yep.
So we have to troubleshoot those if they pop up. But thank you for letting us know so that we can bring you the most accurate, up-to-date information. We got Mr. Andrew Glaze there passing through with his good dude.
And we've also got USATF officials on site that are monitoring everything as well.
Yeah.
So they're making sure that everything is...
everything's kosher.
Yep.
In fact, there was, earlier today I did... Oh, speaking of, there she is. I believe Lynn is her name. Is that
Okay.
it? Yeah. She's walking around making sure that everything is going right, that, it is... I mean, this is a lot of work that goes into creating a race that is USATF certified. There's certain ways to set the course up, including how many cones and how distance between cones that you need to do. This is so much more tightly regulated than most ultramarathons, specifically trail races that are, you might find a pin flag every, I don't know how often. But yeah, this is much more tightly organized. So we do have USATF officials here on the course verifying all the information, being up to date with everything.
So I did arrange for a guest to join us for a brief bit of time, and I let him know that maybe we'll probably want to have him come by sooner rather than later. That way we're able to kind of reconvene for the when the podium finishers start to hit. But he's a local here. You can actually see him in the lower right-hand corner, Nick Robertson. No stranger to racing ultras and fixed time races. He's run everything from Jackpot up to Mogi on Monster, and we're going to talk to him. I wanted to get his perspective, much like I did with Maya Detmer earlier, talking about the local Las Vegas, Nevada trail running scene, ultra running scene, and frankly, from everybody who's ever met Nick, apparently has a story about Nick. So he seems like he might be a very fascinating guy to give us some of the details on what he's looking forward to this weekend. So
Yeah, speaking of live results, just so everyone is aware, we've got Raj 72 laps in at 84 miles, 10:18 elapsed, just crossed.
Still keeping 9-minute laps, which is pretty impressive. That's still tracking about a 7:30 pace. So.
Yeah, I know he was on a fairly good pace earlier on and has kind of fallen off of that. In fact, I was out running on the course earlier, and I think I was doing a little bit of a tempo run, like 650, 640, and he caught me out there, and we had a little chat for a minute. But yeah, he was hammering it there in the middle of the day. Obviously, again, attrition happens to all of us, and I don't think anyone's going to negative split this course. So, but good on him. He's crushing, moving really, really well. Just 15 miles left to go.
Of course, for those just tuning in, we actually we just had one of our runners from the 48-hour race, amputee by the name of Amy Palmero Winters, come by as well. Amy is no stranger to these races, has been part of many ultra running events in the past. I believe we've seen her at Cocodona. She was a finisher a couple years ago, which is just absolutely unbelievable to me. Kudos to her. We do have a couple of vision impaired runners that are running. One in the 100-mile USATF, and that is.
Just saw her go out with her guide a little bit earlier.
Yeah, so there's one in the short course, and then there's one also in the USATF without a guide. Terry Rupp is the runner in the 100-mile short course that is using a guide, and in the other case, it is Charles Catterall in the USATF. As you can see, Jonah Backstrom heading up the hill here on the near side.
Thank you, everyone, for joining us. If you're just coming in here, I'm Zach Marion.
Chris Warden.
We are here at the USATF National Championship for the 100-mile road. And we are in beautiful Henderson, Nevada, as you can see in the background there. When we get the drones back up, we'll have some beautiful Las Vegas skylights there in the distance.
There we go.
Look at that skyline. You can see it. So we're having a great time out here. We've got some athletes rolling the dice, seeing what they can do, going all in. Insert your Vegas vernacular here. Thank you all for joining us and for tuning in here at Mountain Outpost, trying to bring you guys the best race coverage we possibly can. Looks like we've got 190 of you. Please go ahead and subscribe. We are going to be at the Big Alta next weekend, and we've got many, 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 many more races that we have on the list here that we are going to be bringing to you, not just within the Aravaipa community, but outside of the Aravaipa race community and racing world. We can't say much yet.
Yeah.
But there are a lot of races.
They won't even tell me.
Yeah, no.
I got to make travel plans as soon as they tell me.
Lips sealed, my man. But there are a lot of races that we have coming up. Ones we can communicate with you is the Big Alta. Again, that is next weekend. That is one of our great friends, Dylan Bowman, fan of Mountain Outpost. We love what he's doing over at Free Trail. And the Daybreak Racing racing directors over there are putting on a inaugural year of a great race in Dylan Bowman's backyard. The Big Alta, check it out next week, and it's going to be a 50K and a shorter 25K. Just an absolute shredders course. True mountains, true climbing, but also fast. So tune in. That one will be incredible to follow. We're really excited to bring you that. But beyond that, we also have teamed up with Dylan and the Free Trail crew again and Daybreak to bring you Gorge Waterfalls, 100K and 50K in a little while. We can announce those because they've been officially announced, so I get to talk about them.
Nice.
And we have also partnered with Hard Rock 100, so we will be bringing you that race as well. So if you want beautiful views and a tough course, and to listen to more of Chris and and I'm sure we'll have AJW and a handful of others coming on to the live stream. Going to be a great, great, great year. I also know we can talk about Run Rabbit Run 100.
Absolutely.
That one is locked in. We are going to be there, and there are a couple others. Stay tuned. We will announce those soon, but we've got some great races on tap. You can find them here at Mountain Outpost, along with some other great content. If you want to follow along, please subscribe, hit your notifications on there, and that way we can, you'll be kept abreast of what's going on and have the most up-to-date details of all the fun here at Mountain Outpost. Also, it helps us a lot, so we appreciate it. Please subscribe. Hit that like button right now if you want to. It's a free way for you to help us and to help keep this free for all of you.
Of course, Randy. I would love to see Leadville as well. At this point, we entertain the idea of anybody that wants to have us, as long as they reach out and let us know they're interested.
Absolutely, Randy. That is Leadville's one that's as the director of live stream events here at Mountain Outpost. Leadville is one that's in my crosshairs that I would love to see us be able to work with. Was my first 100 miler back in 2013, and 10 years later, here I am. I get this opportunity to bring these amazing races to the world, and I would be so stoked to bring Leadville to the world. It's always a fun race, beautiful course, tons of competition. Yeah, that one, Randy, you're not alone in thinking that Leadville would be a great one.
Zach, I can see our drone took off in the corner of the screen. I do kind of get a kick out of that, and
always fun.
Now we're going to catch a sideways shot. Is it all right if I bring in our guest here for a little bit, give you a chance to rest your pipes, and
I'm going to step out of here for a hot second, go grab some coffee, rest my vocal cords, and maybe get a little spritz a little coffee down the throat, try to stay awake, and we will have our guest. Thank you guys so much for joining me. I'm Zach Marion. I will give you guys a moment to enjoy our special guest. Chris will welcome him in, and we'll keep bringing you a great race.
All right, thanks, Zach. All right, we're here at Jackpot. You can see, we've got the long shot here from the drone that's looking out at us right over there. We got cameras all over the place, cameras everywhere. And joining me is a special guest who, this is your first time on the live stream, Nick Robertson. Nick, you're a Vegas local. Welcome to the live stream, first of all. I'll get this all set up for you.
Thank you for having me.
We've talked briefly in passing at other events, but I wanted to bring you on because one of the first times I got to see you at a race was at Mogi on Monster a few years ago, and you were bringing up the rear there. You were,
DFL'd it.
You were DFL. And one of my favorite things about that race was when you crossed the finish line, you had done all of the steps you wanted to do. You basically just called it right there and went to the ground and were totally content. And I don't think it was for display or show. You were just like, I got done what I needed to get done. And
on the backstory on that one was I attempted the race I had previously attempted that was in July. It was URA 100.
Yeah.
It was my second go at it. I got a lot further than my first DNF, but I took it hard because I put in a lot of work for that.
Yeah.
And just going out, it was weird because day 2 at URA, I got like high altitude. It really got to me.
Yeah.
And it was crazy. When I had that DNF, I took it hard because I was like, man, that's all. And this has probably happened to a lot of runners. You put in all this work, all these miles, you sacrifice your weekends, you sacrifice, what normal people do. You wake up early, you go run, you spend 10, 12 hours sometimes out there.
Yeah.
And you put in the work. And for that one at URA, that was like, oh man, that was flabbergasted. And then I completely forgot I had Mogi on. Like right after URA, I didn't really run much.
Yeah, there's not much time between those two races. Not enough. I mean, they're both extremely tough. I mean, you're talking both Hard Rock qualifiers.
Yeah, and Mogion, man, is aptly named. It is a monster.
Yeah.
When I was a kid, I had family in Payson, and it was always funny when they told us not to go too far from the house because of the Mogion monster, the rim. And it was supposed to be I don't know, werewolf. It was like a Native American myth. There was some kind of Bigfoot Sasquatch vibe to it.
Yeah.
And I really didn't understand. I saw the videos that Noah put out, and it got me to where, the race always changes. I like that. That is a cool concept. And man, holy crap, is that technical race. That one is, yeah, and it was pretty hot that day. And I was doing pretty good at the beginning of the race. Still had some training left from URA. And then that technical downhill, wow, it's hey, you're going up, and then, hey, I'll make it up on the downhill. It almost always never works out.
Yeah.
Keep running.
One of the things I also know about you, Nick, is that you being a Vegas local, people have stories about what they see you in at various races. Number one, can you talk about some of your favorite costumes that you like to wear while you're racing? That's a number two. Are you going to be wearing anything special tomorrow for your race here? You're running Jackpot tomorrow, correct?
Yeah, I'm doing the 6 hours, and it's probably my first race in a while.
Okay.
And I'll probably wear something fun, something food related.
Something food related.
Yes.
Nice.
I think I went out here before, and I think I was a Care Bear.
Yes.
And then did that, and Care Bear, man, yeah, some of those onesies, they do not, you need to get no stride. You're going to have to be short stepping it.
Of course, some people might recognize you as having worn, it would be appropriate for this race, an Elvis costume at other events.
Yes. I think I did a Javelina 100. I did in the Elvis. That was hot as balls.
Yes.
And unfortunately, Elvis didn't. He got to the 100K mark, and he said, "You know what? I'm leaving the building. Elvis is out." And that was a scorcher that year.
Yeah, it was brutal.
Yeah.
You can see actually Ian Madison crossing the finish line. He is one of our 6 octogenarians here at Jackpot. Now, I don't know about you, but I mean, I look at these guys, they're nearly twice my age, and I am in awe of the fact that we don't just have one, we have 6 guys competing for a national championship in the 80+ age group. That's amazing to me.
It's true dedication to where I don't know when they started running, but to keep running, especially at that time of your life.
Yeah.
And to keep it up, especially for long endurance races. I mean, I'm sure the recovery is no different from everybody else's, probably a little bit more.
Yeah.
But man, that should be a role model to everybody when you get older. Instead of just sitting out on on a lake fishing, screw it, I'm gonna go sign up for 100.
Well, I mentioned to you off the air, one of the more unique stories that we've seen here this weekend is that of Charlotte Gilbert at 72 years young, choosing this as her first 100-mile attempt. Not only that, but also moving fairly well. We're talking about somebody who has run sub 10 hours for 50 milers. So if she's trained up, could easily finish this race in 21 hours if things go well. It's pretty impressive.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, if she signs up for Grandmasters, she's going to take home that belt.
Yeah, I could see that. I mean, that's Of course, Grandmasters is just in a couple weeks here, I think. I think it's
yeah,
at the end of February. Yeah.
And
Just outside of town.
Yeah, just outside of town. That one's on the Nevada, Utah, and Arizona border. A race, where I think it's 50 and up, but top woman, top male, they get a wrestling belt. And I think they still have it this year. I'm hoping they do.
Nice.
And that's cool.
Going to do a quick rundown of the top 5 here in the standings here at the Jackpot USATF 100-mile championships presented by Mountain Outpost. In first place on the men's side, approaching the 88-mile mark, Raj Panu moving really well, looking like he could be breaking 13 hours, possibly even below that. In second place is last year's winner, Jonah Backstrom, currently at about 77 and change. Jeremy Brooks in third place has eclipsed the 70-mile mark. Jake Jackson, who inexplicably is running his third ultra in 7 days.
Holy cow.
Yeah, he ran Black Canyon 100K and 60K last weekend and decided to drop in for Jackpot this weekend.
Has he dropped into the 200 milers yet?
He's running Cocodona this year.
Oh, holy cow.
So that will be...
That's good training.
Yeah, absolutely. And in fifth place, Nick Iben, currently at about 64.4 miles. Andrew Glaze continues to move up the standings, moving into sixth place now. Sean Sissel in seventh, Wyatt Hockmeyer in eighth, Mike Costa in ninth, and Walter Orwin rounding out our top 10. On the women's side, Ashley Paulson has been the pacemaker all day long, and that is still holding true. Ashley, with less than a marathon to go, about 76.1 miles into her race. Lauren Jones, very steady all day long, has moved into number 2, about 71.4 miles in. Last year's winner, Sierra DeGroff, currently sitting third at 69.1 miles. Megan Eckert in fourth at 63.2. Stephanie Bernoski at 58.5. In sixth place, Amy Maurer, 50.3. Becca Lindgren in seventh, 49.2. The aforementioned Charlotte Gilbert at 47.3. Ninth place, Mandy Miller at 44.5. And Eileen Bloom currently in 10th place on the women's side. Have you ever done like a full fixed time 100 on a flat course like this, such as Across the Years, 6 Days at the Dome, or this? I mean, you do a little bit of everything. I mean, I've seen you on...
I am not to be honest, I'm not a big fan of loops. Still, one of my favorites that I've done on a loop course was Hot Foot Hamster.
Yeah.
And I think the year I did it, I think it was before, no, maybe it was during COVID, I can't remember. Jubilee made it really, really fun. And that was 0.33. And then I haven't gone out there again at Nardini. But I was hoping she put a hill because I said, this is too flat. We need some vert. And she said she'd get a dump truck out there. I don't think it ever happened, though.
You know, it's funny that you mentioned that. And actually, that's probably a good point. You think about these fixed time or these looped courses, these short loop courses such as Jackpot, Across the Years, the Nardini series where Hot Foot Hamster takes place. And race directors can't just put it out there for the most part and expect people to, go and attend and then want to attend on a repeated basis. Sure, they might want to go there if it's their fast 100-mile attempt or if it's their, 24-hour national team attempt or something like that. Like, the race directors and the people in charge of these events really have to bring it in order to keep people engaged and occupied. It's like in the case of Jackpot, you've got showgirls hanging out in the morning, you've got live entertainment later on, and that's one of the things that race founder Ken Rubley really wanted to do, was make sure that it wasn't just a race but a running festival as well.
And I completely agree with that. It's what really motivates, I think, a lot of people to keep going on, because you'll keep passing. Say you have an aid station, your own canopy set up on the course. You'll keep passing it. I mean, you do a loop and you could sit down for 20 minutes, and then if you had a personal goal that you were trying to go to, whether it be time or do X amount of distance in X amount of hours.
Yeah.
I think that is for someone like me, because I'm like, oh man, everybody's sitting around drinking a beer. It's like the temptation's too great, but when you do these loops, and especially Well, yeah, you just keep going by, and it's like you have to have the dedication to like, hey, maybe I shouldn't stop here, or maybe I should just keep on going. So,
yeah, you're talking about wanting a little bit more vert in your races, and as far as loop races go, Ross Kiwi brought one up that we might have to consider live streaming in the future, and that's the Circle of Hell run. And I saw Bryce agree wholeheartedly in the chat. That's one of Bryce's favorite races. Have you ever run the Circle of Hell, Nick?
No, I have not. It sounds fun though.
So it's a race down in the Phoenix area. It's South Mountain, and it's a 1 mile loop, and it's always run like the first Saturday in July.
Oh, and it's hot.
So it's like 110 plus every single year.
Oh, I love torture.
It gets absurd, and Bryce has done very well at this race, including, I believe, multiple wins there. Oh, just one win. Okay. I believe it's in its 4th or 5th iteration at this point this coming year. But, maybe I know you have connections down in the valley. Obviously you're a Vegas local, but, maybe you need to think about coming down and being a part of that race.
Which weekend?
It's usually the first weekend in July.
First weekend in July. I'm
although
have to put it on the calendar.
Yeah, definitely. When I get confirmation, I'll share it with you on social media. But I could see you having fun with that one, or being miserable and still having fun. That's the kind of event it is.
It's a Type 3 fun.
Yes. What Type 3 fun? Wait a minute. What is...
So Type 3 fun is you do a race. That's like Mogollon. That'd be Type 3 fun.
All right.
You're like, oh, man, this course sucks. And then I always call it where over time, I guess, I don't know if it's human nature, where, hey, it wasn't that bad. Then it turns to Type 2 fun. It's like, it was hard. It sucked. I'll never do that again still. But, I had a fun time. Then Type 1 fun, you're back on Ultra sign up. You're like, oh, man, I'm going to go do this again. That was great. And then you, completely, all the bad memories are out of your head.
Okay. I can wrap my head around that now. Of course, you're a Vegas local here. Do you see a lot of faces and names you recognize out here on the course, or maybe as part of the volunteer setup and everything? Is this this race? I'm not truly that familiar with the Vegas racing scene. Is this one of those events that kind of brings out some of the people, and you see them all around the course here? Or?
It is one of the big races out here. I like this one because it brings out the people that usually don't ever do trail races. Maybe they think it's too technical. I do hear people from out of state, not particularly Arizona, but maybe California, Utah, when they do trail races out here, like, oh man, it's so rocky, it's so technical, it's crap. And I was like, well, I'm sorry, we don't have the PCT running through the state. But with a hybrid race like this, it's nice because you have people that would, they're scared of trail, they're scared of rolling, or maybe they went trail running and they rolled their ankle and just had a bad experience. When they come out here, there's really no big rocks you have to watch out for. You don't have to watch out for, a rattlesnake.
Yeah.
And there's no crocodiles in the lake that I've found yet.
Have you been looking?
I have been looking.
Oh.
And I shine out that light. You never know.
Yeah, in a quarry lake like this, you never know what you're gonna find down below.
Yeah, Mike Tyson used to live out here. I wouldn't be surprised if he'd done some small alligators, crocodiles, whatever it may be. It's out here and they grow up. And that's when that I think it was. I don't know if it was New York or it was some state that I remember recalling. I always thought it was an urban legend where there was some during the 80s. I guess there was some big cocaine smugglers. Those guys really partying, and then when they got caught, they released their animals out in the wild. And I think that's why Florida. I think they said that Florida, that's why they have a big snake problem.
Oh, yeah. I know that they've talked about certain, I think, pythons becoming an invasive species there.
And I don't know if I didn't really research into it, but I know that, some people had some exotic pets that went out there. But we haven't, with Vegas being how it is, we do have some, not too far from where this course is, we do have some really luxurious houses up on the hill. Hopefully none of them have tigers and they come out.
Have you ever run in Florida?
Not on a race.
Same. And I've only gone out there on vacation with family. And one of the things that really unnerved me was I was running in the Tampa area, and I remember we were running by a pond, just not like a wilderness area or anything, like a municipal park type situation. And I joked with my friend who I was out there. She showed up, and just wanted somebody I knew to go and run with. And I said, well, thank goodness we're, in an urban area. We don't have to worry about gators or anything. And she looked at me and said, no, you definitely still have to keep them in mind. She said, they won't be an issue and nothing will be big enough that you'll probably have to worry about. But yeah, they're everywhere.
If you got a small dog like a pug or a Frenchie, that might be a snack time.
Yeah, I would definitely not want to run with my dog if I were in Florida. Although then again, I'm sure that it's the same out here as it is back in Arizona. I mean, you're liable to encounter wildlife when you're outside of town on the trail.
Yeah, just similar to Arizona, we got our rattlesnakes. We got the coyotes. Coyotes out here, not too big of an issue. Some of them are getting a little bit too friendly on the west part of the valley. In the, I want to say, I'm trying to think of that area. Bear's Best area. You can almost always see coyotes out there. That's
Okay.
That's on the west by Summerlin Ridges, and then we still got the rattlesnakes. But that's just if you're gonna run in the desert in the summer, you sort of expect them. And then out here, I've had a close mountain lion call, but I have not seen anything else out in the mountains. Say the wild horses; those are awesome.
Oh yeah. We've got a few groups of wild horses down in the Phoenix area. As you can see, race leader Raj Panu coming in. I believe we just saw him.
Crushing it.
He's moving from left to right, coming into view just past us, and there he is right there.
Wow.
Raj, roughly, less than a half marathon to go before he's done with the 100-miler. Oh, less than 10 miles to go, actually.
He is crushing it.
Yeah, it just
I'm
looks
amazed.
fantastic. I have him at 90.1 miles, so just under 10 miles to go, and 10:46 in. So I would expect that he is going to finish somewhere in the realm of 12:15, perhaps.
Yeah, it's between. I want to say it's going to be under 12:30.
Yeah, just an absolutely fantastic performance. It's rare that I get a chance to see somebody break 13 hours. It's happened a handful of times in my life. I've seen handling 100 was unusual, and the fact that we had a handful of guys do it. I saw Camille do it here a couple years ago. Whenever you get to see somebody move that fast, it is really special. For those that are not perhaps familiar with Vegas, they come out to Vegas, they come and stay on the Strip or something like that. You being a local, your perspective is going to be a lot different. What are some of the places that maybe people that are visiting might want to check out and run that won't be too much of an inconvenience to check out, as far as whether they want to run on a
so
in
like
an
some of
urban
my
area?
favorite trails.
Yeah, sure.
Of course, it depends on the time of year. We do like it. Like right now, being it's almost spring. It's a great time to run in the desert over here. There's some nice trails over in Bootleg Canyon.
Mm-hmm.
Desert Dash puts a race out there. That's coming up. Then there is a couple trails out, not nothing too long, out by Hoover Dam.
Okay.
And then right across the border when you step into Arizona, and then of course the Red Rock area. One of my favorites, Grand Circle, that goes right through the right around the visitor center. If you park over there and if you run Grand Circle, I think it's about 10 miles. There's some other ways you can get into the park that way. Very, very, it's absolutely beautiful. That's one of my favorite. I might run it Sunday. I think I'm gonna run it Sunday.
After you run your
I'm only doing 6
Your
hours,
6 hour-
so yeah, I gotta lose some pounds, so I need to start tacking on those long training runs.
what's your next big race you got coming up?
Let's see. I know I shouldn't say this, but I got some road marathons coming up. I guess my
Nobody's
next big
gonna
one.
fault you for that.
I'm partially a roadie right now. I got.
You're in everything, though. You run everything, Nick.
Obviously, I'm motivated by my wife. She is done. I think she's already
She's
done
a great
3
runner.
races. Yes, she loves it. She runs with the mentality of running should be all about fun. So she tries to make like destination runs.
I
And then-
saw that woman win Coldwater Rumble with a smile on her face.
Yes.
You know, that was really impressive. I think that was 2022 when she did that. And I think that more impressive than the fact that she won the dang thing was the fact that she was all smiles when she won the damn thing.
I think
it
she was just happy it was over.
maybe, but I see her, run fairly often. You and she both have done plenty of Aravaipa events, but
I would like to get her back into the longer runs, the 100-milers and stuff, and trail. But she's having a great time just doing the marathons. It's like we joke about it. We were trying to do like a when it's like, I guess, off season.
is there such a thing?
It can be. I mean, there's some people that they have a race a month. Some have a race a week. Some are doing back to back to back.
That's true. This is an on-course cam. Is this the Jam Cam? The Jordan Cam.
Oh,
The Jordan Cam on pit row here,
There it
where
is.
all of the runners are being taken care of by their crew.
ooh,
And
that's
you can
really,
see some of them getting
shiny.
kind of festive. That's Sierra setup right there, I think.
I believe so.
Yeah.
I was like, I had a Ragnar van vibe.
Yeah, that's one. I've been at the closest thing I've done to running an actual road Ragnar is be at a checkpoint station. That's as close as I've ever gotten. Like the idea of sharing a van or two with a bunch of smelly runners,
So-
just not my thing.
Ironically, my wife met some really, really good people just before she got into like the ultras and stuff. She would join random teams and join them on these vans, and I'm like, oh, you're going to be in a van full of people you don't know. And then, one of her best friends, Delia, shout out to her, it's her birthday. She met her on a Ragnar, and I think it was in Las Vegas.
Oh wow!
And they've been good friends since. And it's one of those things where you could meet some, and that's the one thing I like about runners. They're usually generally positive people.
I think so.
It's a good good place to meet people with shared ideals.
Absolutely. Hey, Bryce, can we throw up the women's leaderboard here? We're going to kind of run things down. If you got any thoughts, feel free to, jump right in, Nick. Ashley Paulson still setting the pace on the women's
Crushing
side with about 24 miles to go. Lauren Jones in second. Sierra DeGroff in third. Megan Eckert in fourth. Stephanie Bernoski in fifth. In sixth place, Amy Maurer has moved up several spots, was on the outside of the top 10 looking in, but has shot up the standings. Becca Lindgren in seventh. Charlotte Gilbert, the 72-year-old rookie. That's right, 72-year-old
Holy cow.
rookie in eighth. Mandy Miller in ninth, and Eileen Bloom currently in 10th. That's where the women's race stands. On the men's side, as we mentioned, Raj Panu in first. Jonah Backstrom, the 2023 winner, in second. And Jeremy Brooks, who, again, I apologize, I'm not familiar with your game, but Jeremy is looking very well for somebody who literally has no ultra sign-up or results that I could find to speak of. Currently in third. Jake Jackson in fourth. Jake, of course, no stranger to this race. Nick Iben in fifth. Andrew Glaze in sixth. Sean Sissel in seventh. Wyatt Hockmeyer in eighth. Mike Kostka in ninth. And Walter Orwin has moved up to 10th. It's part of the fun.
They're all crushing it, and during the day, I actually thought it was a little bit warm today compared to the last couple weeks in the Vegas Valley. We had some rain, and today was a nice day. And then when that sun went down, it got chilly.
Yeah, absolutely.
So let's hope some of these people that are running at night maybe change clothes just in case they were running really hard and getting sweaty.
I was really, and I'm glad you brought that up, Nick, because I really was concerned about some of these front of pack runners who were not dressed. I was hoping that, I know they know what they're doing, but at the same time, once the sun doesn't even have to be down. It doesn't have to be dark out. All it's got to do is get past the high point of the day, and once it goes back past that hill behind where we're sitting right now, it got cold. It dropped 15 degrees almost instantaneously.
So that goes to a race story. My very first DNF,
Yes.
it was at Coldwater Rumble. I was running out there, felt really nice. I don't know if that was.
Were you in
second or-
costume?
No, I was not in costume.
Okay.
I was being dumb. Ran out, and this was the original course where they had the 2 aid stations, the far out aid station, and please forgive me, I cannot remember the name of it. The one out in the Sandy area.
I know you're talking about.
Not like how it is now.
Yeah.
Which, you guys changed it up. The Robertsons might come back. Yes.
Good.
Because that year, I waited for my wife, just being dumb, and I was sitting in the tent, and I had no cold weather gear, and I was running, and I was already sweating. And as soon as I got out there, I was freezing. I was starting. I don't know if it was starting my 6th lap, and my good buddy Juan Cerna, I went to go pick him up, and he was my pacer, and we got through it, and I was already cold, and we got through that last lap, and that was the first time where I was like, oh my gosh, it's cold, and I just didn't really think about it, and I don't think because I wanted to keep going, I didn't change my shirt, so that was a fatal error.
Yeah.
I got through coming in on, I had one more lap to go. I was coming in, and there was times where I was so cold, and when you get cold, sometimes you get tired, and you just don't want to move, and you gotta keep moving to generate body heat. But like, say some of these people not wearing those extra layers, they stop at an aid station too long.
Yeah.
You're donesy. It's a risky gamble.
Yeah.
But learning that lesson has helped me out on other races where I was moving at night, where you get on one of these 100-milers and you hit an aid station, you're running at night, especially some of these races where you don't see anybody at night. Either you're back of the pack, or just it's so spread out, and then you finally meet people. If you're like an extrovert like me, you want to talk to someone because you haven't talked to someone for like 3 hours, and then you're being all friendly with the aid station staff, and you're not being smart about it, and then all of a sudden you're like, oh, you get the shivers. That should be a wake-up call. I think after that race, every time at night, I still had one of those light compressible jackets. And still to this day, every time I run at night, I still have that light compressible jacket, even though it's July and it's going to be 90 at night, just in case.
Yeah. I want to apologize. I actually misspoke about Jeremy Brooks. I was thinking of Glenn Tubner, another one of our early race leaders, was the one I couldn't find much information on. Yeah, you are correct. Thank you very much. Jeremy does have a sizable number of races on Ultra Sign Up, but not a lot that would have led me to believe that he would be where he's at right now in this race. I mean, respectable 7:01 finish at Tunnel Hill a couple years ago, but what he's doing right now, moving himself into the top 3 of a USATF national championship, is pretty darn impressive. I think that he's doing a great job. The race is getting ever shorter for Raj Paul, about a little bit less than 15K to go for him at this point, and we'll be following very closely. Obviously, he's if he's moving, he'll be able to possibly push into a sub-12 number. I saw Ashley Paulson go by our camera shot here just a moment ago. She might be coming out the back side of it here in the lower right-hand corner. I'm Chris Warden, and here with me is Nick Robertson, Vegas local. For those who are maybe not not familiar with Vegas, who want to come out here and do a running vacation, you talked about some of the trails you like, but also in addition to Jackpot, which obviously we're here and in support of, and I've done the rock and roll on the Strip. I mean, that's a cool thing to do.
That is next weekend.
Yeah.
So I back-to-back races. I'm doing 6 hours tomorrow. Hopefully that gets me motivated. We'll see. I've been doing like maybe 5 miles a week, but that's the Nick Robertson training plan. Do 5 miles a week
race.
And sign up for 100. Oh,
if you're gonna do a road race, I mean, the Strip at night is one of the few.
I do it every year. It is my favorite half. And
I
I know
you.
I'm a homer. But it's one of the few times I think New Year's Eve we close down the Strip, and then during rock and roll, and it's just the amount of energy. And
absolutely,
it would compare, for those people that have done road marathons, I think it would compare to New York. And I recently did that last year, and just the amount of people on the side and go through the boroughs, man, that was motivating. just everybody's, yelling, yeah. And they
How
got
many
signs.
high fives do you do in that race? It's absolutely insane.
I stopped after mile 5.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, it is crazy.
Yeah.
And with the way rock and roll, they've done a wonderful presentation of, the hyping up the race. And then, I think this year they're going to have a new start location. So it's going to be a little bit different. You're still going to run down the strip. I think you run by T-Mobile. You start there. Previous years, you either started behind the link where that's the Ferris wheel.
They moved the start further north then, because before when I did it, we started like right in front of the Luxor or thereabouts.
Yeah. And then there was that time where we started like right across the street, like right by the Tropicana, I think it was one year.
Yeah.
And they're all getting blurry. Yeah, this year they're going to start, and I think unfortunately they don't have the marathon option. I did the marathon. That one was a little bit rough. I didn't do like the OG rock and roll. I think it went a little bit south of where we're at right now.
Okay.
That race is just so much fun. And like if you get to go, you run down the strip, you get to see. Now there's like, it's going to be different from last year because now we got the Fountain Blue on the right. And then I want to say there's some other new buildings that went up, like Old Red, right in front of the Horseshoe, which I don't think the Horseshoe was rebranded the Horseshoe. It used to be called
Correct.
the Valleys.
Yeah.
I think last year was still called the Valley. So it's going to look different this year, especially if you're doing the strip. And it's the fastest way to do the strip because if you drive it, you're going to be stuck at every light.
That's a good
point. And if you're walking on the sidewalk, there's about 1 million people, unless you're walking the strip at like 4 a.m. It can be a pain, and this is the best way to see the strip. I think there's still availability. I think people, if they want to go do it, it's a fun half. I highly recommend it. And then if you're not ready for a half, I want to say they have a half of the half, so it's like a 10K, and then a 5K. I want to say the day before, but it's a fun run. I really encourage people to do it. I do it every year.
Yeah, and obviously, it's not a race that we put on, but I think that it's a darn fine event. I enjoyed the year that I did it, several years ago. I guess it's been about 10 years, but if I had to pick one road race to do, that would probably be it. I love this shot right here. You can see the start finish line area in the foreground and the strip in the background. The sphere is nuts.
It is bright. I'm still not used to it. So I live in the Centennial area in the very northwest.
Okay.
And I can see it from my house.
That's
so it's
insane.
about a 30-minute drive from where the strip is, and it's crazy. And sometimes I forget it's there, and I'm like, what the heck is that?
I walked up alongside it
blue.
on Wednesday and couldn't believe how massive it is. It's truly an impressive thing.
It is super cool, especially looking on the outside. I mean, when they finally turned it on, they were done with it. All the locals, that was the talk of the town. Everybody went to go drive by it and wanted to see it. And then I have not gone to a show in there. I think they have like U2 and a Postcard from Planet Earth. I think that's the other one. And I think they have, trying to think of the band they have coming up. I think it's, I don't know why I'm thinking of Plenty of Fish, but I don't think that's it. I think that's a dating website. I think it's a band named Fish. They're going to be coming out, I think, after U2 finishes their residency. I know my wife, she saw it, and she loved it. She said it was
a band named Fish. So basically, we're going to lose Noah Doherty for the usefulness for about a week, basically, is what you're saying. Of course, the big Fish fan in the Aravipa family being Noah Doherty. So
yeah, and my wife, she got video inside there, and I was like, man, that thing is cool.
Yeah, it is really sweet.
It is worth the purchase to go see a show there.
Once again, we are here at the Jackpot Ultras. I'm Chris Warden, joined by Nick Robertson. We're just hanging out, basically clicking off the numbers, clicking off the miles as our first finisher, Raj Panu. Finisher, I'm speaking ahead of myself. Our lead runner at this point, Raj Panu, expected to be our first finisher, assuming things hold to form. Basically about a 12-mile lead on the rest of the field. Second place, Jonah Backstrom on the men's side. Jeremy Brooks in third, Jake Jackson fourth, and Nick Iben in fifth. On the women's side, Ashley Paulson is setting the pace still, approaching the 80-mile mark. Lauren Jones in second, Sierra DeGroff in third, Megan Eckert in fourth, and Stephanie Bernoski in fifth place. So yeah, we're expecting Raj at this point. I may have shorted him in terms of my expectations. I thought around 12:15, 12:30, but it looks like he might flirt with the top of the hour. So as you can see, Jake Jackson there, current fourth place man, and Jonah Backstrom, currently second place male, defending champion. Tony Tadieski on the right-hand side of the screen.
I did. I was like, that's Tony.
Yeah, Tony hanging
Tony
out.
T.
There's Raj right there, coming through. Just another lap of being all business. And we have runners that are all different races now. We've got a large number of runners to now that we've got 5 different races out there. I think we're going to take a pause here, and basically I think we probably are going to figure out our plan for making sure that we've got our crews in place for our first place finishers here. But Nick, I appreciate you coming on and hanging out, and we'll definitely have to do this again sometime. Next time we're up in Vegas, or next time you're down in the valley, we'll have to have you join us in the studio for some more fun.
Now, I got a question.
Yeah.
If I wanted to still do this race tomorrow, can I still sign up at this time?
It's a good question. We have race day registration here today, don't we? Or tomorrow? Yeah, okay, great.
So I don't think it's too late. I mean, I'm hoping I motivated someone to come out here and run. It's
nice
I hope
weather. So too. That's an excellent point. The weather's great.
It is great.
The weather is great.
Compared to last year, it was windy and cold, especially at night. It's a lot better this year. I mean, I can't speak on behalf of all the time out here, but man, it has not been windy. This is perfect weather. I mean, and it's not too late to sign up. Yeah. All right, Chris. Hey, thanks for having me.
Well, thanks for coming in, Nick. We'll take a brief commentary break, and we'll join you on the flip. All right, folks, we just wanted to take a quick break to formulate our plan for anticipation of our first overall finisher. Looking like it's going to be Raj Panu here, and we're betting it's going to be somewhere close to the top of the hour. Could be on one side of the 12-hour mark, could be on the other. That would be 8 p.m. local time. I'm Chris Warden. This is the Mountain Outpost channel. Here in Henderson, Nevada, you can see a beautiful shot of the Las Vegas Strip in the background, and this is the USATF 100-mile championships. Raj Panu has been the story on the men's side today. Raj at 93 miles, so just a 7 to go. Actually, a little bit less than that about 93.3 miles in, give or take, at this point. So under 7 miles. The question is, at this point, does he have it in him to break the 12-hour mark? As Liam in the chat, Aid Station Fireball shout out said only 3 men in American history have broken that 12-hour mark. So we'll see what he can do here. Raj Panu in first place, a wide gap between him and second place man, defending champion Jonah Backstrom. And in third place is Jeremy Brooks. Both Jonah and Jeremy are both Masters class runners. Actually, in fourth place, so is Jake Jackson. Jake Jackson running his third ultra in 7 days and currently in fourth place at the National Championships. Nick Iben rounds out our top 5 on the men's side. On the women's side, Ashley Paulson has been setting the pace all day and refuses to relinquish the lead. Currently about 20 miles out from the finish line here. We'll be following to see where she tracks as the night goes on. Lauren Jones currently in second, about 4 miles back from, about 3.5 miles back from Ashley, and in third place on the women's side, defending champion Sierra DeGroff. Fourth place, Megan Eckert, and fifth place, Stephanie Bernowski. Yeah, Raj, Zach Bitter, and John Olson. Looking in the chat, I see some really fast runners in there myself. I see Phil Young and Taggart Van Etten hanging out in the chat. I wonder if the field in the chat would be able to compete against the field out here on the race. At least on the men's side, it might be kind of interesting, because I know Phil ran a 12:27 at Tunnel Hill, I believe, in November, and maybe that was December. When was Tunnel Hill? It was late last year. And Taggart is no slouch himself, finishing fourth at Tunnel Hill in the 50-miler. Yeah, that would be fun to determine what would be faster, the chat or the men's podium here on this side. So. Yeah, Zach isn't running this race. I don't know if there's any confusion there, Jill G. There is no Zach Bitter in this race, but we do have somebody on this side of the race, and that would be our live stream event producer, Zach Marion.
What's going on, everyone?
Going to hang out with y'all until at least through the men's and women's podiums tonight.
In true Zach fashion, in true producer fashion, I'm just gonna show up when it really matters, which is when Raj is coming through here. We just heard his crew cheering him on. Raj is quite the finisher. He knows how to dig really deep. We saw that at the Kauai 50-miler between, the duke out between him and Ryan Miller for first and second, which was like literally seconds that separated them, and such a incredibly fast 50-mile time. So Raj is going to dig deep here. Where he's at right now, he is so close to finishing. We're doing our best to get some people out there to hopefully follow him for this last lap. It is just incredible what he's doing out here, and he's in a place where if he can maintain this, he should slip under the 12-hour mark, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah, it's going to be real close. I would love to see him break 12. Just a reminder, we are not responsible for the ads that pop up on the platform. But we are responsible for bringing you Raj Panu, as well as all of the other runners here at the Jackpot Ultras, the USATF 100-mile national championship.
And let's not take into. I mean, this is, yes, Raj is racing, doing really, really well, but let's not discredit the women's side, doing incredible also. We've got the ever incredible Ashley Paulson, who is just continuing her reign of destroying these types of races. Badwater overall winner and course record holder this last year. She is currently in first place. For a minute there, was actually making moves on Raj and starting to catch up to him. I think that's now tapered off a little bit, but definitely men's and women's fields here are stacked. And as these races typically do, the faster they go, the more carnage we're going to see, the more drop-offs we see. It's big risk, big reward. And Raj here at the Jackpot Ultras he pushed all his chips into the table.
Yes.
And he's rolling the dice and he's seeing what's happening. And if he can hold it here, he's not coming up snake eyes. He's lucky 7 in the pocket right there.
How many of them did you throw in there?
I don't know. I tried. I couldn't do any more.
So, yeah, Raj is on the far side of the course. Just a handful of laps to go. I believe that this is his 81st lap that he is currently on right now. These runners have 85 laps in order to complete the 100-miler on the course. Some of the we had a handful of runners withdraw earlier today, and really the names that I see on our withdrawal list it's a pretty stout field in of itself. On the women's side, Heather Huggins, last year's third place finisher here, had to call it a day at about the 53-mile mark. On the men's side, I see 5 gentlemen who were in the top 10 at one time or another, in Jimmy Strayhorn, Derek Anthony, Glenn Tubner, Shad Burkholtz, and Dan McHugh, all call it a day here at the USATF 100-mile championships. Pivoting real quickly, while we've got a moment, to the 80 and above category here. Yes, the 80-year-old and above men's side of the race. We have not 1, not 2, but 6 men competing for the title of 80-plus national champion. And 3 of the men in the field were here last year. Currently, last year's Jim Barnes is currently in first place in that group. Last year's runner-up, Ed Rousseau, in second. David Blaylock, last year's winner, currently in third. Martin Fritzhand in fourth. Ian Madison in fifth. Ian was third last year. And Todd Lee in sixth. So those runners are all in their 80s, ranging in age from 80 to 85. If you were a gambling individual, I would have to guess that the over-under on finishers from that group is at least 4.5, and I would probably take the over, to be honest.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Usually they're much better at this war of attrition. And also, speaking of our eldest matriarch on the course, we've got Charlotte Gilbert, who is currently in 8th place for the females. 72 years old, 72 years young, and just like we spoke earlier of her trajectory into the sport, and she keeps a busy schedule, and she gives herself tons of half marathons, 5Ks, and the like, to I guess keep her speed at 72.
Of course, this is going to be Charlotte's first 100-mile finish.
Yep.
That's what's amazing at the age of 72.
And she's halfway there. She's 49.7.
Yeah.
Another 11 or so hours to go. And we're entering into the cooler hours of, the 24 hours of the race. Things are cooling off. We've got our jackets on here. We're cool here in the studio. I went for a run on the course earlier today, and it was significantly warmer out there than you anticipated. The sun, really, you just had a lot of that sun pounding on you.
Yeah.
And now that sun's gone in true desert fashion. As the sun goes, so does the temperature, and it's dipping quite significantly, which I also attribute that to how Raj is actually rallying and putting in these final miles pretty heartily, just because the temperature's gone down a bit, and you're able to pull a little bit more energy from that.
Yeah, as long as it hasn't gone down too much, I think that they should be safe. I mean, Raj is going to be finishing, well, it's still fairly comparable temperature-wise to where it was when he started, so I would not worry too much about him, but maybe some of the runners that are going to be out there a little bit longer. Now, Jillsy, the cutoff for this race is 40 hours, did we say, Jordan? That was what you confirmed? 40 hours for this race. I know that the winner in the 80-plus category last year was just a shade under 30 hours, I believe, 29:47. Just something to keep in mind. So, of course, all these men that are still out on the course are still in contention for that. So,
yeah, I mean, this is absolutely kind of what we're watching. It doesn't seem like much. We've been talking about it all day, but what Raj is doing is one of very few people to have ever gone under 12 hours if he can pull off these last couple laps.
Yep.
That's significant. He's doing a feat that not many people can do here in our sport. And he just seems to have gotten stronger in these later miles, just been able to maintain pace, push a pretty significant amount of effort out, knowing that he's only got a couple more laps. I'm sure that there's, hay in the barn, or smelling the barn.
Yeah.
And, he's at that point to where, it's, if you can run a little bit harder, it ends a little bit faster.
Yeah, it's so Raj is averaging currently, he's got to average about a 7:18 per mile pace the rest of the way in order to break the 12-hour barrier here. So
let's go, Raj. He asking for a gel. He needs to pound a gel. He knows he's at that point where he needs a little bit of energy.
Probably going to be the last that he intakes here, with an anticipated finish time in about 40 minutes or less. It's going to be real close. I got to say, it's going to be quite tight for his chase of the 12-hour mark.
I mean, I want to go out there and scream at him like, go, dude, go. Making his way through pit row here. You see his crew run up, grab some nutrition for him. Just let him continue to keep rolling. There's absolutely no reason to stop at this point. Like, he's got to keep moving to make this happen. Hey, Bryce. Mr. Todd Lee through the bottom right-hand corner in his standard white button-up and sun hat. One of our octogenarians making his way through out of Draper, Utah. Just a force in Utah. Every ultra race he is at, he's there. You cannot mistake that sun hat. Raj making his way. He's been doing this every lap or so, just like tapping on the railing there as he makes his way through. I've noticed that every last handful of laps he's been running his fingers on those.
We'll have to ask him about that in the post-race interview.
Yeah, I want to chat with him about that. But he's got his typical Raj lean. He's, leaning into it, pushing forward, still taking that nutrition in.
Free outside, throwing some shade in the chat. Run harder, ends faster. Right?
That is That is absolutely one of my quotes in life. You can use it in almost any situation you'd prefer.
Yeah, he's moving really well.
Yeah, there he goes again, running his fingers on the railing.
Of course, one of the things about this course is that it is fairly wide, but at the same time, all runners are entitled to run their own race. I mean, I think somebody asked a little while ago about what the protocol is for passing or running. When I'm running, a race such as this at Across the Years or at another fixed time race, I'm running the tangents, and as much as I want to be courteous and considerate, I'm trying to do my best, and,
right.
And so, I'm running the tangents, and occasionally I've found myself, in the way of another runner. I try my best to seed when I can, and when it doesn't push me into a wall or off of the side of the course, But yeah, that's why you notice Raj actually go to the outside, because these runners, they don't owe him the inside track by any stretch. They're all allowed to do their own thing, and that's one of the things about these fixed time races. I feel that Jackpot is actually much more conducive to big numbers than something like Across the Years. So when Ashley ran her 100-miler there and ran it sub 15 hours, part of the reason I was shocked is because she chose to do it on New Year's Eve, which is a very festive time there, but also insane amounts of traffic on the course.
Lots of bob and weaving going on.
Yes, for sure. Yeah, I was just kind of eyeballing. I think that, as I mentioned, Raj needed to do a 7:18 pace the rest of the way, which would track. I'll see if I can update my math here shortly.
Which he's just on the other side of the course here, so we should see him here in about the next 3 to 4 minutes, wrapping up another lap. Yeah, Tom, that's a pretty insightful observation there. Wondering if there's any condensation on the railing. It doesn't look like he's leaning on it. It doesn't look like he's taking any weight out of his stride with it. It seems more like it's just a fidget, something to do out there. And, I told him when I was running earlier out on the course, getting my own run in for the day, and ran into him for a minute. He, asked me about, what do you do to finish these things? Because this is his first 100-miler, and he asked my advice on, what to do. And I said, just stay out of your head, get into your legs and just distract yourself as much as you can. And I'll ask him if that's what it was, of just a distraction, just something to let your mind rest into for a few seconds is quite relieving. It takes a lot of, you're not focused on the pain because you're focused on, some other stimulation.
Sure. So Raj, it seems like he's dropping off pace ever so slightly, but when it comes down to him trying to break the 100 or the 12-hour mark for the 100-mile, seconds are going to matter. And right now, based on where he was at with his most recent timing, Matt, he's going to need to do about a 7:14 pace the rest of the way. So a few minutes ago was 7:18, and now it's 7:14. He's going to need to probably step it up ever so slightly. He doesn't have to make any significant changes. Obviously, once he gets down to that final lap, I'm sure we're going to see him, basically, maybe run like a 6:30 or even faster in that case. I know that Jamil is going to try and track him for that last lap. Good luck with that, because it's going to be a heck
Luckily,
of a,
he's got a bike.
Yes, that's the one thing Jamil is going to be able to do, is keep up with him.
Yeah, he is so dang close here. Just a couple laps to go. Oh, come on, Raji. Let's do it.
Would love to see
Let's
it.
go, Lightning.
I was realizing it would be the fastest 100-miler that I've ever seen in person. I think at the current time, the fastest I've ever seen was David Laney at Desert Solstice a couple years ago when he ran like a 12:34. So
Yeah.
I would love to see something even faster. You know, I've had a handful of chances to watch somebody run sub 13, and if I can see somebody run sub 12, I'm here for it. No, Julie, they can't have pacers here at this race. There are a few racers who are vision impaired who have guides, and they're tethered together. So, yeah, on the main screen, we're following Raj, and on the inset, we've still got the start-finish line. Looks like we've got a side view here, Bryce, on the main channel. No, it was on the YouTube. Yeah, we're good, though.
Yeah, we're dialing it in for you so we can get some eyes on the field. It might be slightly grainy when we get out there, but we'll be hopefully able to pull him in from this whole final last lap that he's got coming up here. I mean, so close. There he goes, right by the studio here. Rolling smooth.
So that's with 4 miles to go. We're talking 11:31:24. So that's 28 minutes, 36 seconds. So you're talking 7:09. So his pace is slipping a little bit, but I have to feel like his final lap is going to be, or maybe even, final 2 laps, if he's got anything in him, are going to be hellacious. So it's going to be real tight here.
It will be tight. He did grab some nutrition on that last lap,
Yeah.
and he might be allowing that to just settle for a moment before he has a big push. He seemed a little frantic to want to get that nutrition in, which leads me to believe he's setting himself up for, okay, if I'm going to push, I need to get this nutrition in me. I need to let it settle, and then I'm going to have the energy to burn some matches.
No, that's an excellent point, Zach. Kudos for pointing that out, because his prior 3 laps had been 8:59, 9, and 8:58, and then that last lap was about a 9:13, and maybe, like you said, that was exactly the opportunity his body needs to get that last-minute nutrition in for that. What's going to be about a 25-minute push here, as you can see. Raj here looking fairly strong. We've got our bike filmer following him on the bridge. Raj outlasted the Raj drone. That's kind of what he does.
Yeah. The lightning strike, Lightning Raj doing what Lightning Raj does here on this course here at Jackpot Ultras, the USATF 100-mile championship.
He's not tapping the rail this time.
No, all business.
Yeah.
All business.
Actually, you can tell his pace has definitely picked up there. His stride is, he's back to that ever so slight lean. And you know what I did notice, and you mentioned it way earlier on in the day, people don't realize that Raj is a tall guy.
He is. He's got some height to him.
Yeah. I mean, like you said, he's probably about 6'1", 6'2". Oh, there he goes, tapping the rail.
Yep. He's just tapping it. He's just playing games. He's just keeping that mind engaged. I mean, there's a fine line of wanting to keep your mind engaged enough to be able to keep pushing. He's checking his watch right there.
He did kind of tap his left
keeping him awake, man.
left leg.
Keeping him awake. There's that fine line of wanting to be present. I think the best way to say it is you want to be present. You don't want to be completely disengaged mentally, but you don't want to be so engaged mentally that it's fatiguing. It does take energy to be mentally stimulated for so long, and that's why some of these races were on super technical terrain, even though you're not running as fast. That super technical terrain can really keep your mind engaged to a point to where it's actually more energetically draining. You are physically burning calories to think.
Yeah.
And so there's that fine line of being there enough but not being so much that you're engaged the whole time. And I think that's kind of where he's at, is he's trying to stay engaged, remind himself he's got big goals. We talked previous to this race, and he's coming here with a chip on his shoulder, and he wants to prove some things and work hard. He said something earlier. He was just like, like, how do you get through it or whatever? And it's just like, tomorrow Raj would be really upset if you slacked it all today. What happens when it gets painful? That's tomorrow Raj's problem.
That's good.
Yeah, it's not today's Raj's problem. Today's Raj's problem is to get to the finish line as fast as possible.
And
tomorrow Raj has to put up with the results of that.
And today Raj, even still, it's been mentioned ad nauseum, his hair is still perfect.
Still
it's
so
not,
great.
It's not fair.
He's gonna have a Hoka cross branded with like Vidal Sassoon.
We see Andy Jones Wilkins has just entered the chat. AJW, hoping everything is going well down in the valley. I know you wanted to join us here. Definitely next year we'll have you back up here. We had a lot of fun with you last year. As we're watching Raj Paul Panu make his way in the home stretch, as a lot of people say, smelling the barn. Basically, a little over a 5K left to go in his 100-miler, and gonna have to push it a little bit here.
But we can also put this into perspective, right?
Yeah.
I think we're looking at him trying to hit this, elusive sub 12 mark, which is in and of itself a phenomenal day. But we can pretty much guarantee the course record is going down.
Yeah. The current course record, would that be Zach Bitter's number?
That'd be
from
Zach
a few years
Bitter
ago?
from 2019.
Okay.
Which, if I'm not mistaken, is high 12. 12:52. Yeah.
Thank you, Summer.
So it's a 12:52. We can almost assuredly say at this point that's going down.
Well, that's the men's side. Camille had the 12:41 as well. So,
which was the overall. So that'd be our women's end / overall. And we can say that there will be a new standard to meet here at Jackpot Ultras after today.
Absolutely. Raj has run a masterful race. He's been fairly steady all day long. There were times where, kind of catching an eye on him, looking like he was less happy on some laps than others, but generally seemed to have kept it together. His crew person was that BJ over there that had a chat with him, and he said that Zach had been strikingly consistent for the first 65 or so laps. So, that's a testimony as to, he scrolled down and showed me his numbers on the splits, and they were, metronome fashion. So
yeah, he's a very consistent, smooth runner. Knows how to get aggressive when he needs to get aggressive.
Yes, as Warren Zevon said, his hair was perfect. So
his crew better be screaming at him like, dude, just dig deep for less than 20 minutes.
It's the home stretch here.
Yeah, we've got. So Raj and I are both obviously from Denver, Colorado, and so we've done some runs out at like Wash Park, and I always want to be like, dude, it's 2 Wash Park laps. It's like just the easiest thing you could possibly do on a Tuesday afternoon. Like, let's go, man.
And when we noticed Raj has actually turned his lamp on, which is something he hadn't done until very recently, and I think that's because he wants to make sure that his steps and his footing is true for the darker spots in the course. So we're going to be following him because there is a little bit of a dirt stretch on the backside here.
Yeah.
So he'll just want to make sure that he's
I mean, out on the course, it's plenty. There's enough city light and ambient light that you don't really need a light there. We obviously aren't going to be able to see him from the drone.
Yeah.
But there is enough light to where you don't need a light out there.
After Raj finishes this lap here that's drawing to a close, he'll have 2 more laps and roughly 20 minutes to do so. A little bit less. So, you know what? I think that he has picked up the pace. I'll be curious to see what this most recent lap split is, because it looks like he is running a little bit faster here. As he approaches the finish line, here he comes. There he is right there. We can see he just dumped some water on his head.
I mean, we're bundled up in here, but he's definitely still putting out an effort that he needs to keep that core temperature down just a little bit.
So he crossed at 11:40.25 at a 9:01 pace. He is back down in the 9-minute range. If he's got 2 more 9-minute laps in him, he will break 12 hours.
Yeah, no, he's
with
so
about a
close.
minute and a half to spare. It's going to be close, but I'm beginning to really like his chances here.
He doesn't have a whole lot of time to give to the course. He's got to take as much as he can. Get greedy, Raj. Dig deep. Come on. Ask just a little bit more of yourself. I know we're doing the easy thing up here, just kind of commentating. Looks like he got plenty of water in him on those last 2 laps and some calories, and I'm wondering if he's just ditching and just going to go all in at this point. Nope, he's still got his water bottle with him.
I'm sure that as soon as he can, he's going to toss that water bottle in one of the next garbage cans he sees, and then just from there, just roll.
And it does look like he has picked it up a little bit. I mean, his stride's a little bit bouncier than it had been. Easy for there he goes.
Tap the rail.
Tap it, baby. You only got it one more time.
Looks like we've got a shot of the finish station. We'll see if we can get our eyes back on Raj, though. We do want to follow that. Awesome. Thank you very much, Bryce.
And as much as, we're obviously following Raj right now, he's got that's the hardest turn of the course, is that like slightly greater than 90-degree turn.
Mm-hmm.
You've got to make kind of like a solid turn. And then you get like this really, really, really light downhill right here. And then as he hits the next railing, it starts to go a significant uphill.
Yeah.
And that was, kind of nice because it does help you change up the muscle groups. But right now, all he wants to do is just, lean everything into it. I had some thought going on there. Oh, the thought I was going to finish now is, we're giving Raj a ton of attention right now. Let's not take away from the women's field that is, obviously astounding. We've got 3 incredible women who are crushing it. Ashley Paulson in first place with a 5-mile lead on Lauren Jones, who looks like they kind of crossed the mat together, but 5 miles apart, which is also really fun to do in a race like this. But Lauren Jones in second place at 79 miles herself. Ashley Paulson is at 84.3 miles. And then we have Sierra DeGroff at 75 miles, making her way in. And Megan Eckert is, 7 miles off of that. So Sierra has a comfortable lead in third place right now on that podium. And then Ashley and Lauren are kind of up there. It feels like each of these women have a 5-mile gap essentially on each other. So first and second are 5 miles, second and third are 5 miles. So it really is a matter of maintaining at this point, and those places are pretty solidified.
Yeah. Of course, as Liam said in the chat, Raj, you just got to tap it in. Just tap it in. Sky Point, Carl Weathers. The question is, does he tap the rail on the final lap, or is he too busy with a full arm swing to...
Yeah,
These are the questions that we
these
ask
are the
ourselves
questions we got
after 85 laps.
The deep, hard-hitting questions that we need to know.
Of course, Raj is in a darker spot on the course at this point. Our drone is...
and that black kit, he blends in so well.
Yes, that is true.
And that dark hair.
Of course, he'll be coming out of that darker spot.
So this is an interesting question. He mentioned his shoe choice today. Was it a Mach X2?
Yeah.
The Hoka carbon-plated shoe. And I asked him out there if, hey, you feeling happy about those? And he actually said that he wished he would have gone with something that didn't have a plate in it. I don't know if that's because his body's feeling a little bit more. He does an incredible amount of strength training, very, very, very religious with that, very disciplined with his strength training. So I can't imagine that this is, a new move for him that he hadn't tried, but also being on pavement for that many miles with a carbon-plated shoe, that's a lot of impact for the body to absorb and rebound. So interesting. If he gets it, is it in spite of or because of the carbon-plated shoe? I don't know. We'll find out.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how this plays out.
Go to your home.
Raj making his way towards the finish line, and after this he'll have one more lap. So, and yeah, he's on the stretch over by the.
He's in the back into the course
viaduct,
where you get a little bit of that. It's a little dark. It's sandy. Still slightly downhill at that point.
Mm-hmm. Once he makes this turn, he'll be on the straight stretch leading up to the finish line area. Oh, actually, he's not quite there yet.
Not quite there. He's got to cross the viaduct.
Yep.
Make that one final right-hand turn, and then he's on that straightaway here to the ramp, which is slightly uphill. Until you hit the ramp, it's significantly uphill for, maybe 30 yards.
And for the 84th and 85th times, it's going to be
a mountain.
Uphill.
It's going to be Hope Pass. This is his Hope Pass coming up on the boat ramp.
Yeah, I'm with you, Phil. I think that the carbon, you've got to have a special pain threshold to really utilize those on a hard surface like this for 100 miles. I mean, even after... anything for me personally above 10 to 15 miles in a carbon-plated shoe starts to wear on me. I can't fathom, the amount of pain tolerance that Raj must have in his feet to be able to run in carbon-plated shoes for 100 miles on the surface.
And free outside throughout the question, doesn't a carbon-plated shoe reduce impact? It's actually kind of the opposite. It doesn't reduce impact. It increases your rebound. And part of that increase, it's physics, it's energy transfer. And so every time you take a stride, take a step, your body's absorbing 2 to 3 times the amount of your body weight in sudden impact forces. And as you compress that carbon plate, it's going to rebound. And sometimes that rebound has to go somewhere. He's obviously not shooting forward with, let's just say he's 150 pounds. He's not shooting forward with 450 pounds of force, right? So that has to be absorbed somewhere. And since it's not being absorbed kinetically into the ground as a softer surface, it is concrete. So it's not going anywhere. Your legs will absorb it. So if anyone who has run a marathon or a hard track workout or something longer in a carbon-plated shoe, it absolutely, your lower body, specifically your calf muscles and your posterior tib and your anterior tib, absorb that, and they take the brunt of that. Feet start to ache. It's definitely a choice.
Yeah, those lights on the course are look like they're sensor controlled.
Yeah, I think super shoes definitely have their place, right? I think that there's a place for them. They do, obviously, as we see times crush down. Here we go. coming into the finish line, running right past us.
Raj.
Jamil, you can see him on the bike right there in the left-hand side of your screen hopping on.
The jam cam. Okay, so Raj has roughly 10 minutes and 35 seconds to complete this final lap. He's been doing his last few loops in about a 9-minute range. You can see the jam cam on the bike pedaling
Speeding
like
up there.
mad to catch Raj, and is going to be following him around on this final lap.
This is the victory lap. I think this is kind of like, you know, when you do a track workout where it's like every single interval hurts worse until that last one, you're like, oh, yeah, after this is done.
Yeah.
And you just kind of have that, like, you know, relief is coming. Free outside. I love your opinions on that. I think that research and evidence might show something a little different, but maybe we can agree to disagree on this and have some spirited conversations outside of that. You can see that watch lit up. He's been looking at his times. He's been looking at his splits.
Yeah, he knows.
He knows what's at stake here.
Okay, no rail tap so far.
Oh, come on, give us a tap, buddy. Give us a tap. Tap it in.
I think he's got to keep it going straight at this point, but yeah, the jam cam following alongside Raj Panu as he is on his final lap here at the Jackpot USATF 100-mile championships presented by Mountain Outpost.
Makes that super sharp turn there. Yeah, comments about his upper body looks the same since the first mile. He has, you know, he does a lot of strength training, obviously trains super high mileage, very disciplined in his form. He knows that, you know, speed follows form. If you can keep your form, you're likely to hold on to your speed a little bit longer. And that upper body is so important in, you know, throwing those arms into a good swing. Definitely helps the legs follow along. Opens up the chest a little bit.
Of course, that is an excellent shot of Raj as he is on his final lap here at Jackpot, chasing that 12-hour mark here, looking like he's in pretty good shape. No reason to believe that he can't keep it going. He's been every so often grabbing a leg here and there, but I think we're in good shape in order to see Raj come away with a hefty course record and, as we mentioned, become part of an elite club, the 12-hour 100-milers completed by Americans.
Yeah, not a lot of people have done what he's about to do. I mean, and let's also, to put it into perspective, the course record is still 59 minutes away.
Yeah.
So he's significantly under the course record.
Yeah. The finish line that he is chasing. We'll get back to our follow cam with Raj here. Yeah, Jamil is doing his best to keep up with Raj. We'll see if we can get a visual here in just a second. Okay, so yeah, so Jamil is, okay, we have our visual back. He is on the far side, almost directly across from where we're at right now, so about halfway around.
He gets a little flat here for a hot second, and then there's a dip. It's going to go downhill a little bit. Now that you actually get a camera out there, we can maybe see this a little bit more. But he's going to be dropping downhill here, where he kind of just gets to put it in autopilot for a hot second. before he makes that final turn. Knowing, I mean, he's done this, so many laps now. He knows how this course goes, so he's got the opportunity now to just like prepare himself for that final turn, that final push that goes uphill. I don't think he's leaving anything out on the course. I think he's just going to push it all at this point. Sweet Relief is just 2 turns away, my guy.
You can see, actually, this is a great shot here. You can actually see in the background the lit area is where we're at. He has to finish this lap and come back around to the lit area around on the other side of the lake, where we are anxiously awaiting his finish. He's got
checking the watch. He knows.
Well, you know who else knows is the person that's on the camera with him.
Right.
And Jamil knows the rules and what's allowable and what's not, and will number one do everything he can to let Raj know, without B making sure that he doesn't do anything he's not allowed to do to let Raj know. So
right. There's some pretty strict, tough rules here
Absolutely.
at the USATF championship races. Down to like how the course is set up. You can see all the cones out there is not something you generally see at ultramarathons. Generally it's like pin flags in the ground, but to make it a USATF certified course, we have to have all turns coned off. It is meticulously measured so that the absolute minimum distance you can possibly run on the day is 100 miles. Obviously, every time you pass someone, every time you have to take a wide turn, that's going to increase a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm actually curious to see what his total mileage is for having dodged so many people.
Yeah, for a course that is visible entirely almost from every point possible, it's marked to an unbelievable degree.
Right.
Leaving nothing to chance.
I think there's more markings on this course than there are on the entirety of Hard Rock 100.
I was actually just going to say, as soon as you started to say that, I said, I'm pretty sure I know what he's going to say. And now Raj has actually entered that final turn, and now is on a
straightaway finish, man.
Absolutely.
He knows what's coming up here. And Jilzy, no, Jamil cannot talk to him or encourage him. That would be considered like kind of a pacing role. It's too gray area. We don't want to risk it, obviously.
Yeah, and as somebody who's dealt with the USATF and ratification of many American records and other standards and championships, Jamil is not going to do anything to endanger Raj's race whatsoever.
Right, because at the end of the day, it would come down to Raj not getting what he rightfully deserves. Play it safe. Raj knows. He's got that an eye on that watch. He knows what's happening. He's comfortably going to get in under that 12-hour mark.
Your version of comfortable is different than mine. I think he might like comfortable as in like maybe 90 seconds to spare or thereabouts.
At this point, just knowing where he has to go,
that's fair.
It is very comfortable. Like,
here we go.
He could walk it in at this point.
He's right here.
Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2024 USATF 100-mile champion, Rajpal Pannu. Look at that. Legs just shot. Have a seat. Take a breath, my man. You earned it.
About 11:58. Give or take a second.
And those shoes coming off immediately.
Do we have... Cool. We've got the jam cam. There's BJ, his crew person, and Raj. I'm sure, feeling, a flush of emotions.
Absolutely crushed it out there. Laid it all out there all day long, and went out with intentions. Wasn't able to reach that 119 that he or 11:19 that he wanted, but take that sub 12, man.
Absolutely, an elite company. Let's see if we can get some audio from him at the.
Already getting fan photos there. Jim Barnes getting a photo with him.
Jim Barnes taking away from his lead in the 80-plus category to get a quick photo with him.
I mean, to put it into perspective, Jim Barnes is at mile 41, and Raj Paul just finished 100.
Thank you so much. Hey.
The unofficial time I see is 11:58:01.
Yeah, I mean, so it was an 11:58:01 unofficial time. We are seeing a 99.5 on 99.5 miles on here. The very first lap they did added a half mile.
Yeah, they
because
adjusted.
we know that each lap is just slightly off. So, yeah, that is going to be adjusted. It will reflect his true mileage, which is...
It's showing 100 now, so...
Okay, awesome.
Yeah. If you're looking, the runner tracking says display start.
But Jamil and I did measure it with our wheel yesterday. We went exactly out to where we needed to go, and that starting line finished actually about half a foot behind that, just to make sure, just because we did not want to risk anything.
Yeah, no, this is a great moment for Raj here.
In his first 100-mile race, executing fairly well. I'm sure there's a lot of things he's learned from this, but one thing he can take home from this is a USATF national championship in the 100-mile distance and a course record.
And also, this is redemption for 2021 as well.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he ran with a little bit of chip on his shoulder for part of the day. I know he was a little angry out there in terms of there's no way I'm quitting. There's no way I'm not finishing.
Congratulations to Raj. Just a quick heads up on the women's field. Ashley Paulson currently first on the women's field, short of 87 miles. Lauren Jones in second. Sierra DeGroff in third. Megan Eckert in fourth, and Stephanie Bernoski in fifth. You can see that field on the left-hand side of your screen with the beautiful view of the Las Vegas Strip in the background. In the foreground, you've got our finish line set up here at the Jackpot USATF 100-mile championship. And we'll see if we can get Jamil once Raj is ready and feeling composed.
Caught his breath a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, when you think about it, Raj being followed and filmed by Jamil, that's too much great hair in one spot.
There's a lot of good hair in one spot.
A lot of good hair. We joke and we jest, but that's because we're in awe of what Raj has completed today, and he can still be in bed by a reasonable hour at this pace.
He can get dinner and go to bed and get a full 8 hours of sleep and come back tomorrow morning and watch the start of the 50-miler.
Yeah. Well, and usually what happens here at Jackpot is the morning after the USATF 20 or 100-mile championships, when the other runners start off tomorrow morning for the 24-hour and other events. They generally do the awards ceremony for the men's and women's podium at that time. So tomorrow morning, I'm sure that Raj, after a good night's sleep, will probably going to be some of the best sleep he's had in quite a while.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I always struggle to sleep after a 100-mile race. The legs are just a little twitchy. Body just doesn't want to rest. Mm-hmm. It wants to keep going, and it reminds me of, again, like I told him earlier, that's tomorrow's Raj's problem. It's actually kind of tonight's Raj's problem, because sleep is not going to come very easily.
Did everything else right?
Did everything? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
You can't go wrong there.
Yeah.
Getting a little audio there.
Everything else right there.
Just mentally, I told myself to 50 miles. So I ran the first 50 miles counting down. Being like, I have 49 left, I have 48 left. Once I got to 50, I ran until 69 miles. Because then I had 31 left, so that was a 50K. And then I ran segments. I ran up to 74, so I would count down like 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 74, there's a marathon left, and then 80, and then 90. Then the last 5 miles, I just thought about my dad, my mom, and I kind of just dedicated each loop to them. So that's just kept my sanity. I was getting double vision at one point. So feeling better 5 minutes after this, but it was I was hurt. So not running.
Yeah. You have to be back in school on Tuesday.
I have to be back teaching.
Do they all know that you ran this race?
Actually, I have a coworker here, but I try to keep my running life kind of like on the DL.
Yeah.
Don't try to bring that into the classroom. It's hard enough to teach math as it is.
Teach math to upper school?
I work at a continuation school, so I work with kids who drop out from the traditional school. So, so I work a full-time job, and then that's the reason why I did this race. I just didn't have time to run on trails. I just wanted to give a good road race. So.
Yeah, Raj talking about how working a full-time job, and that's why he chose this one, because he couldn't get out on the trails.
Congratulations.
That makes sense.
Thank you so much, Lynn. Thanks for being here.
It's great to see you out there, and think about that other kid too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep. Neat. Are you getting cold?
I'm fine.
Okay. I'm gonna turn you over to there he is.
Okay.
DJ.
Dude, special shout out to you for hosting this, man. Seriously.
You got it, man.
Thank you so much, man. Thanks for trying to grow this too. So.
Yeah.
You'll get there. Take some time. Like, seriously, dude, you make it impact. So great.
We've got a shot of the finish line here. As we mentioned, Raj Paul Panu has become just the 4th American man to break 12 hours in the 100-mile, doing so just under the gun at unofficial time that we have is 11:58:01 here at the USATF 100-mile championships as part of the Jackpot Ultra Running Festival. Congratulations to Raj. We are we had some audio there. We'll see if we can get that cleaned up, but Jamil Curry is over there with him. I believe that Zach has stepped away from the booth to congratulate him.
I'd love to run this faster.
Yeah.
I ran 5 hours flat 2 weeks after Javelina, so it's like I know I could do something.
Yeah. I mean, this is your first 100-miler?
This is my first completed one. I DNF'd my first one.
What about it? Oh, what is it?
Here 3 years ago.
Oh, you were here before.
Yeah.
Got
I was
it.
here
Okay.
3 years ago.
Yeah.
I just didn't know the
Was that the heat one? Like when it was in April or
Yeah, it was
something?
in
Oh,
April.
okay. Yeah.
You are my dude. Hey.
Well earned.
Let's go, good job.
Dude, I appreciate it.
Yeah, it was a pleasure to be able to chat with you out there.
Yeah.
Like, catch you at the aid station was awesome. And
Even just mentally, man.
awesome, dude.
Yeah. Thank
Dude,
you so much, Zach.
You did it, man.
I did it.
Pride of Denver right here.
That's right.
Not Boulder, Denver.
Denver.
Yeah.
I did not say Boulder
Yeah.
for a reason, my man. Was that like just a few Wash Park loops right there?
Yeah, that's how I imagined it, man.
Okay, so we got to ask. People were asking in the chat, what was the tapping on the railing as you were going by? A lot of people noticed it.
I tried to distract myself in every which way possible. I mean, mile 80 to the 90, I was thinking about aliens. Like I was just thinking about aliens.
Anything you can do, right?
Anything that I could do.
Yeah.
So it got weird, man. It got weird.
It's supposed to.
Yeah.
You got to go to some weird places to do this stuff.
yeah.
So when you were making your last couple laps, were you taking an eye on the time, knowing
I was
you were
doing
close,
I was
or?
doing miles and then laps, and then like the last like 6, 7 miles, I just started counting laps, so I just envisioned it as laps.
Nice.
And then I was just thinking about, you know, my mom, my dad. I was dedicating to release.
Yes, dude.
Got me to just, you know, stay grounded and not lose focus. That's how I gained my focus. I steered away from alien conspiracy theories, and I was just thinking about, you know, the people in my life. So
Getting here to this point. And
yeah.
Were you knowing you were that close to the sub 12-hour goal, or were you just, hey, I'm going all in and seeing what happens, like whatever it is, it is?
Yeah, I knew it. I was doing the math. I thought my watch says like 102 or 101 and some change.
Yeah.
So I thought I was trying to go sub 1150. But I mean, I'm so glad to be sub 12. So
Right.
yeah.
That's interesting. Not very many people have ever gone sub 12 on a 100-mile distance.
Yeah.
You are one of a handful, less than a handful.
I appreciate that, man.
Dude, that's stellar, man.
Yeah.
Super proud of you.
Thank you so much. So, dude, we got to get together, man.
Yeah.
It might not be running.
Now that you slow down when you're in recovery, I can totally keep up with you.
Okay.
Let's get the Katie's together. Go grab a drink, man. Celebrate.
Absolutely.
Such a phenomenal race. How'd you feel about the shoe selection?
Something about wearing carbon plated shoes irritated my plantar. Like early on, like mile 18.
You were feeling it.
Yeah, I was like feeling it. I had to like stop and stretch my calves.
Out on the pole over on that end.
Yeah.
We saw that.
Yeah, that's when it happened first. So it just tightened up. I don't like.
That's fair.
Yeah.
We had a lively discussion about carbon plated shoes in the chat on the live feed about like, are they beneficial for this? Are they not?
Yeah.
Because, you know, it depends on how your body can handle it.
Yeah.
Yeah, everyone was curious.
I might have to. I actually don't want to think about running, but
No.
if I happen to run anytime soon, I'll have to change my shoes. So think of something different.
Yeah, man. It's a phenomenal race. We were happy to see you all day. You got a lot of love in the chat, not only for your performance, but for your hair was one of them as well. Best hair in the game.
Well, I appreciate you guys. I don't know how you. I don't know how you keep a conversation for 12 hours, man. So.
We don't know how you run that fast in 12 hours, so feelings mutual.
Can we get you anything else now, or do you want to get some layers maybe or something?
Soup?
Chili?
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you so much. Huh?
Vegan or
You fine. Yeah, thank you.
do you have a jacket? Your body's going to be just offloading tons of heat for the next little bit. You want to throw a jacket on?
I don't mean anything.
Dude,
It's all good.
No, get a jacket on,
Do you
man.
think it'll be beneficial?
You're going to freeze in about
I'll go.
10 minutes. You're going to be frozen. Yeah, your body's just in that,
Now you got 10 to go, man.
dumping
Let's go,
heat.
baby. Let's go.
And it's going to keep doing that for like another hour. So you're going to like start to get the chills.
I can go grab your stuff from the car if you want. There, and I can get you warm.
I didn't bring anything back.
I saw that in the car. I'll let you rock my stuff.
Okay.
Guys, congratulations.
Hey, thank you so much. Yes.
For being out here.
I appreciate you. Yeah. Hey, Jake.
Amazing race.
My God. I don't know how you do it. I even told you, I'm like, I don't know how you do this, so.
Like I said, you just do it.
Yeah.
Do it. Great job, dude.
Thank you. Cheers, buddy.
What are you feeling with out there on this race?
Scratch, goo, Stroop waffles to change things up.
Yeah.
Took salt taps. Yeah, that's what I did. Seemed to be just fine for me.
The fact that you can consider eating chili sitting at the finish line blows my mind. I can't eat for like a day after running.
Yeah. I just need something warm, you know?
Yeah. We can also get some coffee for you, some hot chocolate, something like that if
Okay.
that's easier.
I appreciate you, man. Thank you.
Yeah, of course, man.
Dude,
Are you guys here for like another
he was
36
eating
hours?
chili.
Pretty much, yeah.
That's insane.
I think the race officially ends Sunday at 2 p.m. It's Friday night.
Well, I love the show, don't get me wrong, but
Our own ultra of sorts.
Oh yeah.
This is just training me for big days in the mountains.
Yeah. How's your running going?
It's going all right, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, getting excited to get back into it. Mountain season can't come soon enough.
Are you planning on doing speed goat?
No.
No.
actually, I'm gonna go grab some.
I haven't decided what races yet.
Yeah.
Got a marathon next weekend to
Yeah.
play around with, and then
Where are you running the marathon?
Ventura.
Oh, SoCal?
Yeah.
No.
Get out there, do some nice little light downhill course for the back half, so see what happens. Like, training was going well until this guy hired me, and then it's all hands on deck.
Well, not a bad gig. So
Yeah, no, I love it. Absolutely love it.
how'd you survive the Denver winters? Like,
I'm not afraid to run on a treadmill. It doesn't
Yeah.
bother me. But also, like, Denver's nice in that if it does snow, it clears out pretty quickly.
yeah,
And there's like a few small hacks you can do. Like, I'll usually get a pair of shoes every year that I'll screw some hardware screws into, like some drywall screws that have just like a little bit of like 2 millimeters of lip to them.
yeah.
So it grips the ice and the snow, and you can run on the road no problem. Like, you never slip, never worry about it. It's like, if you bundle up right running outside, it's not a bad gig. So
Man, okay.
we'll get you dialed in. We'll
Yeah,
get you dialed in
yeah,
for,
yeah.
Are you new to that area?
I've been here for 4 years. Or
Oh,
here
okay.
for 4 years. Yeah. I'm still just trying to figure out how to manage winters. You know.
yeah, it's fair. It's fair. That's when I do most of my road running is winter.
Yeah.
So, what do you do full time for work?
Dude, I teach at a continuation school, so I teach math.
That's what I thought.
Yeah. So I still try to figure out how to run while doing that gig.
Right.
'Cause it's like you can't just like dip in the middle of work and go for a run.
Right.
You know?
There's no afternoon runs there.
Yeah.
Right.
So
Yeah, no, that was something that got brought up today as well. Like, we all know that you work full time and do this,
yeah.
a professional athlete life, and some comments made about your Strava mileage. Like, how do you do high mileage while working full time? Do you just get it in terms of like after work?
Get it in after work. I run sometimes on my lunch break. Come back. I have to like just sneak out a little bit.
Yeah.
You know. I live a double life. A lot of my kids don't know that I do it. So.
They only knew that you were your own version of Superman out here.
But I mean, it's rewarding, but it's challenging. And dude, to be honest, more times than not, I'm just like, damn, I gotta go for a run. Like that's just how it feels. Like in training, I'd say like 80% of the time.
Yeah. Like, damn, I got to go for it. Is it a good thing or bad thing or like stressful?
In a like knock it out and then feel good after. But
Yeah.
But I mean, the act of running like on my own terms and not training, it's great. It's fun. It's enjoyable. But when you're like week 7 and it's like, damn, I gotta like do this again. Like,
Deep into your pulling your doubles.
yeah.
Yeah.
So, but that's what I tell people. It's like, I'd say it's more fulfilling than enjoyable. You know.
That's a great way to look at it. I never considered that.
Yeah. But I mean, I'm still trying to figure out that relationship, man.
It takes time. You'll nail it. I mean, obviously you're doing something right. I mean, look what you did here, man. I think world record by almost an hour.
Yeah, well, I appreciate that, man.
A phenomenal first 100-mile race.
Yeah.
Like, stellar, man.
We'll figure it out, man. Hopefully I'll get it.
When you do, the world will be on notice. When you can figure that out, that's gonna be scary.
I think when I do it, the world will be like,
boys.
the hell's 100 miles? So, maybe that thing is the metric.
Good job, crew. Thank you.
Oh, that's awesome.
Well, once again, congratulations to Raj Panu, the winner of the 2024 USATF 100-mile championships here at Jackpot Ultras. I'm Chris Warden, giving you a shot. Thank you very much to the drone pilots and to Bryce for catching this one. Oh, beautiful shot of... So the big shining light was actually the Resorts World building. The sphere is actually a little bit lower to the ground. You can see the sphere in between the Palazzo and the Wynn, with the Trump building right behind that. Resorts World off to the far right. You know, the sphere definitely has a striking visual. Our next runners that we expect to cross the finish line, it could be Ashley Paulson. It could be Jonah Backstrom. We're not quite sure yet. They're very close together. On the women's side, Ashley Paulson is currently in the lead, about 11 miles to go. A little bit less than that. Lauren Jones in second, about 85 miles in, so just about a little bit less than 15 to go. And Sierra DeGroff in third place, the 2023 USATF Jackpot 100-mile winner, currently sits in third. Megan Eckert in fourth. Stephanie Bernosky in fifth. Amy Maurer has moved up to sixth. Becca Lindgren in seventh. Charlotte Gilbert in eighth. Mandy Miller in ninth. And Eileen Bloom, a name that is new to our leaderboard, currently sitting in 10th. On the men's side, as we mentioned, Raj Paul Panu has completed the race in 11:58:01, just the third American male to break 12 hours in the 100-mile. Congratulations to Raj. Jonah Backstrom in second, currently right now. Basically, a few steps, about a minute behind Ashley from the looks of things, so about 11 miles to go. Jake Jackson has actually moved up to third, past fourth place Jeremy Brooks. Jake Jackson doing his third ultramarathon in the last week, having done the Black Canyon 100K and 60K on last Saturday and Sunday, giving himself a few days rest, driving back home to California, and then heading back here to Las Vegas, and currently in a podium position for Jackpot for his third ultra of the weekend, or of the week. It's absolutely amazing. Jeremy Brooks in fourth, as we mentioned. Nick Iben in fifth. Wyatt Hockmeyer has moved up to sixth. Wyatt has made a significant gain in ground on the field. Andrew Glaze alongside him. I guess technically Andrew and Wyatt are probably running together at this point. In sixth and seventh, Sean Sissel in eighth. Walter Orwin in ninth, and Mike Kostka in 10th. Further down the leaderboard, names that you might be familiar with. Eric Clifton, ultra running legend, is currently in 14th place, about 57.5 miles in. And I know that several people are keeping track of our Octogenarian group here, as we just saw Ashley Paulson and Nick Iben across the start line area. So we have 6 men in the 80-plus category, led by Jim Barnes, who I have to admit kind of cracked me up when he asked Raj for a selfie maybe 4 or 5 minutes after Raj had finished his 100-miler. Didn't even give him much time to recover, but Jim Barnes currently leading the 80-plus. He's 85. And moving along faster than any other octogenarian out there. Jim Barnes in first in that category, Ed Rousseau in second, David Blaylock in third, Martin Fritzhand in fourth, Ian Madison in fifth, and Todd Lee in sixth. That's Jonah Backstrom right there. Current second place male, third overall. course, we've got runners in several different distances here. I see Hector Rodriguez right there. He's not racing. We'll have to see if we can possibly have him swing by for a chat. Hector Rodriguez, one of the more enthusiastic members of the running community coming out of San Diego. Another familiar face who is not racing in the USATF 100 mile is coming across your screen right now. That is Ed the Jester Eddinghausen. Ed is competing in the 48-hour event here at Jackpot. I believe last I checked, Ed was third in that race right now, and has actually, well, he's moved up to second. Obviously, those 48-hour runners are barely a quarter of the way through their race, so a lot can happen. But actually, Ed is only about 8 minutes back of first place at this point, so has been steadily plugging away. I remember my first time seeing Ed race and watching him and thinking, I got to see what makes this guy tick. And so it was at the Hotfoot Hamster race in Phoenix, Arizona, I believe in 2017. And I watched him and I tried to keep with him, and I had no problem keeping with him. And I got to the point where I almost got bored with the idea, so I started to go ahead of him and kept moving forward and ended up lapping him a couple times. Now that's a 500-meter track, so it's quite short. It's compared to this, even it's much shorter. And I was feeling great about myself, but then as the day went on, I started to wear, and Ed just kept going, and I knew I was cooked. And finished third behind Ed, who finished first that day, when I realized that Ed was walking a 14-minute mile while eating a bowl of chili. Ed, the Jester Eddinghausen, in the 48-hour here, definitely a guy who is able to keep it going for the entirety of a race. Absolutely amazing. You may think that you're trying to beat Ed, but I don't like your chances. Josie, the man that's trying to beat the 50 to 54 age group record is Jonah Backstrom. We've talked at length about that, and having spoken with Jonah before the race, he mentioned that his goal was to beat that record, and he's going to need to beat a 14:44 in that case. The last 2 years, Jonah has run a 14:10 and 14:11 at this race. Pretty soon, we'll have to start calculating where Jonah is looking to be. We'll start to calculate both Jonah and Ashley Paulson's potential finish times here, each of them being about 10 miles out. 12:12:41 with 12:23:48 with about 10.5 miles to go. So you're talking 2 hours, 20 minutes for 10 miles. Jonah is well under current national age group record pace, and we'll definitely be following that. On the women's side, Ashley Paulson, again, right there, give or take a few steps from Jonah. If she is able to finish under 15 hours, that would be a significant PR for her as well. Actually, check that. Her PR was 14:37 at across the years. So she still could be tracking to that point. Yeah, people in the chat are impressed by Ed the Jester Eddinghausen's ability to eat chili while running or walking a 10:30 mile. Well, first of all, a couple things about that. Number one, Ed is very tall. He's probably about 6'5", and his stride is absolutely bonkers. His walking stride, he's able to walk well under a 13:30 mark. He can probably walk at about an 11-minute mark on a flat course, maybe 10. And he's also just so experienced at this format. You know, one of the few people in this sport who have run over 100 milers. But it's still something to behold to watch that man dressed as he does for events, eating chili and still moving really quickly. I also saw that Ed brought his buckle collection. Ed keeps his whole buckle collection with him at races, and has a key ring that holds all of his belt buckles. And given the fact that he's finished something in the realm of 150, 160 or more 100 milers, it's a very heavy keychain. We're back, joined by Zach Marion here at the Jackpot USATF 100-mile championships. Looked like you and Jamil had a good time talking to Raj Panu, our overall champion here, and one of the proud sub 1,200 milers.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it quite has sunk in exactly what he did. I mean, he had that goal of 11:19 coming into this. Knew that it would be a stretch to get there. That, you know, that's obviously the A goal, the stretch goal. But he said he was keeping an eye on it and eyeing that sub 12 as that B goal, and he absolutely nailed that. You know, dedicated the last handful of laps to, you know, his parents, friends, family, trying to keep himself busy. You know, honestly, one of the just kindest. I walked him out of here to his car and chatted with him a bit, and I mean, every handful of feet he was getting, you know, congratulations, and would literally stop and turn to whoever said congratulations and would thank them personally and appreciate, you know, recognize, oh, hey, thank you so much for coming out here. This is awesome. Thank you so much. I appreciate your support. He was just being very sincere and genuine in his appreciation for everyone. And just a, you know, stand-up dude. There's not many better than him.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, I my first chance to really see him was when he joined us on our preview interviews at Haviland 100, and it was very engaging, very gregarious. You could tell that he was enjoying himself in the days leading up to the race, and of course when he got out onto the course and set a course record, you know, left nothing to chance there. So, you know, kudos to Raj. He's been having a great run of it the last few months between at Haviland 100, the 100K course record, an amazing run at Tunnel Hill, even though it did not win the race. It was one of the fastest 50 milers I've ever seen, you know, in recent memory, with a 5:02, and then of course his first 100-mile finish here at Jackpot in, you know, just under 12 hours. Absolutely fantastic job by Raj. A great stretch run that he's been on lately.
Yeah, and, you know, speaking of fantastic performances, we have Ashley Paulson, who's moved into second overall, and, you know, overtook Jonah Backstrom by a couple minutes there. You know, again, it's mile 90. It's that idea of, you can, speaking of, there she is coming across your screen right now. It is that kind of like, you know, it's almost over.
Yeah.
And there's a very big difference. Once you hit the single digits, there's just something mentally that switches, and you're just like, okay, this is a Tuesday afternoon run. This is a shakeout run. This is a recovery run. It's no longer, you know, that double-digit run that feels a little more daunting.
Yeah, I do love his social media handle, Lightning Raj. That's an aptonym right there.
Yeah, absolutely. Gonna have to name my Strava today after being on the same course as him, riding the Lightning.
Nice.
Love it.
The main shot is of the finish line cam here at Jackpot. The lower inset shot is runners leaving the aid station area, entering the pit row. As we mentioned, runners are out there as part of all different distances. One of the people we just saw go by, I just now realized, was our current 8th place woman, Charlotte Gilbert. And for those who are now just recently tuning in, Charlotte Gilbert is running her, looking to finish her first 100-mile race at the age of 72. And moving very well, just short of 55 miles at this point, 12 and a half hours in. So she could be looking at a sub 24-hour finish if she's able to keep fairly close to an even split. Pretty amazing. Runners from the 48-hour, 12-hour, 6-hour, 100-mile USATF Championship and the short course are here on the course right now coming through. That is your current second-place male, Jonah Backstrom. To verify who that was, you can see our drone landing in the background. I have to admit, I think it's kind of cool to see the drones as they go back behind our tent. It's almost like a... I don't know. I think it looks really cool.
Yeah, we do it all here, man.
Yeah?
Everything's going on back here. Yeah, Jim Rooney out there with Raj Paul is an incredible athlete and incredible human. You are absolutely correct. He deserves a lot of love and respect for what he's done here. Again, only 3 people have ever gone under 12. 3 Americans have ever gone under 12. This isn't the easiest, of course, to do it on either. And he was able to pull that off. But we've got a number of other amazing athletes out here. Our Octogenarians are just going to be moving all throughout the night. And we've got a number of other athletes going for the 50-plus record. Tomorrow we're going to have some incredible athletes pushing the 50-miler, which is going to be a lot of fun. And one of the things that we are looking to do is, if y'all want, we're going to have Raj on the feed tomorrow here in the studio. Our goal is to bring you the 80-mile finisher here, and we're gonna do that live. But we're also gonna have Raj come in here and have a little interview with him, and hopefully get Ashley Paulson in here as well.
They can have my seat.
Yeah, I'd happily chat with them. I know both of them personally and have a great relationship with them, and they're both just great human beings. So, something for y'all to look forward to. We will have our men's and women's, I can say projected women's winner here. Race isn't over, and I don't want to discount anything yet or hatch any, put all my eggs in one basket. But we will have our men's and women's winner. Speaking of fantastic women, we've got Sierra DeGraff coming through here. That bright blue shirt is just awesome to be able to spot that at night. Yeah, I told Raj he needs to not wear black kits at night. Like we need something. We need to put some glow sticks on him or something next time. Yeah, and there was also a 62-year-old female in the top 10. Going to be great. So y'all will get to see some of Raj's humility and his affability here on the live stream, as well as our women's winner, which at this current point is projected to be, the ever strong and someone I will never count out of a race, Ashley Paulson. In fact, Raj did say at one point he was kind of worried that she was going to start moving up on him and catching him. No, I was like the time in 22 when you first came out from the live stream. Yeah. The shiny jacket cowboy guy. It's the spirit jackpot. You should go just like walk your way through the. Yeah, I'm gonna walk through. See the comments. There it is.
Yeah, Alan, that's correct. F8 is 72. F9 is currently 62. And what's crazier about F8 is that this is her, looking to be her debut 100-miler finish.
A lot of success to the debut 100-mile finishes.
Yeah. I think that part of that is, in some cases you just don't know what you don't know. You don't know if you're supposed to be hurting. You don't know if you're... so you just keep on going. I've talked with, I believe, I think it was Bob Hearn that conveyed that to me, that sometimes, when you're doing a discipline or a distance for the first time, you don't know what's supposed to stop you or what's supposed to hurt you, so you just end up working and pushing through it.
Yeah, there's that naivete that you don't know what to expect. And so you just kind of grind through. And when it gets crappy, you're just kind of like, well, I guess this is just what it's supposed to be. And you brace yourself for it. And, likewise, when it's good, you're just completely astonished at how good things feel. And as you ride that roller coaster, you just have no idea. So it's just eyes forward, all in, just keep pushing. I think back to my first couple 100-mile finishes, and it was the same thing. It was like, I guess this is what it's supposed to be like. And you just keep rolling. You throw up, and you're like, yeah, I guess this happens, and happens to everybody. And then you just keep rolling, and then eventually you're like, in your head, like, oh man, is this what I have to do every single time?
Yeah.
And I remember hearing, one of my favorite conversations and things that sticks in my head, and it rings true to me now. In my later years in the sport, but Scott Jurek was kind of quoted. Someone asked him, why are you not doing this anymore? And you just kind of left out of nowhere. And he basically, and this is not verbatim, but the message was, I know what it takes to dig that deep, to be able to perform that well, and I just don't have it in me to do that anymore. There's not the desire to go deep like I know I need to do as well as I want to. And I think once you know what you have to do, sometimes it gets a little scary.
Okay, I'm trying to clarify here with regard to the 50 to 54, and this was my concern. The ATRA website, I'm not comfortable with confirming that they are up to date, because their current note is that the 100-mile national record is 14:44:21, held by Bob Hearn and established in early 2020. But I remember Olivier LeBlanc running a 14 flat at Desert Solstice a couple years ago. So I'm going to actually reach out to some of the experts that I know and see if I can find out what they use as their resource to confirm. This is
Ashley Paulson again coming across your screen. She's got the bucked up T-shirt, which is the what's that like? I don't know what animal it is, but there's some antlers on there. I'm losing it.
Bob Hearn, if you happen to be watching, I know you might be, but I'm going to send you a message anyway, shoot you a text, and see what you use as your resource to confirm national age group records, because if there's anybody who would know, it would be you. I trust you more than just about anybody. So.
So for those of you that are still on, don't go anywhere. We are still tracking Ashley Paulson as she is making her way loop after loop after loop. She's got about 8 miles left to go. And we should anticipate seeing her finish in just about an hour 15, I would assume. So keep on. I promise we're going to try our best to bring you a, up-to-date information throughout the rest of the field. But right now, it's pretty much Ashley Paulson running the show. In second place overall, first female, she hit 91.3 miles in 12:43. So she's cooking. She's doing a great job. And let's see what that is. Where that lies in comparison to the women's course record here.
The women's course record is 12:41.
12:41
with Camille Herron back in 20.
I think that sounds safe. I think that's safe.
Yeah, that's,
unless Ashley pulls off some phenomenal splits, that is safe.
Yeah, 12:41.10 was Camille's time here
That's
in
what I thought.
2022.
Yeah, so she's got that. Camille's that's going to stand. Camille's top 2 times here, I believe, will stand. But Ashley Paulson putting down an incredible performance. She will not be in striking distance of the course record. We can safely say that, but doesn't mean she's not going to take down second place and the first female. So she will end up with a USATF 100-mile championship result here if she can keep the train moving for the next 7.5-ish miles.
Some notable women's results that we'll probably be comparing her against behind Camille's 12:41.10 in 2022. That podium that year was absolutely smoking. The 3 fastest times in Jackpot USATF history all came from the 2022 race, and that was Camille Herron, Nicole Monette at 14:01.55. and Stephanie Flippin in 14:34.50. The prior year were the next 3 fastest. Stephanie Flippin at 14:35, Camille Herron at 14:42, and Micah Morgan at 14:44. So
incredible.
Yeah, those that 2021-22 stretch was pretty amazing. Other numbers. Sierra DeGroff's time from last year ranked 9th all time. From the looks of things, the women are going to push the top 10 for this race history down under the 16-hour mark substantially, possibly down to the 15:30 mark. Marissa Lysak has a pair of numbers there, and between Sierra and Micah. On the men's side, Raj's number, of course, is going to take over number 1 all time. It's going to be interesting to see if Jonah can eclipse his 2022-23 numbers, which are about a minute apart from the last 2 years at 14:10 and 14:11. And yeah, I'm trying to gather some confirmation and confidence in the age group American records, because the initial source I was looking at, I'm not feeling like it's been updated properly. And if that is the case, I hope Jonah's got some extra gas in the tank here for that chase.
Yeah, we've got a lot of races within the race.
Yeah.
So it is exciting to watch. All right, for those of you that are still with us, we got 167 people watching right now. I'm assuming y'all are here not only for the sweet, dulcet sounds of Chris Warden and myself, Zach Marion, here in the booth, at the USATF 100-mile national championship in Henderson, Nevada at the Jackpot Ultras. But you're here to watch Ashley Paulson do something pretty awesome. That is our women's leader. If you were here previously, then obviously you got to see the ever fantastic and beautiful flowing locks of Rajpal Panu coming in an incredible 11:58 on his first 100-mile finish. He came out here last year and attempted the 100-miler, did not get it done, called it a day, but absolutely came back with some vengeance and a little chip on his shoulder and earned a new story to how the Jackpot Ultras played out in an incredible course record here by almost an hour for the men. Fantastic. But we do have Ashley Paulson coming in here in not too long, so stay tuned. Let us know, where are you coming in from? Where are you guys watching at? We always hope that this is an international stream, so let me know, where are you guys coming from? You can see Sierra DeGroff coming in there with the bright shorts and bright top, just doing her thing lap after lap after lap. North Dakota, eh? We appreciate you coming in. New Hampshire, Placerville, California. Eva Belt, that is hollowed ground. You live on hollowed ground. We've got Gary M from AZ, up and Adam from St. George, Utah, home of Hayden Hawks, and also our women's first place, Ashley Paulson from St. George, Utah. We've got more Phoenix. Such amazing. All of you guys are fantastic. All of you are amazing. We love all of you. Thank you for supporting us here at the Mountain Outpost. We are bringing you the best live streams in the game. We're at everything we can get our hands on. We are trying to bring you some of these amazing events. I mean, Jackpot Ultras is not the largest ultra marathon out there, and it doesn't carry the biggest name cachet, but we just witnessed history in Rajpal Panu coming in under 12 hours for a 100-mile distance. He is one of 3 Americans to have ever done so. So, I mean, that is absolutely amazing. We got Jake Jackson right there. So, yeah, I mean, we chose this race for a reason. It holds a space in the sport that is uniquely different from all of our wonderful point-to-point trail races that are beautiful and fun and cool, and we get to see them from all over the place. You get to see some beautiful scenery. This one might not be as majestic, but it's got some importance here in the sport. So thank you all so much for joining us. Yeah, we had Black Canyon last week. If you want to subscribe and hop on for our future events so you're notified of those, we will be doing the Big Alta next weekend in teaming up with Free Trail and Daybreak Racing to bring the inaugural year of the Big Alta, which is in Dylan Bowman's backyard. Wonderful advocate for the sport and professional athlete himself. Yeah, we're definitely going to be out there, and we're going to see some beautiful views. And then again, we'll follow that same team, Free Trail and Daybreak Racing, out to Gorge Waterfalls for the 50K and 100K. That will be a whole weekend. That will be a Saturday, Sunday affair. You'll have me out there as well, so please don't get sick of my voice just yet. We've got some Los Angeles, California. We've got Roseville, California. Some from Montana, but living in North Dakota. I mean, you can count both, right? That's dual citizenship. So if you have not subscribed yet, subscribe to the Mountain Outpost, bringing you the best live streams and the best content here in the sport. We've got a lot of things queued up for this year that we'll be rolling out, and we'll be making sure it adds to the value of the community here, the ultra trail running community. So if you have not hit it yet, subscribe, follow us for all the great races and all the great streams. Plus, you get a little bit more of AJW and Chris Warden, potentially Jamil Khoury and myself hopping on from time to time. Yeah, Jim Rooney giving it out to Jake Jackson right now, giving him all the props. What a legend, right? Like, just last weekend did the Black Canyon 100-mile challenge, which is running the 100K on Saturday and then the 60K on Sunday. And just, I mean, he did well. He got second place in the challenge and then told us that he was not going to show up here. And by golly, what did he do? He showed up here and is just absolutely crushing it.
We married now?
Gabriel Cruz coming in from North Las Vegas. Come on, just come on down here and say hi. We love it so much better in person. Let's check in and see where we are with Mrs. Ashley Paulson out there running. She's at 92 miles, 12:43. I imagine she's should have passed that. We should have another update on her. Oh, there she is on your screen. Look at that. We'll see that update here shortly. Roy Quinn running Copper Corridor 50K next weekend. Oh, yeah, we got to play. Rachel Church chiming in with Shad, one of our amazing volunteers who's been helping us with these live streams. He had to drive all the way to North Dakota from Phoenix to drop off his puppy. I told him my partner Katie got to hang out with his puppy Vishla for a while and just absolutely fell in love. Rosie, my dog, loved having her in the trailer at Black Canyon. I was like, dude, you don't have to drive all the way to North Dakota. Or South Dakota. You can just drop her off in Denver. I promise you, Katie would love to babysit. But he ended up going to North Dakota. So, Rachel, I hope you're enjoying Nari out there. And we would have loved to have had her. But Shad's got work to do. He is out here, for once, not holding a camera, but getting laps in here at...
He withdrew.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
no.
He had some
Chris, I put you in charge
issues.
for a few hours, and now Shad's no longer running.
You had
I don't know
one
what's
job.
happening.
All right. So I wanted to confirm some things before we went live with them, and I'm going off of the USATF LDR Records website, and one of the marks that we were talking about people chasing here is the 100-mile men's age group 50 to 54 record, according to that website. And this is what I'm going with. It's currently held by Bob Hearn, who is, and that number is 144421. That number is currently under assault by not one but two guys potentially. Although Jeremy Brooks has fallen off on the clip, so I retract that. By Jonah Backstrom, rather. Jonah has maybe about 7 miles to go. Currently just shy of the 13-hour mark, so Jonah has to cover 7 miles in an hour 45. And given the fact that even I can do that at this point, I think that Jonah Backstrom, assuming he stays in the course and stays moving, is going to be potentially taking home a new American age group record. So we'll be keeping close tabs on that. Let's see if so the 85. Okay, interestingly enough, the 85 to 89 U.S. men's record is 39 hours even, 39 hours and 4 seconds, and was just recently ratified by Jimmy Barnes, and that was at the Endless Mile in Alabama last year. We do have, of our 80 plus, we've kind of grouped them all into one group when talking about them, but one of them is 85 years old, and that would be Jim Barnes. And Jim Barnes, by virtue of that, is looking at potentially taking home a U.S. Age group record in the 100 mile when all is said and done. So yeah, we've got on the men's side a couple of records that are, under genuine threat at this point. On the women's side, I'll see if we can eyeball the possibility of any of those Masters numbers coming down. I know one of the numbers we talked about possibly with her debut debut 100 mile performance. One of our top 10 women right now, Charlotte Gilbert, was for a while looking like she might be on pace to challenge the 70 to 74 age group 100 mile record, which is currently 23 hours, 29 minutes. And that record has been around for over 30 years. It's one of the longest standing numbers in American 100 mile record keeping. But we'll see if I don't like her chances at this point, but if she can get a finish here, and she's got time. She's potentially got time to take that mark down in the future. At the ripe young age of 72, running her, looking for her first 100 mile finish. It looks like the Jonah Backstrom fan club has awoken in the chat. Glad to see you here. I spoke with Jonah this morning and had a great little conversation talking with him. He felt good coming in. He had a bit of looked like maybe a pause about halfway through, but whatever it was, it looks like he's overcome it to this point, because he is now just a handful of miles and a handful of laps from finishing his third straight Jackpot Ultra USATF 100 mile championship, and this time looking like he is in a safe second place position. Obviously, Rajpal Panu putting down an unbelievable 11 hour 58 minute 1 second finish. Jonah looking to finish in under 14:40, but I think that he's going to beat that with time to spare. He might actually hit his own PR for this course, which is currently about 14:10. And knowing Jonah and seeing him run here the last 2 years, it wouldn't shock me to see him come in almost exactly matching his last two efforts, which were 55 seconds apart.
That's consistency if I've ever heard it.
Absolutely. I could see him coming in right in the middle there.
Just split the difference at this point.
Absolutely. So we'll look for Jonah to come in at about a 14:10:40 maybe. That would be almost exactly in the middle of his two most recent events here at Jackpot. But yeah, we've still got one of the nice things about this year's race is that we've still got most of the field. We started with 46, and we've still got 40 remaining, including all of our octogenarians, which should be a source of inspiration for everybody out there. If you're within the sound of our voices, there's no reason why you can't get out there and get it done, because these guys are.
Yeah, absolutely. And, makes me feel like just when I thought my career was ending, I still got a whole career left.
Yeah.
A few of those octogenarians started in their early 40s, mid 40s.
Yep.
Imagine they started doing this, and the number of results between the 8 of them, I would just be incredibly, I would love to add them all up and see what how many finish lines collectively they have crossed over the years. How many Western states have been on there? The classics, the Vermonts, the Wasatches, the Western states, the American River, the AR-50s, so many incredible finish lines. And I'm sure they've seen so many incredible athletes in their day, and just not even to mention how the sport's changed.
Oh, yeah.
In the last 30 years.
They went from having to open their cans of Coke the day before to make sure that they had their nutrition.
Right.
And nowadays it's packets of gels and tablets that go in into their water bottles.
They were using old tire tubes to wrap bottles, glass Gatorade bottles around their hands, full of powdered potatoes, and getting it done.
One of the things that I didn't realize, Zach, and this was my naivete, and one of the cool things about broadcasting with AJW is that he is one of those guys. Even though he is kind of young to be in their group, but he's been around the sport for well over a quarter century. Talking about the fact, and something you don't think about, hydration packs are a relatively new phenomenon when you talk about running ultra long distances. It used to be, handhelds, one in each hand, and hold on for dear life.
Handhelds. Occasionally, you could whip together, if you knew someone who could sew really well, you could whip together a waist pack that would carry a bottle,
or maybe an old school fanny pack or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of like that's what you were dealing with back then. And also, think about headlights, torches, headlamps.
Yeah.
Imagine carrying around 4D batteries per light, and you only get 4 hours out of it. Yeah, I mean, it's a whole different ball game.
Yeah, up and Adam. You used to have to make your own flota. It was a really rough time in these ultra runners' lives.
It was a challenge in the sport back then. Back in my day. Which I can't say a whole lot. I started my ultra running career in I think 2011 was my first ultra.
Mm-hmm.
And I do remember going out there with headlamps and making sure you had an extra pack of batteries with you in your pack, because undoubtedly they would last 4 to 6 hours. You were man, if you were breaking 200 lumens, you were lighting up the canyon. And now you got the Kagalas, which are a bajillion lumens, and I use the Ultraspire waist lamp that batteries can last an entire night on high.
Oh yeah.
And I've got an entire waist lamp dedicated to this, and so brands are really putting in the time and money to invest in the sport, invest in things that are making it easier. Now, is that why times are falling as much as they are and course records are falling like they are? It seems like every year
because they're not carrying heavy batteries.
Yeah, I mean, I'm so much more impressed with anyone who finished Wasatch in Wasatch or Western States or Vermont, any of those ones. I'm so much more impressed with anyone who finished it in the 1980s than I am in the 2010s.
That makes sense.
You had it easy.
One of the templates that you can use in terms of the advancement of sport is look at battery life on watches.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, we've gone from the orange and gray Garmin that was at the 305. That was one of the standard bearers for a
the
long time.
The Forerunner, like 310X and
Yeah,
or
310X. That's what it was.
305, yeah.
The 310X is the one I was thinking of in general, where it seemed like everybody had it, and the fact that it had like a 16 to 18 hour battery life was huge.
You only had to charge it twice for a 100-miler.
Right? And now, you've got, Garmin, Coros, both having batteries that, either solar powered or potentially, basically geared for a 6-day.
Right.
Pretty
and
amazing.
It's just, everything is getting, obviously technological advances are happening all over the world, but especially in our sport. And Raj running in carbon-plated shoes today.
Yeah.
And, the sport is advancing, and, we're grateful to have people like Raj and Ashley Paulson continue to come out to these races and push the boundaries of the sport. Ashley, most notably, having done Badwater this last year and won it outright in an outright course record.
Yeah.
So just a phenomenal day out there. No stranger to running long, running hard, running fast. And she's, still out here getting it done. We've got her on the screen there, just to your left. That can't miss that red hair. Even in the dark, you can still see that hair.
This is true. Looks like Ashley has got about 4.5 laps to go here to bring her race to a close. I don't think she's going to be able to. Okay, so she's actually. Okay, yeah, she should be able to break 14 hours if things hold. She's moving very well at this point still, which will be a significant PR for her and, of course, a national championship here at the USATF 100 mile.
Still got some pop in that step, too. She's not really slowed much. Trying to rip through the results of Tarawera to bring some information on the top American finishers there. I know we had a handful out there racing Tarawera, which is, one of the most premier races in the world. Very, very, very special place for me. I love that race. It looks like in terms of American finishers, we had Mr. Justin Grunewald coming in second place at the ever-competitive 102K. Let's see if we can't get... Justin had an incredible day out there with a super stout time. Ruth Crofty is our winner, not a local, but she spends quite a bit of time in the States.
Looks like on the top of your screen, that is Lauren Jones being followed in hot pursuit by Ashley Paulson. Lauren Jones currently F2, but a few laps back from Ashley. The Sierra DeGroff in third. Might have all three of the top women break the 16-hour mark here tonight at Jackpot. That would be a relatively early night for us.
Yeah, I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll get some sleep before we come back on and capture our.
Well, we also have to wait on M3, which is currently behind F3 here at this point. So, Jake Jackson currently in M3. Raj Paul Panu finished first overall. Jonah Backstrom second on the men's side, currently third overall, and Jake Jackson in third on the men's side, currently sixth overall. So yeah, women. As it stands in 3 of the top 5 spots.
I don't know how many times this year I have sat at this desk and made that comment of how many women are in the top 10, top 5, top 20 at Western State. I mean, it is just women's side of the sport. I don't want to say it's exploding. It's always been there, but they are making themselves known.
Absolutely.
As overall competitors here in the sport.
4 of the top 9 right now in this race are in the women's race.
3 of the top 5, 4 of the top 9. I mean, it's just fantastic.
Yeah. Yeah, Ashley's about 5 miles out, give or take. We'll have 4 laps after this one is completed, according to what I'm seeing. Do we know what happened with Jake? Did he did he injure himself using a meat thermometer to pull meat out of his or dirt out of his shoe again? Or yeah, 3 ultras in 1 week will do it to you too.
Yeah, I think the injury might be more mental than it is physical.
Well, the mental injury is what got him into this race.
That's where the mental injury started this thing.
For those not familiar with Jake Jackson, this is his 3rd ultra in the past 7 days, which, again,
hitting the trifecta, 100K, a 60K, and a 100-miler. Why not just get the range in there? Talk about range.
Yeah. 200 miles of racing over the course of 7 days.
More range than Judi Dench out here.
You can see the shot of this is Ashley Paulson coming up into your screen, followed by 3rd place woman Sierra DeGroff. It's a bit of a darker shot looking down at the course. But, oh, beautiful. Thank you. You can see Ashley approaching the timing mat for yet another loop as she passes Amy Maurer, who is in the top 10 of the women's field, taking a walking break, seeing Ashley go by and then picking up the pace.
Yeah, Sierra DeGroff right behind her.
Yeah. Of course, all 3 of those women, Amy Maurer, Sierra DeGroff, and Ashley Paulson have put together the stretches in their career that have just been fantastic. Of course, Sierra last year winning 2 USATF events. Ashley Paulson leaving, putting her foot all over bad water, and then Amy Maurer with an American 6-day record. So, all three of those women, excellent runners in the very, very long distance category.
Little update on Jake Jackson. Apparently on his Instagram story, we've got a notification that...
How does he have time to do an Instagram story while he's running?
It's Jake, man.
And
he's doing them. He's
top
live
3.
updating.
And he's carrying that 360 in one hand for sure, because I've never seen him without it.
Yeah, that is his trusty Linus blanket. Yeah, it looks like he's got a little anterior tib inflammation there, which, when you run 200 miles in 2 weeks, that'll do it.
I want to correct myself. Amy actually has the 50 to 54 age group 6-day record, not the overall American. That was my fault.
How dare you?
I know. Yeah, I don't think we have any age group women's numbers necessarily under threat here. As we mentioned, the men's 50 to 54 number per the USATF website is showing as something that Jonah Backstrom is definitely charging down to try and pass here. The 80 to 84 number has been greatly lowered in the past year or so. It's gone down from, I believe it was above 30 hours, and now it's at 26:22. Was set at Tunnel Hill in November, but we do have an 85-year-old male in the race today, which would put him in the 85 to 89 category. That number is currently 39 hours and 4 seconds. So if that individual who is currently leading the Octogenarians, Jim Barnes, the guy who stopped to take a selfie with Raj just as he was finishing the race.
Loved that. Absolutely loved that.
Yeah, it's not.
He was at mile 41 when Raj was at mile 100.
Yeah. And still leading the Octogenarians in the race.
Right.
Yeah. But stopped to take a selfie with the overall winner, Raj Panu.
I love that.
Thank you, Rocky. Yeah, I'm going to have to check Jake's Instagram story. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know how he's having time to do this.
Sounds like it was an anterior tib issue. So basically the tendon that goes from your shin up to the top of your feet. Every time you take a step, your foot flexes, right? So you bring your toes up into the air so you can clear the ground. And that's just one of those tendons. You've got to... trying to use like the most easy terms. You got to like basically like a tendon that wraps around your tendons that connect to the bones, a little retinacular sheath, if you will. And that kind of holds everything down. That just can get really agitated as the shoelaces tie over the top of your foot. Where you tie that shoe is where those tendons all congregate and shoot through the top of your shin into the actual toe bones, if you will. I'm using really technical terms here. Your toe bones, or metatarsals, if you want. But it connects to those bones, and every time you lift that up, I love toe bones is so much better. In fact, I should talk to my colleagues over at University of Utah Medical School and be like, can we change this? But yeah, as you swing that foot forward, you lift your toes up, you flex that retinacular sheath holds them down, and then when you put a shoelace over the top of that, it's just a little bit more grinding of those tendons.
Sure.
And they get a little aggravated, irritated, inflamed, and you can call it an overstress injury, because how many steps has he taken in the last 6 days between the 100K, 60K, and now 100 miler? So yeah, he's definitely agitated those, which is not an uncommon thing. I think we've all felt it at one point or another.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's what he's feeling. It's not season ending, but it's definitely going to be uncomfortable. So slowing down is the right move.
Well, less than 11 minutes separate the M3 through M5. So Jake Jackson, Jeremy Brooks, and Nick Iben are all on the same lap 69. Oh, lap 70. According to my tracker, I think that might be a few seconds behind. But in any event, they're all fairly close together. Jonah Backstrom ahead of them, and of course, Rajpal Panu has already finished. On the women's side, Ashley Paulson, basically about a 5K to go, give or take. We're going to keep an eye on her, and I know that Jamil will be getting ready to follow her out on the Jam Cycle Cam.
The Jam Cam.
And Ashley in first. Lauren Jones is not that far behind her in terms of overall placement, but still going to be a while. She's about 92 miles in from the looks of things, maybe just about 91 and a half. And Sierra DeGroff a few laps behind her. So, like I said, all three of our women I would fully expect to have a shot at finishing sub 16. I know that speaking with Sierra before the race this morning, it was important to her to PR this race. Now, she had designs on a sub 15-hour finish. Based on the way she's moving, I don't like her chances. She would have to run basically 15.
She'd have to turn it around pretty significantly.
15 miles in about 96 minutes or 95 minutes. But still looking at a potential for a significant PR, as her PR last year was 15:59, like 15:59:56, like a shade below 16 hours.
Right.
Further down in the women's race, Megan Eckert in fourth place, and Stephanie Bernoski in fifth place on the women's side, 12th overall. Yeah, that 3-4-5 race for the men is going to be quite interesting, especially if it sounds like Jake is hurting. We'll have to see if he does decide to walk it in, or if he decides that he needs to push. Looking at most recent loops, Jeremy's most recent loop was about, two of his last three loops were over 20 minutes long. So he's not moving great, moving forward, making progress. Nick Iben alternating between 11 and 15-minute laps. And as we mentioned, Jake has definitely slowed the pace down, going from the 12-13 range a little bit ago to his most recent three laps, 22, 17:53, and 18:26. So Jake definitely hurting, but if there's anybody that knows how to navigate these things while on vacation, it would be Jake Jackson.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's got a wealth of experience and miles under his belt to know how to address the situation and move forward. Speaking of, there he is on your screen, coming right through there. Giving it a good walkthrough. Just kind of shake it off, maybe. Let's just shake it off a little bit and get back at it.
A little bit of back channel humor we can't really share, but apparently autocorrect is not your friend when trying to enter congratulatory things to Raj Panu. It is not, his name is Panu. It is not named after a sandwich.
That's golden. I love that.
Beautiful shot of Cornerstone Park and Railroad Lake. as our second place woman, Lauren Jones, moves from right to left on your radio dial. Do they still have dials on radios, or it all?
It's all just touch buttons now.
That's true. I can't use that
I mean, pretty
anymore.
soon we're all going to be just wearing goggles and we can just think it. It's going to happen.
Yeah, coming from a once upon a time radio background and, covering high school athletics, trying to explain, which team was going which direction on the basketball court. They're moving from left to right in your radio dial. I still use that just out of force of habit. As we see Stan Berry, one of our Grand Master class runners, Stan out here getting it done. A guy who has been at a lot of Air Viper races, comes out to hang out with us and play from Oklahoma. 64 years of age. Stan has taken stabs at the Javelina courses, Cocodona, and now Jackpot. As you see, Ashley Paulson, followed by Walter Orwin, currently ninth place in the men's race. Walter, somebody who we haven't really talked about too much, but handling himself very well at this point in the race.
Yeah, we're going to
at
see
the age of 63.
Ashley's split come up here. I believe that's going to put her.
There's
Stephanie she's 96
Bernosky.
flat, so she's got a couple laps left to go.
Yeah, 3 laps. Yep. We saw Stephanie Bernosky, last I checked, 5th place in the women's race, just go by as well.
Yep, she's still 5th place. Kind of a comfortable lead between 5th and 4th and 4th and 3rd.
Mm-hmm.
About 5 miles each direction, which is fairly significant in a course like this. You're looking at just about an hour of a lead. And almost 10 miles up on Sierra de Graaf is Lauren Jones, just 4 miles behind Ashley Paulson. So, sounds like Ashley has a pretty comfortable lead right now. The 4 miles is definitely enough we can say she's probably going to be and project that she's going to be our women's winner here, unless barring any major accidents. Hopefully not any wrong turns at this point. No getting off course at mile 96 on this course.
Yeah, that would be painful. So somebody was asking about Simon Gerard. I know that Simon could probably answer for himself because I did see him in the chat earlier, but Simon is not running this race. So there are 3 different versions of the 100-miler that are going on this weekend. And we'll take a minute to clarify that. You've got the 100-mile USATF championships, which is what we're covering primarily today. And you also have the the 100-mile short course, which is the same course as the USATF. It's simply just not a USATF certified race. There's no national championship on the line. And then there's also the standard 100-miler here at Jackpot this weekend, which starts tomorrow, I believe. Sounds good to me.
We'll take it.
And
I'll take it.
and so that race, perfect. Thank you. The 100-miler is on the long course, which is the course that all of the fixed time races are going on, which is
right.
a little over 2.2 mile course, I believe, is the final measurement on that. So you're asking about Simon and why he didn't start today. It's because his race starts tomorrow. So, and again, I did see Simon in the chat a little bit earlier. So I know he's been watching from time to time.
Another person to keep an eye on tomorrow when we start the 50-miler at 8:30 is going to be Chris Danucci, who is told me specifically that he's had the best 4 months or best training block he's had for this race in the last 4 years.
Okay.
And he is trained and coached by Ian Sharman, good friend. Both live near each other, train together, just absolute beasts of runners. And he's looking at that, at 42 years old, what he can do with some of the records there. and also trying to earn himself a spot into Desert Solstice. So
Oh, wow.
he'll be out there trying to put down a pretty fast time.
Yeah. Going to have to get into Desert Solstice via the 50-mile.
Via the 50-mile time, yeah.
Yeah. Those shorter qualifier times at Desert Solstice are...
They're tough.
yeah, they're pretty spicy.
Brutal.
You saw Amy Maurer go by again. Amy, a veteran of ultra running, been around the sport a long time. I think I just realized that she is walking up that hill that leads up to the start-finish line, and then once it flattens out, she's picking up a running pace again. So,
yeah, that hill at the end of at this point in the race turns into a mountain real quick.
Absolutely. Ashley Paulson with less than a 5K to go, about 2.5 miles. I assume Jamil is going to go out and try and keep with her.
Chatted with Jamil. He wants to get the last at least lap or two with her.
Perfect.
Obviously we want to try to cover both races as, equally as we can with the staff that we have. So obviously we don't quite have the drone coverage that we had with Raj, just given the fact that it's dark and that drone footage isn't going to show anything. But we can get the jam cam out there. I saw him grabbing his headlamp. He's going to torch this thing up, and we'll get to see Ashley Paulson come in that final victory lap at the very least. The race tomorrow will not be live streamed, but we are going to hop back on to bring you our Octogenarian finishers, and hopefully also have some interviews with both Raj and Ashley, talking to them about their race, how the day unfolded, what their strategies were going into it, and just any questions you guys have for them. So if there's any questions you want answered in the live stream, throw it into the chat now, so that we can queue it up and ask them while we have them here in the studio. I know Raj is absolutely committed to coming in. Ashley, I'm sure, will want to come in.
Yeah, she's not going to have a problem with that.
She will love having a chat, so we'll bring her in as well. But we will not be streaming the entirety of the races tomorrow. We're just going to bring you the interviews and some updates as we get those finishers coming in. And we'll chat about the other races going on, but it will not be the main focus.
Yeah, thanks for those of you that have been tuning in for the entirety of this race. We are on stream 2, which means we've been going for quite a while at this point. If it's 9:36 locally, we started our broadcast roughly 14 hours ago.
It's been a minute.
Yeah.
It's been a hot minute.
Yeah, we started, I believe, at 7:45 local time this morning. It was gorgeous weather. I did not feel too badly for the Vegas showgirls that were out here to pose for photos with runners. A couple years ago, when it was absolutely freezing out here, I felt terrible for them as they huddled up under any heat element that we had around for them. Things were much more pleasant today. Some of the more pleasant running temperatures I think you'll see for the entirety of a 100-miler. You won't get much better than what we had.
There was definitely a fluctuation. There was a point out there where it had gotten fairly warm, a little hot, but it was manageable, right?
Yeah.
Like, I think that there was a little bit of heat. We saw some dousing going on. We saw some ice bandanas. A few heat mitigation techniques, but it was still just the upper 60s. You had a lot of that solar heat, so it was just more of like that exposed sun, and there is no shade on this course.
Yeah. I saw Raj actually douse himself after the race, even still, when he was sitting down over on that side. I mean, was he really having a hard time getting his core temp down, or is it just...
It came down pretty quick. I ended up giving him my jacket after a couple minutes. But yeah, I mean, it was definitely... It's the desert, man. It's the desert in the winter. It gets warm in the day when you got that sun out, and as the sun goes, so does the heat. So it's gonna dissipate real quick.
So yeah, Ashley Paulson at about 2.5 miles to go at last check, about the 13:30 mark. So I think that's actually probably a little bit behind if we're about 9 minutes past that. I'm fully expecting that Ashley is going to finish before the top of the hour. We'll see how close to the top of the hour things get. Oh, I'm sorry, that's 97.2. So, yeah, 2.8 miles to go for Ashley at my last tracking. So that right there is fourth place female Megan Eckert on the right-hand side of your screen. That right there coming on to view is visually impaired runner who is actually running without a guide. That is Charles Catterall. I read somewhere that Charles ran a 1:12 or so half marathon in his younger days. As a visually impaired runner.
Pretty phenomenal.
Yeah.
Beats
for
me.
any runner.
Yeah, beats me.
It's very impressive. I mean, to be the guide that has to keep
I was
pace.
going to say the guide's job was very small field that can do that.
Yeah, pretty amazing. Lauren Jones crossing the finish line. Moving very well. Lauren Jones has been steady all day long. There was not a lot of variance in her paces for a long time. Obviously, as things go on during the day, they do tend to vary a little bit, but she seems to be back on track. Like her laps, check out the last few laps for Lauren Jones, Zach. You're talking 10:58, 11:03, 11:04, 10:48, 10:50, 10:51, 10:48, 10:58. You know, basically regaining her metronome form here in the latter part of the race. One that she had obviously at a faster pace earlier on, about a minute faster per lap, but still moving very well.
Still has her rhythm.
Yeah,
she still has
sure.
her rhythms down. And, you know, some of those variations might be aid station stops, you know, little things like that. Her actual running time might be just consistent metronome style.
Oh, apparently, thank you, bearded trail guy. Zach Bitter was Charlie's guide at CIM in 2022, so he's got connections. He knows people. If Zach Bitter is your racing guide, and frankly, kudos to Zach Bitter for being a guide runner. That's
right.
You know, that's a huge responsibility, a huge undertaking. I know. Ashley Paulson coming in for another. She's got 2 more laps to go, I believe.
Yeah, she's on her final 2 laps, so here she goes, pulling it in, bringing it home.
Looked like she was like asking for clarification, or is this her last lap?
No, I believe she has 2 more at this point.
Okay,
Yeah, she's 97.2 on this, so she's got 2 laps to go, a little less than 2 laps to go now. She's made her way through. We'll try to get some eyes on her as soon as we can. Follow her around for that last victory lap. We can at this point assuredly say that she is going to be our women's champion here at the USATF National Championship.
Yeah.
100-mile distance at the Jackpot Ultras in beautiful Henderson, Nevada. The excitement dies down just a little bit as the sun goes down. I mean, I thought this was the, Sin City. I thought the excitement goes all night long here. So we're gonna have to bring that excitement with us.
Jonah Backstrom only about 1.5 miles behind Ashley as well. So we're gonna have a couple of runners here finishing in short order. Our first place female and our second place man here at Jackpot.
And then right behind them we got Lojo, Lauren Jones coming in. Only a couple laps behind that. So we'll have We'll have quick work of our top 4 with Sierra DeGroff trying to hold off Jeremy Brooks for a 5th overall, but absolutely our women's 3rd place.
Well, that
currently.
3, 4, 5, actually, Sierra, and then the 3, 4, 5 men. We know those guys are all within a handful of minutes of one another, and Sierra. So we might have a fast and furious finish between F3 and M3 through 5.
We might have a little bit of a battle there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Man, 2 incredible performances for our top 2 men and women. Top 2 overall, male and female, M1, F1. Those are some pretty stout times. Sub 14. I believe Ashley Paulson can eke out a sub 14. She'll be right there. And Raj Paul eking out that sub 12.
Yeah.
Be very interested to see how Ashley does on these last couple laps. Is she going to pull a Raj and turn on the heat and get that sub 14? And she's got essentially 18 minutes to go, 2-ish miles. She's kind of close, but she could get it.
Yeah.
She could definitely get it. If she holds form, she could be getting it.
Open on the back, it's like you're under 40 years old. Open age group.
Oh, got it. Cool.
I couldn't come up with a joke quick enough to make fun of Hector right there. Who was
Right.
hanging out. So otherwise I would have said it.
Y'all have gotten all my brain cells for the day. The witty comments are just definitely not rolling off the tongue like they used to.
Well, we put all of our effort into using Las Vegas and Nevada appropriate puns and
Gambling terms in here.
Yeah, so that's where all of the effort went. Folks, this is free, and don't
Yep.
ever forget that.
Yep. We're not getting really paid for this. This is all volunteers, so you get what you pay for, I suppose.
But you know what? We're proud to bring this race coverage to you here on the Mountain Outpost channel. Of course, we're just getting started here in 2024. This the second race in 3 weeks.
Yeah, no,
So-
we've got this is race 2 of our 3-week stint. Last week was obviously Black Canyon 100K and 60K. Covered both of those, and then this week it's Jackpot Ultras, the USATF 100-mile championship, and then next weekend we will be bringing you the Big Alta. Our good friend Dylan Bowman over at Free Trail, in collaboration with Daybreak Racing, has a phenomenal new race out there that we peeped. We like it. The field is deep. The field is stacked. It's going to be an incredible race. So tune in next weekend for that. So if you have not subscribed to the channel, please subscribe so that you can get notified of that, because there's a lot of races coming up over the year. You're going to want to be a part of Mountain Outpost. It definitely helps us out. So, we're going to be hanging out in Marin County in Dylan Bowman's garage next weekend.
That's fantastic. Ashley Paulson, again, just a lap and change away from the finish. Jonah Backstrom about a lap back from her, just crossed. That is Ashley on the far side. That's the slight descent, I believe, from the far side. So she's going to be...
she's rolling that descent.
Yep. Moving really well.
Still that nice little compact stride that she has. I don't think it really changes throughout the day. little comment to Ruben in the chat. Sorry, you don't get a refund. You did not read the fine print when you signed, apparently. So no refunds on us, sir.
Ashley making that right turn and going to be heading over by the viaduct here shortly.
Jonah Backstrom right behind her on his final 2 laps. I think Ashley's going to comfortably fight him off with a 6-minute gap right now. But yeah, no, Jonah having a great day there, leaning into it. He'll be another, 15 to 20 minutes before we see him here at the finish line.
As I mentioned, Jonah's last 2 finishes here at Jackpot were 55 seconds apart. I'm telling you,
he's going to be right there.
He's going to be right there yet again.
If he splits the difference, I'm going to put $20 on it. I'll put 20 on it. I'm going to bet the house. Hit me. Hold.
Ashley making her way, actually running on the viaduct area right now. Then we'll make a right turn and head up a fairly long straightaway to right in front of us. And then from there, we'll have 1 lap to go. I think we're going to have a follow cam on her here once they can pick her up. Ashley's probably about...
She's a few minutes away from crossing us right here.
Yeah.
She's got this slight uphill here, make that right-hand turn, and then she'll be on that last lap.
There we go.
Getting the crew ready to chase her down. Yeah, so there's she's making that right turn. Then she's got this long straightaway with a slight uphill. It's fairly flat for a while, but then you get this little uphill coming up the ramp here to right in front of where we are at. Speaking of in front of us, Sierra DeGroff just made her pass. We are literally right here, right at the finish line.
It's a really neat setup.
Yeah, no, it's fantastic. It's great for us. Makes life real easy to see everyone. Ashley putting down, a phenomenal race out here, doing what she normally does. Her and Sierra spent a number of miles out there chatting, having
the first
a good
30.
time. It was the first mid 30 miles until there was a little bit of separation between them, and it looks. Then Ashley just kind of did what she does and went to work. Just getting her pace in, getting her stride in, competing with herself all day long. I think that's kind of one of the things that makes this race challenging and also so, incredible from a performance standpoint is you really don't have neither of these winners had anyone to chase all day. They didn't have anyone out there pushing them. There was no pacing. There was nothing there to really just kind of help you along. You're doing it all yourself.
Yeah, and that's, I don't know if it's new for Raj, but that was kind of the situation at Across Years with Ashley. It wasn't like, there were a lot of people on course, and there was nobody who could keep up with her at that point. Even in the shorter disciplines, that people who were maybe out there for a 6 hour or a 12 hour, there was nobody out there that was going to stay ahead of Ashley as she worked her way to a sub 15-hour finish at Across the Years on a course that is notoriously
here she
slow.
Comes up the ramp, getting ready to take on that last lap, our victory lap here.
And I know that here in our live stream studio, we've got Jam with the Jam Cam heading out to grab his wheels and follow along with her. I just saw him leap over the caution tape, and you can see him follow.
grabbing his bike there.
Real time, folks.
Yeah, this is fantastic here. We're going to get to see Ashley Paulson on that last lap coming in. I mean, this is really the victory lap. I mean, you do so much work to get to just this point.
Yep.
Where, you know, I've compared it when Raj was doing it, made the same comparison. It's like doing a hard workout on the track, and you're on that final lap of your workout, and it's every single lap prior to that, you don't know how you're going to finish.
Yeah.
You're like, how am I going to do X amount more? I can't do a single one. And then that last one, you start it, and you're like, oh, that's it? This is great. I can do this. Your own victory lap. So she's on that victory lap. I'm sure she's just so full of adrenaline and excitement, you know, from a great race, knowing that she's going to pull a second place overall and a women's finish with a USATF 100-mile national championship under her belt.
Yep.
That iconic magenta hair just flowing. It looks like she's got some cool blue ribbon tied into that.
As soon as we get the frame rate down on the jam cam, or up rather, we're
going to try to capture her here.
Bryce, can we just switch to the overhead until we get that clarified? Okay, that's just over here.
Back at the finish line. That
Yeah.
drone is going to go find her right now, work our way back on the course, and we can get that Jamil when we get a little bit.
Yeah, it looks like Jamil's camera froze up. We're going to do our best to get camera on Ashley as soon as possible. We are following alongside her. We do have Jamil literally at her side at this point, following along with his camera and on a bicycle and wearing his own
Service
transmitter.
booster. Yeah. We've got some fun new toys we're playing with here, trying to do some awesome things in some awesome places. And that's kind of the fun with playing with toys. Sometimes it works, sometimes it don't.
Yeah, the drone is on its way out to pursue Ashley as she's coming in, and again, we're also keeping an eye on our jam cam to see if we can grab that as well.
Yeah, you're seeing some great drone footage over the course there. We've got our eyes on the finish line in the small screen on your lower right-hand side.
I know that
We're gonna get
Lee
some eyes
Robinson
on her
has
as soon as possible.
been a part of this race for years. The shiny puffy gentleman with the cowboy hat, and see he's getting ready for the finish line tape for Ashley to come in and cross.
Yeah, what a final lap. I mean, just being able to be out here, knowing that the pain is almost over.
Yeah.
You
Almost.
can smell the barn. I don't know if your experience is anything like mine, but the pain kind of just starts when you cross the finish line. That's when you let the body catch up to you, and you're like, oh, this is gonna be a restless night.
Well, maybe for you the pain starts at the finish line. Mine usually starts at the start line, but that's
a few strides in.
Looks like we have potentially eyes on Ashley. Yeah, just look for the guy with the bike following alongside. I don't know if he's got a headlamp.
I know he did
Or
when
what?
he took. I don't know if it's still on or not, but he had it at one point.
I lost her. I don't know where she went. I went looking for somebody different, so.
Go to that downhill side on the other end of the course, like right over there, where it's like really dark, and then they pop out. She's gonna pop out of that anytime soon.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're trying to get eyes on her.
We find
And
her.
there he is.
There
There's
we
Jamil
go.
following her on the jam with the jam cam.
About halfway across the track at this point, across the course.
She's getting to enjoy a little bit of a downhill right now as she makes her way over to the viaduct, crosses that. So she's got just, I don't even, what do you even call this? A right-hand turn coming up. It kind of just like loops around. It's like takes a long turn, and then she does have a solid 90-degree right-hand turn at the end of that. So when she makes that big right-hand turn, that's when she's going to make her way to this final straightaway. It's fairly flat until the very end. She's got to climb up to the ramp to the finish line right in front of us.
Yeah, we'll have to talk to her. Audrey mentioning if only her hair glowed in the dark. It looks like it might, but maybe that's the next step there is you can see Ashley on a flat stretch as she approaches the turn leading to the viaduct. And, at this point, it's less than half a mile for her. Going to be finishing in just over 14 hours. Still a significant PR from her previous number at across the years.
Here she goes, making her way. Hitting the gravel there. There's a short little section of gravel as she makes a long, smooth, kind of right-hand lean. Yeah, what a great race. What a great day. Just Ashley doing Ashley things and, making a fairly short work of the course. Going to be just a hair over, the hour mark. But so close.
Yeah.
So close.
You can see...
crossing the viaduct right there.
Less than a quarter mile to go, I think.
And it looks like she's picking it up, too. she's
wants
not
to be
slowing
done.
down.
She wants to be done. Do we have any improvement on the jam cam, or is it still kind of...
Jam cam was cutting out there, so you won't be able to get that live coverage. I think this drone coverage is a little bit better at any rate.
At this time of night, I think you're right, Zach.
Yeah, I mean, the coverage from behind does get a little shaky, a little glitchy, and then it's also just pretty dark in there.
Yeah.
I think we've got some great drone coverage here. Thankfully, we have Jamil out there to shine that light on her to make sure she's spotlighted throughout this. But yeah, we've got great drone coverage. She makes that final right-hand turn there. Going to be
now on a
moving her
straightaway,
way
yeah.
into the straightaway. I mean, this is it. This is that final excitement. I'm sure she just has so much adrenaline just coursing through those veins at this point. Whether it's the excitement to finally be done or whether it's the excitement of what she's just accomplished. Ladies and gents watching here, you are witnessing our female leader here at the USATF 100-mile national championship in Henderson, Nevada at the Jackpot Ultras. Ashley Paulson making great work of the day, having started off strong and just moved up to get stronger all day, making her way into a second place overall behind Rajpal Panu's amazing 11:58 here in the 100-mile distance. Absolutely crushed it. And Ashley Paulson is absolutely crushing the women's side of the race as well with looks like she's got a fairly decent lead there. 5 miles ahead of Lojo.
On the final approach here, about maybe 200 meters out, maybe a little bit less at this point.
And she's picked up her pace. She's picked up her pace a little bit.
For sure. And we're also keeping an eye on the finish line cam to make sure that they are ready for her.
She's making her way up that ramp. This is the final time she's got to make this 10-foot climb.
Yep.
Probably feels like 100 feet at this point.
And now I see them stretch the banner across here. And we're going to pivot to the finish line cam. Ashley Paulson, your women's USATF 100-mile national champion here at the Jackpot Ultras.
Yeah, making a great race of the day. There she is at the finish line. Just still smiles and full of energy. There's no one else in the sport like her in so many ways.
I'm showing an unofficial finish time of 14:04:40. We'll see if we can get that confirmed.
Just a touch over that 14-hour mark, which is no small feat, even though she's got tiny feet, tiny little gal. But that is a huge effort for the day. Hearing her just hoop and holler and, so excited about her day. Oh, she's awesome. I got to go give that gal a
I
hug.
hope you know this guy.
Oh, no, we just met. This is the way we do it in Vegas, right?
like wedding crashers. No, I
Of course, as we mentioned, that is Ashley Paulson, your women's winner in the Jackpot 100-mile USATF National Championship. Congratulations to her. I'm going to see if the Jam Cam can catch her at the finish line.
You gotta pay for that.
She did my entry fee.
We're also going to track Jonah as well, Jonah Backstrom, who is Jonah is on his final lap as well.
Boom, boom.
There'll be more coming tomorrow.
More what?
More sway tomorrow.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Jonah has already passed the halfway point, so you want to work backwards.
That's tomorrow 10.
Oh, okay. I see.
We'll make you wait.
I'm gonna miss seeing you. Oh my gosh! I need a big fat hug. Are you okay to stop for a second and give me a hug? Your energy has been amazing. This girl right here. So inspiring. I love it. You're so cute. I'll see you at the awards ceremony. Let's go get it done.
Yeah, I would
Get it
check
done.
down by the viaduct in regards to where Jonah Backstrom is.
So great.
He crossed that timing mat on the far side about a minute and a half ago. So he's going to be getting real close. We will be bringing you the Jonah Backstrom finish as well. The second place male, third overall here at the USATF Jackpot Ultras. Tracking eerily close to what his previous two times were at this race. This kind of... It's actually pretty amazing.
Oh, perfect when you're dunking it too.
Do you want to sit down and eat that? You can sit down.
Almost better than that.
Yeah, Jonah Backstrom, previous two times here, 14:11:03 last year, and
Come on. Congratulations. Man, you guys are
14:11:03 in
Thank you guys so much.
2023, and then 2022 14:10:08, so 55 seconds apart. And he's tracking to finish somewhere very close to that mark here as well. So we're trying to catch eyes on Jonah as.
So what was your time? 14?
Yes, just over 14. I was hoping under 14 finish. Still a PR, so I'll take it.
PR.
Exactly.
It was a PR?
Congrats.
It was, yeah.
That is awesome.
Great job, Jason.
Great
So I was
job.
excited. I can't remember what my time was at. Across the years, 14:30.
I think it was just under 15. I thought 14.
Something.
Yeah, what's your time?
Oh, okay.
47 or something.
14:30. Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah.
I think so.
So
I'm
now
like,
you
hey,
beat that by
that's a PR.
Yeah, exactly.
So I'll take a PR.
Yeah.
Let's go. let's see, I did 14:05 according to my or 14:04. So.
Wow.
So we'll take it.
Yes. Yeah, the official tracker says 14:04, and it credited you with the 100.
Of course, we are hanging out with here with Ashley at the finish line, but we've also got our eyes in the sky, looking out for Jonah Backstrom, trying to confirm so we can catch his finish here as well. If we're not able to target him on the course, we will catch him coming up the ramp and visualize his finish here as well.
Got it. Yeah.
I bet, let's go.
Can I jump in for a selfie?
Will you jump in for a freaking selfie? Oh man, wow. Okay.
Thank you.
I tried to stand up. I really did for a second. Then I didn't commit to it.
Yeah.
And then I just went right back.
We're looking for Jonah on the drone.
I get excellent energy out here from you guys.
I'm just glad when I was down here, like, they're like, Ashley's out there. Like, really? All right. I'm going to have to get the video there.
While we're listening to Ashley.
Will you send that to me?
I will send it to you.
Fun.
All right. Well, congratulations.
Thank you so much. Keep going. Moving forward.
Ash, what was your strategy out there?
Oh man. Well, I was really hoping like a goal. The A goal was like to get like 8-minute pace average. But I've been really sick this week, so I'm like, hey, we'll try. We'll go out for it, and then I lost it, which was I was totally fine with because I like the main goal was.
Oh yeah, you're good. You're good. Yeah,
and you lost like I lost that pace. Okay. Just so I started slowing down. I could feel my heart rate was a little higher than it should have been. So I'm like, you gotta slow down, and that's okay. You know.
Yeah, my monitor screen has like been locked for about 20 minutes now, but we're gonna keep an eye on. Looks like we might have. Here we go. Actually, we do see him coming up the hill here. Jonah Backstrom finishing the Jackpot USATF 100-mile championships. Should be coming up in front of me in here in just a moment, and then we'll almost immediately hit the finish line cam here as well. There he is right there. He's passing me, so he is going to be finishing. You're not going to believe this, Zach, but his number, it's 11:11. So I'm
there you go.
14:11:37 is what I'm showing as his unofficial finish time. So that means in 3 runnings of this race, he has finished in the last 3 years within 90 seconds of one another.
That is absolutely insane.
For a 100-mile race.
Absolutely insane.
Talk about consistency.
Mr. Consistency right here.
Yeah. Congratulations to Jonah Backstrom, the second place men's finisher, 3rd overall. And if we can clarify this, as far as I can tell, it looks like, based on the information given to me by our USATF rep, a new age group road 100-mile record here, eclipsing the Bob Hearn number from 2020 of 14:44:21. I want to caution that I don't have confirmation on that, but I'm going off of the information that has been presented to us here.
Yeah, we feel confident we can say that is a new men's 50, age group 50 record.
So you got 2 great runners right there in Jonah Backstrom and Ashley Paulson.
Really, these are three winners in a row.
Yeah.
3 winners in a row. Setting a record, women's winner, and then Raj being our men's overall winner with an incredible time and new course record. So, wow. Awesome. Awesome. That's what this race is all about, bringing some top tier, amazing efforts, amazing races. You know, just because it's not stacked with names, household names in the ultra running community, does not mean that it's not incredible things happening here.
And we're gonna just snuggle that little baby.
Looks like we got 5 more laps for Lauren Jones, or Lojo, as I have now dubbed her.
Yeah, you got to come back to that.
So that's the
Absolutely
exciting
amazing.
thing for me this year, being a grandma.
She's got 5 more laps there. Sierra DeGraff
Yeah, for
has
sure, yeah.
another,
So that's
you know,
why, like,
dozen
let's
laps
do Coconut
to
X
go
since I'm not doing bad weather, and
before she comes in.
so
That's
it'll
going to be
this will be
of our
that's
top
one
5 if
Yes,
things
get it!
hold
Almost
true,
there!
which looks like Sierra DeGraff has to keep making moves on Jeremy Brooks, who's only about 30 seconds behind her. But if that holds true and she can continue to fight him off, that's going to be 3 of our top 5 finishers.
Nice work,
are gonna
man.
be
Congrats.
the top 3 women.
Always.
Not a bad day.
No, not a bad day at all. I do love this this shot here of the two of them. You see Jonah kind of hurting a little bit, and Ashley is conversational.
She's eating
getting
her
a
grilled
bite to
cheese and
eat.
soup, and she's just happy as can be.
Yeah, you know what? This mirrors her finish at across the years as well, where she ran a 14:37. Of course, she improved upon that to set a new personal best down in the 14:04 range.
Maybe it's the 8 years younger. You know, she's got youth on her side. So.
I love those flappy ears every lap.
But yeah, Jonah Backstrom finishing in 14:11:37, as far as we can tell, pending ratification, setting a new 50 to 54 age group American record. So kudos to Jonah. And again, a mark of extreme consistency here. And that's one thing I do want to come over and mention to him is just his remarkably similar times in this race.
All 3 years within 90 seconds of
Yeah.
each other. That is that is incredible. That is consistency like I've never seen before. I mean, to get 1 or 2 races similar,
yeah,
is pretty, you know, to have everything go the exact same way and to have this, you know, similar level of fitness all 3 years in a row and have all 3 similar kinds of days. You know, last year was like a super windy year. This year was a little warmer, but it seems like it doesn't matter. It doesn't phase him.
So I will say it does look like Jonah is slowing down over the years. So in 2022 he ran 14:10:08. Then in 2023 he ran a 14:11:03, so he gained 55 seconds or lost 55 seconds. And then this year he ran a 14:11:37, so lost another 34 seconds. Yeah, as we mentioned, a whopping 89 seconds spread between the 3 results that he's had here.
That is incredible.
Yeah.
You don't feel them. You just look down and you're like, oh my. Oh my.
Yeah, there is a definite difference in the way that these two competitors look as they finish their race. I mean, I'm sure Jonah's thrilled, probably feeling good in terms of a sense of satisfaction, but of course, one person is dressing like a unicorn, and the other person is just kind of relaxing and taking it all in. I'm actually gonna go over there really quick.
There's quite a juxtaposition going on right there of
definitely
of how things are looking and feeling post race.
Yeah, but both of them having an excellent run here at Jackpot. Of course, we'll be following through the men's and women's podiums for certain tonight, and we'll see how far we are out on our next runners here. Looks like our next runner, Lauren Jones, is less than 3 miles out as well.
Yeah, Lauren Jones will have a couple laps to go, and then there's going to be a considerable difference between her, Jeremy Brooks, and Sierra DeGraff, who Jeremy and Sierra are neck and neck and keep trading paces here. Just a difference by a very nominal amount.
I was running
So
that porta potty
but we
pretty
will
dang
see
fast, but I was
at least 2 of the top 5 finishers are going to be our women in both 2nd and 4th overall, respectively, with potentially Sierra DeGroff. If she can fight back with Jeremy Brooks, she can take a 3rd top 5 spot for the females. So races within races, man. This is what we come here for. This is exciting. And yes, our 3rd place overall, 2nd place male, Jonah Backstrom, is 50 years old. He, by all accounts, by the information we have, this should be a men's 50-year-old 100-mile USATF record.
Yeah.
Randy, that woman needs no caffeine. She is always full of energy. Although
I signed up for
well, now I got my hat.
I'm sure she took a little something out there with one of her main sponsors being an energy drink. But the gal needs none of it. She does fantastic, self-motivating.
lots of different things.
So kind of recap the day so far. We've got Raj Panu came in an incredible 11:58 for our 1st place. Ashley Paulson finishing our 2nd place overall, 1st female in 14:04, with Jonah Backstrom behind her, 3rd place overall, 2nd place male in 14:11. We should be expecting Lauren Jones and Jeremy Brooks and Sierra DeGroff to be coming in the next half hour. That's going to be our 4, 5, and 6, 3rd male, 2nd female, and 3rd female. Looks like they all should be coming in here with Jeremy Brooks and Sierra on the same lap together, with Lauren Jones having bested them by about 9 miles. So we should be expecting her on that last little bit soon. Right now, we got eyes on our man, Jonah Backstrom. By all accounts, the new 50-year-old, 50-plus age group 100-mile champion with a new record for that age group. 50 years old, bringing it in strong.
Oh, the one that where's he at? I want to give him a.
Todd Rose out there, get JB a Miller High Life, and he'll be perked right up.
And I don't know what he looks like.
Yeah, Randy, if we could bottle Ashley Paulson's energy, I think we could all benefit from that. She needs to create her own energy drink brand.
Did Matt tell you what he did for legs? Oh, he like this,
So this was the guy that riding the whole day. No catfish. That was good. Just stomach for a bit. You see where the iron out. Working in catfish last year.
Yeah.
All that stuff.
I appreciate you guys putting up with me.
You were a lot nicer this year than you were last year. Last year I got screamed at 30 times.
Well, what did you do wrong? What did you do?
Whatever it was, you fixed it, right?
Because his family was here.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Little mishaps last year.
That makes it the 2 best races I've been at. You won last year's title, and this year you broke a national record. So, pretty good being out there with you.
How did Raj finish up?
Congratulations.
Oh, man, you broke
Time-wise, 11:58.
You broke 12.
Dude, that guy blew. That was inspiring. People like, keep up with him, Ash. I'm like, sure.
It was redemption for him too.
Was it?
2021, he came here in DNF. That was his first 100-mile attempt.
Okay.
So this
Once
is his
again,
first 100-mile
JB,
finish.
Mr. Jonah Backstrom,
This is his first 100-mile finish.
right there
Second
next
fastest
to
American of all
our
time.
women's finisher
Only the 3rd American to break 12 hours.
and winner of the day,
Is amazing.
Yeah.
Oh my
USATF.
gosh, I'm so happy
Champions
for her.
in their own
That's
right,
so
both a
great.
50-year-old champion with a new record, and Ashley Paulson, the overall 2024 women's USATF 100-mile road champion. Sharing some stories.
It was great. It was nice.
Trading war stories and battle scars out there. We're going to peel back, try to see if we can't catch our breath, wet our whistles, and bring you our women's second place finisher, Lauren Jones, here in about the next 30 minutes. No, definitely not over. We do have our men's and women's champions there, but it does not mean that the day is over. We've only gotten 3 of our finishers in, with a 4th on her way, and we have a couple more to go before we are going to sign off for the evening. We want to bring you our top 3 men, top 3 women here at the USATF 100-mile championships in Henderson, Nevada at the Jackpot Ultras. So it's definitely not over. We are coming in close, though. You can see Lauren Jones there crossing your screen.
The best part about Slick Studio was that if you disconnected, it still like streamed, you know. Whereas like OBS literally still streamed.
Had to reset the ATEM for a second.
Okay.
But they're still streaming, so Jamil's out there walking around.
Last lap, I'll get you the picture there. It says we're right at that weird time where, like, if I put it up, it'll die, right?
Looks like we've got a shot of the finish line area. Of course, our most recent finishers. The first place women's finisher, Ashley Paulson, and the second place men's finisher, Jonah Backstrom. Congratulations to the 2 of them. We are going to Oh no, keep it up. That way nobody has to look at us. And right now, Lauren Jones ever closer to the finish line here. Looks like she is probably going to... Okay, she's got a mile and change left according to one tracker and 2 miles according to the other. We'll keep an eye out and verify that. But she is on her second to last lap by any stretch. So we'll keep an eye out. So when Lauren Jones gets in, we'll see what we can do to follow her either via drone or follow cam, because she is very close to the finish line. Okay. All right. We're back here at the Jackpot USATF Ultra 100-mile championship presented by Mountain Outpost. I am Chris Warden. And as you can see, it's fairly festive at the finish line. Sitting down there is first place woman Ashley Paulson, who finished her 100-miler in 14 hours, 4 minutes, 40 seconds. I believe the third best time at the Jackpot by a woman. So congratulations to Ashley. 2 men have completed the race as well. We have Raj Panu running in 11:58:01. The third time an American male has run under 12 hours. Coming up now, actually Lauren Jones. Last lap for Lauren Jones, and we will be following her as we'll keep an eye. Do we have a drone in the sky or no? Oh, cool. Awesome. Thanks. Appreciate it. Lauren Jones, the second place woman, just went by. But, assuming things go fine for her this last stretch, she will be the 4th overall finisher, second woman. Looking at probably about a 14:45, 14:50 finish here for her 100-miler. Based on my research of Lauren, this is going to be a significant PR, simply because she doesn't normally run fast 100-mile courses. She finished second at Coldwater Rumble a couple years ago at 19:44:18, and as far as I could tell, that looked like it was her PR. So we're looking at a situation where Lauren is probably going to have about a 4.5-hour PR for her 100-miler, which is an amazing amount to chop off. Obviously, courses matter, but according to what I could tell, also a Masters runner as well. So the first 2 women to finish Jackpot Ultras 100-mile USATF Championship are both in the Masters category. One of them sitting down, talking to our live stream producer, Zach Marion. That would be Ashley Paulson. And the second, soon to be finishing, as we mentioned, Lauren Jones. To go down the list here, as we mentioned, Raj Panu and Jonah Backstrom have finished on the men's side. Currently in third place on the men's side is Jeremy Brooks with about a 3-minute lead, 3.5-minute lead on Nick Iben. And Jake Jackson about a lap behind them. So there's your 3, 4, and 5. Sixth is the ever-surging Andrew Glaze. And Andrew has moved his way from about the 13th or 14th place to now sitting in 6th with about 20 miles to go. Wyatt Hockmeyer in 7th, Sean Sissel in 8th, Walter Orwin in 9th, and Mike Kostka in 10th. On the women's side, Ashley Paulson in 1st, Lauren Jones, who you see moving upward bound on your screen in the white and blue, currently in 2nd place on her victory lap, on her final lap here of the race. Sierra DeGroff, the defending champion, currently sitting in 3rd place, and about 10.5 miles out Sierra is at this point, so it's a fairly wide gap between Lauren and Sierra, and about 8 miles behind her is 4th place Megan Eckert. So there's fair amount of separation at the top of the women's field here. In 5th place, Stephanie Bernosky. 6th place, Amy Maurer. 7th place, Becca Lindgren. 8th place, Mandy Miller. 9th place, Charlotte Gilbert. And in 10th place on the women's side is Eileen Bloom. You mentioned Charlotte Gilbert, the 9th place woman to this point, currently about 100K in. One of the things that makes Charlotte's story unique is that this is her looking to be her first 100-mile finish at the age of 72, and acquitting herself quite well here at the USATF 100-mile championships at Jackpot. We do have several other events going on this weekend. We've been kind of glancing over at them from time to time, simply because the breadth of the 100-mile national championship is quite huge. It's a big deal. As you can see, we've got Lauren Jones on our shot here, running through one of the darker areas of the course. She is on the far side at the, quote, top of the hill, so to speak, and is now on a straightaway directly across from where I am sitting. I can actually see her headlamp across the lake here at Cornerstone Park. We've got the drone following her. And she's going to be on this straightaway for a little bit. It's going to head to a nice, gently sloping downhill. And then she will make a rounded turn past a viaduct, and then a sharper right-hand turn, and head up a long straightaway to the finish line here in Henderson, Nevada. So Lauren having a very good race, and fully set to be the second woman finishing here at Jackpot. Lauren making her way towards the turn to the viaduct.
Randy, that's a solid observation with all three runners in, all in plated shoes. And I can tell you after talking with Raj that he feels that was actually a mistake, that he would have rather gone with something different. So, yeah, great observation, though. Ashley, I think, trains almost exclusively in her plated shoes. She's run so many marathons and so many big races in them where she's pretty used to it. Yeah, I'd be very interested to see what Raj has to say about that. We're seeing Lauren Jones make her way. What we can see is her headlamp bouncing here as she's on that final straightaway, making her way towards the finish line here on her victory lap. Just a few more steps to go, and she will be our second place female here in the 2024 USATF National Championship race here in Henderson, Nevada at the Jackpot Ultras. Brought to you by Aero Viper Running. I'm Zach Marin here on Mountain Outpost, bringing you the greatest live streams across the U.S. we can get. Amazing races, amazing stories, sharing all that we can. Keep an eye on the ramp here just before the finish line. Here she is, Lauren Jones. Ladies and gentlemen, as we cut to the finish line, this is your 2024 100-mile second place female here at the National Championships.
Our second place woman, Lauren Jones, coming in for 100-mile USATF.
There she is, arms up high in victory, having accomplished something so incredibly difficult on a warmer day. Lauren Jones, congratulations. You are the second podium spot and the fourth place overall. So we are 2 out of 4 women in the top 4 here. We got Raj, male, our first male finisher. Ashley Paulson, our second place overall finisher. First female. Jonah Backstrom right behind her in our third place overall, but second male. And Lauren Jones coming in fourth place overall, second place female here at the USATF 100-mile championships.
Come on back.
She's got some emotion in that face. Such a great day. She held on strong, moved up through the ranks, passing the likes of Megan Eckert and Sierra DeGroff to get to this point. Now we have a really kind of a fun battle between Jeremy Brooks and Sierra DeGroff. There is about 20 seconds that separate them here on the course. One of those two is going to make it to the 5th place. If things hold true, we will have Jeremy Brooks, men's 3rd place, 5th place overall. If Sierra can turn it on, maybe make a pass, we might have 3 of the top 5 be our female podium.
Was there a time when things went south, or how did it go?
No, honestly pretty good.
Thank you, sir.
I had a little dip, probably somewhere 65 to 70 or so. Yeah, it's the typical, the one way to go still. But I feel like I stayed pretty consistent. Stayed well above my plan, so because at least an hour faster than I was thinking.
Like maybe 5?
And 5 better than I've ever done, so.
Sub 15 hours.
That feels so good. I never in a million years thought I could do that. Yeah. Cool.
It was awesome.
It feels so good to sit down.
So you said you did a 5-hour PR. What was the last course that you did that was
Cold
that?
water rumble.
Okay.
Like 1940 something.
1940?
1940 something.
Oh, I thought you meant 1947 or something like that. You were even born then.
Thank you.
What kept you going?
My crew. One.
Crew.
They were great, and then I don't know, just like exploring a new challenge. I guess.
Okay.
Just seeing what's possible. There's some really fun people on the course to chat with and talk to and run with. When I was feeling really low, I actually just paced off the back of me for a little while, and that felt really good. And that was fun.
Well, you want to do the 24 hours, so.
here.
You wanted to
Yeah,
qualify
yeah.
for
So I was hoping to qualify for Desert Solstice.
Okay.
And so the time for that would be 50. So I did that.
Crushed it. Yeah. Little bit of room
Yeah,
to spare.
ideally I'd like to go there and see if I can qualify for it.
Awesome.
Which
Love
is
it.
a whole other new thing that I've never tried before. So.
Well, you got a good start if that's the case. Yeah. Well, congratulations. Excellent job.
Congrats.
Yeah, that's super. 5 hour PR. You got to feel good about that.
Yeah.
Second.
That doesn't happen very often. Yeah. And now you got to go to Desert Solstice and do. What if you could get 3 or 4 hour PR?
Of course, Lauren crushed the A standard for the 100-mile on the women's side. She just had to break 15:50 and did so with an hour to spare. So congratulations to her. Finishing second, female, 4th overall. And, of course, the second runner to mention Desert Solstice, I know that the second place male runner, Jonah Backstrom, has already registered for Desert Solstice. This is definitely shaping up to be a preview of that race for some of these runners. We've already got Jake Jackson in the Desert Solstice field, Jonah Backstrom, Megan Eckert. So you've got 3 runners already in Desert Solstice that are here at Jackpot, and a couple others that are interested in running Desert Solstice as well. And we'll, of course, be live streaming that race later this year from Phoenix in December. But we've still got podium position jockeying here at Jackpot Ultras. As on the men's side, we've got a pretty tight situation between Jeremy Brooks and Nick Iben, who are roughly about 115 seconds apart, with just over 8 miles to go. And the winner of those two most likely is going to finish in 3rd on the men's side. Sierra DeGroff looking to be in pretty stable shape unless she has a total collapse over Megan Eckert for 3rd versus 4th. Someone who is currently in 5th place was as high as 3rd earlier as Jake Jackson. It looks like Jake is hurting. I know he's hurting to a certain degree because somehow he has time to post to social media that he's hurting, and I thought that was kind of funny. But Jake, no stranger to this race, no stranger to running events like Desert Solstice and World's 24 Hours. So if anybody knows what they're doing out here, it's Jake Jackson. So yeah, he would be perfectly content to walk his way to a finish here simply to get it done and not do any significant damage, because he is using this as a training race for Cocodona. And again, for those just tuning in, it is his 3rd ultramarathon in 7 days. So he ran in Arizona, a 100K and a 60K at Black Canyon last weekend, went home to California. He's on vacation, and so he headed up to Vegas to run this race as well. I cannot believe his wife, Missy, actually allowed him to do it. Moreover, I cannot believe he wanted to do it. This is one of my favorites. Oh, I was going to say that was one of my favorite shots there of the Vegas Strip skyline in the background, but oh, there we go. That's the stuff right there. You can see some of the brightest lights on the Strip. If you look to the left, you can see the Luxor Pyramid shooting straight into the sky. The sphere is the large white ball of fire in the middle, and the big red, now white, square to the right of that would be the Resorts World, hosting the Hilton and Crockford's hotels as well. I don't come to Las Vegas that often. I am not that much of a gambler anymore, but I do enjoy the architecture and the dinners. Oh man, the dinners. I ate at Peter Luger the other night, and that was something that I didn't think I would be able to do without going to New York City, and whoo, that was excellent. Table for one on Valentine's Day.
I have always wanted to come out and do a really hard effort, finish a race, and go to the Bacchanal at Caesar's Palace. $50 a person for one of the highest rated buffets in the country.
So I actually was
4 and 5 star chefs there.
And I was, so Bacchanal, I actually was, when I landed in town, I took a cab to the Wynn right away because I wanted to go to the Wynn buffet. But it was Valentine's Day, and it was a 2-hour wait. So I kind of meandered my way down to Caesars, knowing that my next best shot would be Bacchanal. And Bacchanal was on well over an hour wait.
Ooh, not worth it.
Yeah, but so I walked across the street to have a drink at the Cromwell while I was contemplating life choices. And I realized right next to Bacchanal as I was leaving Caesars was Peter Luger. And I didn't realize that they had a location in Vegas. And so I started texting friends asking where to go. And they said, wait, you said there's a Peter Luger there? I said, yeah, they said you have to go then. And it was an amazing meal. One of the best, not the best steak I've ever had, but definitely in the top 3 or 4. Pricey as you'd expect for a high-end steakhouse, but well worth it. And that's where I
just one more reason to come out to Jackpot Ultras.
Absolutely.
Next year, give yourself a great break from the winter weather. If you're somewhere where it's more of a winter climate, come out here to Henderson, Nevada, just outside of Las Vegas. It's always a cheap, easy flight. There's no shortage of flights out here.
This is true.
You get out here, you put in a good hard day, and then let's all have our post-race dinner at Bacchanal Buffet at Caesar's Palace, and I will happily coordinate that if anyone wants to come out here and do that.
So a couple of the interesting races we talked about: Jeremy Brooks and Nick Iben fighting it out for third place on the men's side, and Jake Jackson fighting to finish or he sleeps on the couch, according to his wife Missy. So obviously Missy tuning in. Thanks for tuning in. I gotta say, I was surprised that either one of you thought it would be a great thing for him to come and run this race, but he is what he is, and what he is a runner. So he found himself in Las Vegas this week.
First and foremost, going to put in the miles.
Yeah.
And to be fair, it would be pretty decent training for what he's trying to do. So as a coach, I'm not going to knock it. But as a physical therapist, I'm going to say it's the most stupid thing you can do. I don't know. I have battles in my head at times.
Yeah, there are some lines of separation, or lines separating the runners at this point. On the women's side, Sierra DeGroff has about a 6-lap lead on Megan Eckert for third place with about 9 laps to go. Fairly safe at that point. As we mentioned, Jeremy and Nick fighting it out for third, about less than 90 seconds apart. Jake Jackson in fifth, but kind of falling back a little bit further. But even still, Jake has roughly 9 laps to go, but the closest competitor behind him would be Wyatt Hochmeyer, and Wyatt Hochmeyer is 8 laps behind Jake. So as long as Jake is moving forward, he should be able to hold for the top 5 here. So yeah, Missy, the kids are getting older, and maybe you and Jake need to consider making a move closer to where you spend a lot of your weekends in the Valley of the Sun at Aravaipa races. I think we'd love to have you in Arizona for sure. But both of you, Jake and Missy, great runners, better people. So I always love seeing you guys at events. So on the men's side, Wyatt Hochmeyer actually. Wyatt Hochmeyer and Andrew Glaze are the ones, and they're in lockstep behind Jake Jackson. Like I said, 8 laps back with 18 to go. I don't like their chances, but I wonder if we told them that they were, to see what would happen.
Just go whisper little birdie whisperings in some ears, be like, hey, you realize y'all are like 30 seconds away from each other.
Stephanie Bernoski about 3 laps back from Megan Eckert. Stephanie having a great race as well. Amy Maurer is in 6th on the women's side. Mandy Miller has moved up to 7th. Becca Lindgren down to 8th. Charlotte Gilbert at 9th. And in a virtual dead heat for 10th, Eileen Bloom is technically in 10th, but Jill Hudson, who had fallen back to the pack and is now moving back up, currently about 5 minutes behind Eileen on the same lap number, both on lap 50 here at Jackpot, so each with 35 laps to go. 6 minutes, 3 minutes, somewhere. It's 6 minutes, actually. Not an insurmountable amount of time in a race such as this, and that is how our top 10 is currently shaking out on the women's side. On the men's side, we mentioned Jake in 5th, Wyatt Hochmeyer in 6th, Andrew Glaze in 7th. Rounding out the top 10, Sean Sissel, Walter Orwin, and Mike Kostka. Our vision-impaired runner, Charles Catterall, currently sitting in 12th on the men's side. In 15th place, ultra running legend Eric Clifton. Looking further down, of course, we've talked about our octogenarians currently running this race. There are 6 of them, and Jim Barnes is the first to hit the 50-mile mark, doing so in just under 14:45. Jim Barnes, 85. So Zach, I looked at the one of the things about our octogenarians that we talked about. Jim Barnes is actually technically in a different age bracket for the USATF because he's 85.
At 85 and above, yeah.
Yeah. And do you know what the record is for 85 to 89 on the men's side?
I have no idea, to be honest.
It is 39 hours and 4 seconds. So he's tracking for, at this point, chopping a lot of time off of that number.
Going to take that down quite a bit if he can get to that finish line.
Yeah, I mean, not that he would necessarily, it's not as simple as doubling his current time, but, if he's at 14:45 now and maybe does a 17-hour second half of this race, you're talking about knocking, 8 hours off of an American record. So that would be a huge drop in that time. Of course, he is not the only octogenarian here at this race. As we mentioned, we have 6 of them. We can name the next 5 because they're on the 80 to 84 range. Ed Rousseau, David Blaylock, Martin Fritzhand, Ian Madison, and Todd Lee. That's 5th place woman right there, Stephanie Bernoski, coming across the finish line area. Looks like some runners in the 48-hour, possibly in the 12-hour as well. As we mentioned, we have 5 different races active at this moment. That's 4th place women's finisher, or 4th place woman, not finisher, but currently in 4th place. Megan Eckert.
Yeah, it looks like Sierra has dropped off a little bit here. Either that or we're not getting some updates on her splits.
Her last reading was 14:55, so looks like she has cooled off significantly, but
Nick Iben, Jeremy Brooks have moved up on her.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a little bit of a battle going on for men's 3rd place. That top spot of the podium there.
Yeah, 49 seconds separating the 2 of them at last tracking mark.
And it's still tracking pretty strongly that we're going to have 4 of our top 9 are going to be females. So almost half our top 9. And alternating very well, male, female, male, female, male, female. Only one set of males backing up there.
I need to say my dad might have had a heart attack.
Oh God.
So we actually have like 45 streams going between the two places. And he just like, he went to go get it set up and then he called me. He's like, you got it over there in California, right? And I was like, we're good. I'm like, why? And he's like, oh, because I'm not coming back. So like someday.
For those of you who are still watching, I'm Zach Marion from Mountain Outpost, bringing you the USATF 100-mile national championship race here in Henderson, Nevada, at the Jackpot Ultras. We are 15 hours and 6 minutes elapsed into our races, where we've had, at this point, Raj Panu, our men's champion, come in a staggering 11:58. Behind him was Ashley Paulson, our women's champion, coming in at 14:04, and Jonah Backstrom, our new men's 50-mile record holder, USATF, or sorry, not 50, 50 years old 100-mile record holder for that age group, with Lauren Jones coming in behind him at 14:46. We are currently awaiting our top of the men's podium, which is going to be a battle between Nick Iben and Jeremy Brooks. Behind them is our women's third place, top of the podium, Sierra DeGroff at this point, making her way in with a comfortable 7-mile lead, about 8-mile lead on Megan Eckert, who is our fourth place female. So, barring any crazy change-ups, Sierra DeGroff is going to be the top of the women's podium here, with Nick Iben and Jeremy Brooks really duking it out until we decide, all the way to the finish. I mean, there is 50 seconds between them. Anything can happen in the next 7 miles. We'll keep an eye on that and bring you as much up-to-date information as we can get out here.
There's nothing I can do. I mean, my mom. I mean, I'm literally on the first flight out of town back home anyways, but yeah, there's like just kind of dropped that casually in the family chat. I'm like, it's like the super fans thing. Right. Heart attack. Oh boy. Cool. Yeah. This is the fun drone shot right here. This is the one that I love.
Vegas in the background, the race in the foreground. You can see our pit row and finish line right there. Giant white tent lit up. The flashing lights is our official finish line. And just to the left of that, the little light inside the tent, that is us here in the booth. Get good eyes on Mr. Chris Warden and myself, Zach Marion.
Letting our light shine in the bottom of the screen.
Too bright in here, man.
Yeah, we are going to stay through the completion of the podiums on the men's and women's side tonight. Looking like that all might happen fairly closely together. given how everybody's moving. So
Only 50 seconds separate them. Less than 55 seconds separate them.
And even Sierra is not far behind them either. We're talking maybe
she's a couple laps behind. Nothing insane.
What did Raj say about the tapping on the fence again? Just like
He said it was just distracting himself.
Of course, we're here at Cornerstone Park in beautiful Henderson, Nevada. It's such a cool park. If I were a local, I could find this as a fairly regular running spot. You've got basically just over 1 mile loop of Railroad Lake here. Of course, we had a couple locals on here, Nick Robertson and Maya Detmer on earlier, but they're from more north of the Strip, more North Las Vegas, so they don't venture out to the east end of the Las Vegas Metro, which is where we're located. But they said they do come out for Jackpot, and it is one of the races that is frequented by the local ultra running community, whether they're running, crewing, hanging out, or what have you. They do seem to enjoy this setup.
It's a good scene. It's a good place to be. It's fun. You got so many races going on at the same time, which makes it kind of just a never-ending flow of athletes.
Yeah. The numbers you're seeing on the left-hand side of your screen are the most recent people to cross the finish line. Okay, so that was David Blaylock that just recently crossed the finish line as well. David, one of our Octogenarians, last year's winner. I don't know if you heard Jamil, Zach, and I talking earlier about the fact that the 85 to 89 number is 39 hours, and the lead Octogenarian is 85. So, and he hit the 50-mile mark in about 14:45. So, the record is 39 hours. Yeah. So he's got 25 hours. He hit it in 14:45, the first half of the race. Yeah. And even, say in the 31, 32 range, you're still knocking 7, 8, 9 hours off of an American record, which would be pretty outstanding.
Seen a couple records go down.
Yeah. We saw earlier on Jonah Backstrom establish a new 50 to 54 record for a 100-miler with his time of 14:11:37. Of course, Jonah slipping as time goes on, a full 98 seconds slower than he was, or 89 seconds less slower than he was 2 years ago.
Mr. Consistency showing up.
Yeah, his three finishes here from 2022 to 2024, 14:10:08, 14:11:03, 14:11:37. So if you're a wagering kind of person, I would
win in Vegas, man.
I would
Should have put some money on it.
14:12:05 next year, perhaps, if he elects to come back and run the 100-mile U.S. Championships again.
I'm going to say he's 30 seconds slower next year than he was this year.
Sounds about right. Of course,
over under. I'm going to go with the over.
of course, that consistency is interesting because while he's been consistent, the field has been wildly inconsistent.
The race year to year seems to be inconsistent in terms of just a plethora, a smattering of different weather systems and wind and heat, and it's been all over the place. But yet he's not.
Yeah, he. It doesn't matter what happens. The mail gets delivered, and Jonah Backstrom finishes around 14 hours and 11 minutes. But his 3 finishes were all in different places. When he ran in 2022, he finished in 4th. Last year, he was the champion, and this year he finished in 2nd. So it's just the world revolving around him. He's at peace with everything. He's going to go out and do his thing. And wherever, it's like you talked about earlier when Raj was wanting to run to a certain number. If he gets to his number, then he's going to place here. He expected to run this number, and if he did that, he was going to win. Well, he ran to his number. He didn't run to his ultimate goal, but at the same time, it seems like, from my understanding, he is very pleased with how the day went.
And he still got a record. He still got a record out of it.
Did he? Oh, you're talking about the course record. Sorry.
He's still got a course record.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Took me a second.
Still got a course record. Our 2nd place finisher got a 50-year-old age group record. We've got records happening.
Yeah.
A few records in contention here.
As we mentioned, the 85 to 89 number is probably under threat here. It seemed for a while, perhaps, that we might have seen the women's 70 to 74 record come under threat, but it doesn't look like that might be the case anymore. Oh, yeah. Lauren Jones had a 4-hour PR, 4.5-hour PR. Her PR was 1944 before this, and she ran a sub 15.
What year was Coldwater for her?
2022, I believe. Oh, wait, no, it's 20. Here, let me verify. I've got it right here. It was 2022. Of course, Lauren also has had success at events that are longer, such as 2nd place at Cocodona that same 2022, and 2nd place at Bandera last month in the 100K. So she's got range,
right?
Whether it's rugged or whether it's a quick race, she's definitely in it to put some good numbers down. Ran sub 24 at Western States last year as well.
I think we're going to try like 9:45 probably just before the award ceremony.
Start off, recap it, say what we're doing, award ceremony, possible interviews, pictures.
Yeah, and then the chase for the 80+ champ.
Yeah. That's actually pretty good. Chat about some
pretty good little show lineup there. I like it.
Yeah, chat about some of the other races going on.
Yeah, and see how we can see like how's the 50-mile developing. But we'll probably see starting
50 mile starts.
We might catch the 50-mile winner before we shut it down.
50 mile starts at 8:30.
8 o'clock, 2 o'clock, just 6 hours.
Again, those are our most recent people crossing the timing mat here at the Jackpot Ultras. Some of our recent people to cross by: Amy Maurer, Martin Fritzhand, Sean Sissel, Eric Clifton, and Jill Hudson. Obviously, there are several races going on. We're keeping an eye to see. It looks like Nick Iben and Jeremy Brooks have both hit the 95-mile mark. So just a handful of...
And just a heads up for anybody that is still watching, we are going to plan on going live again tomorrow for the awards ceremony. We're going to start at 9:45, kick it off, go live. bring you the awards ceremony, a little rundown of what's been going on over the last 24 hours plus here in Henderson, Nevada at the Jackpot Ultras. We will have other races that have started. An exciting 50-miler will be going on. So we'll try to get some interviews with both Ashley Paulson and Raj Panu from today's races and their incredible performances. We will watch the awards ceremony, bring you that, and then we will continue to watch the battle of the Octogenarians going on here until we get an official finisher there. And then keep an eye on the other races and see what happens. So join us again tomorrow, 9:45 here Pacific time. You can follow our socials. We will definitely put it out there.
That was Nick Iben just going by the camera in the orange singlet and checkerboard outfit.
Yeah, he's picked it up quite a bit significantly in these last handful of hours.
Yeah, Nick Iben and Jeremy Brooks in a battle for the final podium spot on the men's side. Looks like
it's still going to be pretty close.
Yeah,
let's see what Jeremy's time is coming in here, and we'll see if that's how that split's gone.
Nick's most recent laps though have been in the sub 10 to 10:15 range though. Jeremy seems to be in the 10:20 to 10:30 range. So it looks like while they are fairly close, Nick is trending in one direction.
There's a gap building.
Yeah.
Yep.
We'll see when Jeremy crosses the timing mat, and we'll be able to better verify how far back he is. As you can see Sierra DeGroff coming in. Sierra, just a handful of laps from the finish, about 6 laps left to go for her.
Her stride has not changed much over the last few hours. That's not as peppy as it was when she started. To be expected, obviously, you're going to dip off a little bit, but she's just kind of maintained the last handful of hours.
Yeah.
Not really speeding up, not really slowing down, just found her groove, and she's going to grind it out.
And when all is said and done, being a local, she'll be able to actually go home and go to bed in her own home.
So much jealousy and rages at this point.
Was that Jeremy Brooks that just went by? All right, so Jeremy is about 2 minutes and 30 seconds back from Nick at this point. This most recent lap, 11:01. Yeah, so Jeremy is trending towards the high 10s, whereas Nick seems to be trending towards about 10 minutes, give or take. His last lap was a little bit slower at 10:17, but prior to that, he had put up several in the 9:52, 9:37, 9:20. He has slowed down over a few laps, but just generally running at a better clip than Nick is, rather than running better than Jeremy at this point. Obviously, still a handful of laps to go, but it is starting to get down to the nitty-gritty, as each of those guys has less than 4 miles to go, with 2.5 minutes separating them.
Yeah, that gap has gone from 50 seconds to 2 minutes. So
yeah.
Let's just hope Nick's not riding too close to the sun, pushing himself a little too hard to get those last couple laps, and ends up walking that last one. Looks like he's in good shape. I'm not anticipating that to be the case at all.
Yeah, we of course, we've been witness to the occasional last-second pass once or twice on some of our broadcasts, and it is an exciting thing. But I don't know how I would feel if I had somebody truck me down with just a handful of feet to go. But it happens sometimes.
I mean, another Ben Koss, Justin Grunwald, 7th, 8th place finish at Black Canyons a couple of years ago. Just literally in the finish line shoot with a half-second difference in time.
We had something fairly similar happen last weekend.
Yeah, we did. It happened again.
Luckily, there are no bottlenecks like this on the course, so if it comes down to a sprint, it's side by side up a hill. So
yeah, they just
it's who wants it more.
Yeah, they got that ramp to go up their Hope Pass, if you will. Jake looks like he's moving it in. Not going to be his fastest finish, but he only has another 8 laps or so to go. 7 laps here shortly. Be excited to see Sarah kick it in here.
Interestingly, there's been some movement in the back half of the top 10 in the women's race. Mandy Miller moving up to 7th, Charlotte Gilbert back up to 8th, Eileen Bloom in 9th, and Jill Hudson in 10th. Becca Lindgren, who was in the fringes of the top 5 earlier on in this race, hasn't registered a lap or a timing mat in quite some time, going on almost 2 hours at this point. Could be taking a break. Could be dealing with some issues, but haven't seen her register a crossing of any of our timing mats here in quite some time. We'll keep an eye on that. Hopefully she's able to get back out on the course and get it done regardless of where she finishes. It took so long to bake it.
Couple notable DNFs that we've had. Jimmy Strayhorn at 56.2 pulled the plug. Heather Huggins at 52.7 ended up calling her day. With Derek Anthony at 50.3, Glenn Tubner 42.1, Shad Burkholtz at 39.8, and Dan McHugh at 24.6 have called their races a day a little earlier than anticipated. That is 6 non-finishers here calling it for the day, officially calling it. We've got Mr. Todd Lee, the pride of Salt Lake City, making his way in our currently DFL. He's going to just chug it through the night and make magic happen. Just you watch.
Yeah, I'm gutted for all of the DNFs at this event, but there were a couple that I did know personally that I was hopefully looking forward to have good days. Dan McHugh has been at multiple Desert Solstice events, so I've seen him run up close and personal. Jimmy Strayhorn, same. Jimmy, an Arizona guy, lives in Camp Verde, trains with Pete Kostelnik, somebody who is extremely talented at 100-mile runs. I believe he finished on the podium here last year. Jimmy and Pete are working together to train for Cocodona. And then Shad Burkholtz. Shad is somebody who has done a lot to help our broadcasts and augment our live streams, as Shad has done a lot of filming for events including Cocodona, Black Canyon. A great runner, better human. I was crushed to see Shad standing at the edge of the live stream tent to talk to people about his day. As much as I would prefer to talk to Shad about his great finish. He was gracious enough to come on and talk with us about what went wrong with his day, what he learned, and that was a great discussion. So hats off to everybody here, though, that is running this race. We just saw Nick Iben fly by there. You could see him in the orange singlet and the white and black checkered outfit. Has definitely picked up the pace here in comparison to Jeremy Brooks. Running a 9:25 lap for his 82nd lap here. So he's got 3 more laps to go and is moving at about an 8:30 mile pace. So obviously has something left in the tank for the final push here. And there is a modest cash prize for finishing 3rd place here at Jackpot. So maybe that is the motivating factor for Nick, is finishing 3rd versus 4th. 4th does not finish in the money, and 3rd does. So we'll see what kind of lead Nick has opened up on Jeremy, who is currently on his 82nd lap. One of the veterans of the game, the Jester Ed Eddinghausen, coming into your view. Ed is in the 48-hour race today. Currently looking like he's over 75 miles in at this point. Tony Wen, another runner in our 100-mile USATF championship. Tony has had a smile on him almost all day here, so that's good to see. Ian Madison crossing. He finished 3rd in the 80 to 84 age group last year. Sean Sissel, currently a few spots off the podium. Probably not enough time to make them up, but running in 8th place. For those of you that are interested while watching this race in entering a USATF a national championship event, one event that you can consider is Fat Ox, which is also put on by Air Viper Running. It is down in Buckeye, Arizona. It'll be in November this year. I believe that the 22nd is when the races start for that weekend. You've got multiple distances, multiple time frames, as well as the ability to compete for a USATF 24-hour national championship.
Fat Ox?
Fat Ox? I mentioned earlier that I finished on the podium for the 50K there.
Heck yeah, you did. Amazing. It's looking a little lonely out there right now.
Yeah, it is gotten quiet. You can see the we are no longer in the shadow of the Las Vegas Strip. We are seeing its lights off in the distance. It's a pretty remarkable view, really, from this far away. I was talking with Nick Robertson here on the broadcast. He mentioned that from where he lives, which is roughly 30 minutes from the Strip, he can actually see the Sphere.
30-minute drive away.
Yeah. He said that it's...
He must be elevated a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's just ridiculous, though, to be able to see something, from that far away. I mean, from here we're like...
that thing is... I mean, does it go 24 hours a day?
Yeah.
The power consumption, I'm sure, is incredible.
Well,
probably for the whole city.
The advertising rate, I believe, is...
We got
500,000 a day.
What did you say?
If you wanted to rent the external
got it.
to advertise, it's $500,000 a day.
There we go. We got a battery swap coming in for the drone, but
Dude, but somebody said, you know, what if we put a live stream up there for an entire day on the outside of the Sphere?
which if you had one race you could live stream on the Sphere, what would it be?
It'd Javelina.
Javelina.
It'd have to be Javelina.
Really?
I think
Okay.
that would be the most intriguing to people who are, you know, maybe casuals that are not familiar. Like, what would cause them to become most intrigued by the sport? I think it would have to be Javelina.
We got a weird PMP, Zach. So we've got, how's the race developing here?
Well, so
Nick has opened up a bit of a gap, eh?
Yes. Yeah.
It looked like he was putting the hammer down a little bit, get some separation there.
Running at about an 8:30 pace or so for mile 95, 96. So looking fairly strong for this this time into the race. Yeah, it was neck and neck. Nick and Jeremy a couple laps ago were about 25, 30 seconds apart, but that is no longer the case. As not that Jeremy's moving poorly, it's just that Nick has all of a sudden found a whole new gear as his race draws to a close and he is chasing down that podium.
Nick was out here 2021. He ran an 18:43 at Jackpot. Came back in 2022, ran a 15:40. And he's back again. So we're looking at probably going to be closer to 16 hours.
That sounds about right. You know, very respectable result for Nick, who won a backyard race late last year and finished.
Oh, really? Which one's that?
Soul Survivor in
Okay.
Washington, and also finished second overall at the FatOx 24-hour as well. So,
Bit of an abbreviated field, but
yeah,
we're hoping for better numbers this year.
well, that's one of the reasons why I brought it up. I thought it would be good
exactly.
to get it out there in the.
Yeah, I
in the
mean,
ether.
I think it gives a good chance for people that maybe can't get into Desert Solstice, or there is going to be that auto spot for the 24-hour team.
Yeah.
Which I think will maybe split the field a little bit between Solstice and here. Maybe not ideal, but
And also, the thing is that when it came to FatOx last year, the timing was not ideal with the 24-hour Worlds
Definitely
being right around
not
that
ideal,
time.
yeah.
So that definitely took its toll on not only FatOx but Desert Solstice as well. But this year is an off year for the Worlds, so I mean, we're already seeing the registrations for Solstice hit, and we're already, like, if they're not registered for Solstice, they're talking about it. I heard Lauren Jones mention that she got her A standard qualifier for Desert Solstice.
I'm sure she'll be applying. I know Jonah Backstrom is already signed up for Solstice.
Jake Jackson.
He said, don't talk about Solstice right now. He needs some time.
It's like Fight Club. The first rule of Desert Solstice.
I think
is
he
you do
mostly
not-
just doesn't want to talk about running for a while.
I can see that.
I think Raj Paul is saying, he's like, I'm not running for a while. Take some time off.
Sierra DeGroff, I know, was grateful to have her Desert Solstice experience last year. I wouldn't be surprised to see her throw her hat in the ring for that as well. You know, you've got Megan Eckert is in Desert Solstice already as well.
Jeez.
So people are, you know, this is almost like a mini preview of some aspects of the field here. Yeah, you've got 3 people in this race that are already in Desert Solstice next year.
I was going to check and see if we had any new applicants, actually. Yeah, we've got 12 entrants in Desert Solstice already this year. Oh, there goes Nick.
I was thinking for a second when I heard the steps, I thought it was your brother.
The plotting.
for those that are not familiar, Nick Curry has some of the loudest steps when it comes to
genetic. I don't know.
To races.
I don't know. Nick always sneaks up on me.
He sneaks up. Bryce says that Nick sneaks up on him.
But like at Desert Solstice, I mean, you can hear his feet from the other side of the track. It's a nice shot of Railroad Lake along with the far side of the course there. The runners are coming up from right to left on your screen. They're coming up a short but still pretty prominent at this point in the race for most people hill. I mean, whether they're 80 miles in or they're 50 miles in or they're 95 miles in, they're still 15 plus hours in, so they're having to head up this hill. That was Walter Orwin that just went by with a pretty heavy-looking stride there. Walter Orwin, a Grand Master class runner at the age of 63, currently in 9th place on the men's side.
Jim Barnes going across there in the green shirt.
Jim Barnes, our current Octogenarian leader. Of course, we've also got several other races going on as well.
We got Wally Hesseltine I guess he's in his own age class. He's in a class of his own. Jim Barnes.
Yeah.
But yeah, Wally Hesseltine is our 80-plus division leader right now at 53.9. Charlotte is now over 100K in.
I'm really excited to see where she ends up. Another runner, Stephanie Bernowski, currently running 5th in the women's field.
It's kind of handy having that lap crossings right on the screen there.
Yeah.
You can actually see who everyone is.
It's a lot of synergy, and it pops up right away, too. You don't have to load from the runner tracking on the page. Looks like Team Orwin is in the chat. Thanks for tuning in here as we get into the wee hours. We appreciate you sticking around with us. Jake Jackson recently just crossed the timing mat. Jake has been told by his wife Missy that he has to finish or he sleeps on the couch tonight. So, I don't know if it's tonight or for good or for what.
For quite some time.
Like I said to Jake, I said if she were to allow you to come and race Jackpot when you're on vacation during Valentine's Day week, she's got to be a saint. So, and she's a runner in her own right, a talented runner as well. So she probably understands. Coming up now, one of our actually, there's Jeremy Brooks right there, finishing his 83rd lap.
He's that black shirt.
Yeah. The gap between Nick and Jeremy at this point about 4 minutes, 15 seconds with 2 laps to go. The way that Nick has been moving, though, I don't know if Jeremy's got the juice. So Nick has run back-to-back 925 loops. So, moving extremely well for this point in the race. And Jeremy's most recent laps have been just above 10 minutes, which is still incredibly impressive for you're talking 95 miles in. a 10:03 lap on this course is about a 9-minute mile. So, really impressive. And nothing can be taken away from Jeremy if he's not able to run Nick down. But Nick is right now moving better than anybody at in any of the disciplines here at this point. Looking fantastic. Sierra DeGroff as well, still with a commanding lead in third place over fourth place Megan Eckert at this point. Sierra just has to stay on the course and hang on, and I wouldn't go so far as to say walk it in, but she definitely is in control of her own destiny. As long as she's able to keep moving forward at a semi-respectable pace, she is going to round out the women's podium here at the 2024 USATF 100-mile championships at Jackpot Ultra Running Festival. So Missy did say he was on vacation, so might as well go run Jackpot.
Only an ultra runner would say that.
Yeah, absolutely. Missy said he could go run it, but she wasn't going to come crew him. That static camera right there is just wide of the finish line, just short of it, rather. I'll highlight some of our more recent runners crossing the finish line timing mat. That's Justin Kerr, who most recently crossed. We haven't talked much about Justin. He's a local here to Las Vegas. We can see if we can find out the extent of his recent experience. He did run Jackpot in 2022, finishing 27th with a time of 31:41:55. And also ran it in 2021, which I was under the understanding was a very, very warm year. And finished third in the 100-miler non-USATF race that year. So Justin doing the USATF version this year. Mike Koska, another recent person crossing the timing mat. Mike, I believe, is still on the fringes of the top 10 at this point with a 100-mile PR of 22:43 achieved at the Hennepin 100 in 2022, which means he beat me by several hours at the Hennepin 100 2022. Shout out to an excellent race director there, Michelle Hartwig. Puts together a great event in the northern Illinois area, just about 2.5 hours due west of Chicago, straight down I-88 for those familiar with the northern Illinois, southern Wisconsin area.
Yeah, it looks like, just for reference, the gap between Nick Ivan and Jeremy Brooks has opened up to a little over 4 minutes. So it's considerable at this point. Only a few laps to go. Looks like Nick Ivan regained his race and moved back up throughout the day. Did a phenomenal job putting himself in contention for that top podium spot for the men's field. Looks like he's going to run, I would say, has potential to break the 16 mark.
He's starting his final lap right now, and the way he's moving, I think that 16 is definitely in play for him.
Yep, he would essentially have to slow down considerably on this last one. Like we've said about the last handful of finishers, that last lap is, it's the adrenaline shot of knowing that this is the last time you're going to see every step of that course.
That's true.
And so, yeah, you're going to get a little more excitement on that last little bit.
So Nick's last 3 laps have been 9:25, 9:25, 9:26. If he runs anything close to that, he's
metronome.
He's got no worries about breaking in under 16 hours, which would be a fantastic finish here.
yeah, that'll cap off our men's podium. Again, we've got Raj Panu coming in a staggering 11:58.
Fastest
for a
100 miler I've seen in person.
Yeah, exactly. A new course record here. One of only 3 American males to have ever broken the 12-hour mark on his first 100-mile finish.
Yeah.
I mean, incredible.
Well, we all knew, and you know Raj better than I do, but we all knew he had this kind of talent. It was just, you know, the concern, I think, was for those of us who don't know him, okay, what's he going to look like past mile 50? What's he going to look like past the 100K mark? Because at that point, he's entering the uncharted territory.
Yeah, he's never gone that far before. He's attempted a 100-miler once, didn't make it quite that far. So, yeah, this will be another great performance here, not only here at this race, but just for American males in general. And then directly behind him in second place overall is our first female, Ashley Paulson, running in a 14:04. Great race in her own right, did a fantastic job just starting in what she felt was a great pace and then just moving up throughout the day. In fact, even putting a little fear in Raj at one point whether she was going to start moving up and creeping up on him. Behind her, you've got Jonah Backstrom for our men's second place, and this will be Nick Iben coming in here, finishing this last lap for finishing his race here in what we believe is going to be sub 16 hours.
Yeah, Ashley, her growth in this space has been exponential. Seeing how quickly she is taken to the 100-mile distance. As you can see, the Las Vegas Strip in the background. That would be center strip right there for those not familiar. You're looking at the Sphere, which just opened last year. Currently, I believe U2 still has their residency. And I know that's drawing to a close fairly soon before Fish stops in for a handful of shows. So Noah Doherty will be useless for a few days whenever that takes place.
Right.
And that is the Palazzo on the left, the Trump Tower in the center, and the Wynn on the right. But yeah, Ashley Paulson running a 14:04 improves her PR in the 100-miler by about 33 minutes from a number that she just accomplished 6 weeks ago.
Right. Just talk about direct improvement there. Then you had, let's not forget Laura Jones in between Jonah Backstrom and Nick Iben finishing here shortly. She came in at 14:46, an hour ago, and just, a quick jaunt in behind Jonah there. So she came in 14:46, finished her day for our 4th overall second place female. You can see Sierra DeGroff right there, runner's left.
Handful of laps.
Handful of laps left is all.
Yeah. Looks like Nick has hit the timing mat on the far side of the course. So we expect him over here fairly quickly. It looks like he hit it over about 3 minutes ago, so I wouldn't be surprised to see him flying by our lap here very quickly. And, of course, after we see him, the cameras at the start-finish line will see him momentarily after that.
We got eyes on Sierra DeGroff making her way through pit row. Doing a fantastic job at cleaning up this race here, just getting her day done, stopping off by her crew. Very briefly back on her way. She's had her own amazing performances here in the last handful of months.
Yeah. 2 USATF national championships last year.
Phenomenal.
course, Jeremy Brooks on his final lap as well. Looks like he's going to be about a half lap back. Still moving very well. It's still running in his last couple loops, 10:36, 10:03, 10:20. Extremely respectable for miles 97, 98, 99 type of point in the race.
Right.
Nothing to sneeze at, and moving really well. But Nick is bettering that by close to a minute each lap. So that's nearly a minute per mile. And as we mentioned, he should be coming in here any moment. We expect him to finish before the top of the hour, and Jeremy will probably be in right after the top of the hour, probably about 16:05, 16:04, maybe somewhere in there. As we see, as we mentioned, Sierra DeGroff right there, a local here in Vegas, won this race last year on the women's side. Not going to take home the crown this year, but still in strong position to round out the women's podium, finishing third in what is admittedly a stronger field this year. To have Sierra finished this race last year in just under 16 hours, and she's going to finish fairly close to that, winning it last year. And if in a race like this, in the 100-mile championships, the competition matters. That really does. To provide context, we talked about Jonah Backstrom being amazingly consistent. The last 3 years, he's finished all 3 years at this race within 90 seconds of one another. 1 year he finished fourth, 1 year he finished first, and another year he finished second, despite finishing between 10:10 and 10:12 the entire time. Looks like we've got eyes at Nick Iben here. Is that? He's
that
moving really well.
Light coming in, looking pretty solid.
What is that, Jake? Oh, that's Jake. That's not Nick right there. That is Marika Chunik right there. She's moving pretty well.
Not bad at all.
The fact that Marika currently just hitting the 100K mark, was running alongside Jake Jackson there for a few moments. But yeah, we're going to keep an eye out for our next finisher, which we expect to be Nick Iben.
Should be making his way on that straightaway here.
Yeah, very close. He hit the far side timing mat a little over 4 minutes ago, and the way he's moving,
he's got that slight downhill past that mat, crossing the
that is Jeremy Brooks right there, I believe.
Yeah, that'd be that slight downhill. So we're somewhere in between here.
Yeah, so Jeremy's about half a lap away from finishing, so coming in hot.
Making quick work of this last little lap here on his way up the ramp. There he is right there in that unmistakable bright orange singlet and black and white checkered outfit. Your third place finisher in the Jackpot USATF 100-mile men's championship, Nick Iben. Looking like he planned to keep going there for a couple seconds. Nick finishing in what looks to be a hair under. 15:58:24 is the time that I show for Nick, rounding out our men's podium, finishing fifth overall. We'll see if how quickly Jeremy Brooks comes in. I don't think Jeremy is going to break the 16-hour mark. He's got about a minute to go, but it's conceivable that he could finish in under 16:05.
it's one of the things that we'll have to, if we get a chance to talk to Nick, ask him, did he know, or was that his intent to impose his will on Jeremy at that point and create that separation, because it happened. It happened very late in the game. The two of them were neck and neck, seconds apart, a handful of laps ago, and now at the finish of the race, Nick opened up what looks to be a 4 or 5 minute lead on Jeremy.
So anyone who doesn't know, he's out of Issaquah, Washington, and that little crew out there of absolute shredders and amazing athletes, both male, female in that group, they're the Cowgill crew, and that's why they all have the cow print shorts, which we've seen at
Noah Dussault.
Yep, same crew, the Cowgill, the Washington Cowgill crew. So anyone you see rocking those cow print shorts is, especially if they're from Washington, is part of the Cowgills.
Yeah, Noah Dussault is one of them as well. Of course, Noah having a couple of very respectable Black Canyon finishes, finishing 5th last year, and I believe in the top 15 this year as well, in a much more
incredible
stout
year
field.
this year.
Yeah, for finishing in the top 15 or so in Black Canyon this year is nothing to sneeze at, considering the depth of that field. As we mentioned earlier, possibly one of the best sub 100-mile American ultra fields in the last decade. It was stacked from top to bottom. When we were making picks and our prognostications, like 20, 30 names entered our minds for both sides in terms of golden ticket on the men's and women's races.
It was it's too long to cover the entire list, and I know we even left out some incredible people.
Oh, we absolutely did.
Such as our second place finisher, Jupiter, Carreras, who no one, I don't think if anyone had him in their free trail fantasy picks, I would have been completely shocked.
Yeah.
No results on Ultra Sign Up to really take of note.
The Copper Canyons race in Mexico, which I know is a favorite amongst Arizona runners because there's a caravan of them heading down there most years, but wouldn't have expected that. Somebody who that was their most prominent ultra event.
Right.
I was
going to come out and clean house and practically chase, one of the greatest of our time in Hayden Hawks.
Yeah.
Chase him down and beat a handful of stellar names that we all know and love and revere in the sport for how talented they are.
Yeah. So that was definitely an amazing thing to witness at Black Canyon this year. Of course, here at Jackpot, the field is moving really well. At this point, we are basically awaiting the rounding out of the women's podium to conclude our coverage for the day. We expect that to be Sierra DeGroff, who has at this point less than 4 miles to go before she finishes. Sierra DeGroff, the defending champion of this event from last year, also the women's champion at the USATF 24-hour race, a member of the Air Viper racing team, local here to San Diego. And if you look at her race schedule over the last 12 months.
Local here to San Diego?
I'm sorry, I'm completely lost. We are in Las Vegas, the Henderson, Las Vegas area. We're in Henderson right now, but I believe she actually lives in Las Vegas proper. But as you can see, our drone shot of the finish line, I do love this angle when they bring it out just a slight bit. Looks like we might have eyes on Jeremy Brooks. Is that correct, Bryce? All right. Jeremy Brooks looking like he's finishing up a very solid race here. Yeah, that looks like the stride of a finisher right there. Has to head up that last ramp.
The final climb, the final push. Kind of leaving it all out there, eh?
Yeah, moving very well. He had been for the last few miles. It was just that that one of his rivals had been moving at an extremely solid
just
pace.
a little bit faster. enough to open up that gap and push him a little bit.
Looks like Jeremy finished in 16:04:03. Nothing to sneeze at by any stretch. 16:04:03 is a.
You guessed it, right over 16.
Yeah, I'm getting fairly accurate at this. You see some of these flat, fast 100-milers. You see enough of them, you get to kind of eyeball the measurements on occasion.
So that puts us right now sitting in a position of waiting for Sierra DeGroff to come out here and finish off the women's podium. So we've got our men's podium, Raj Panu, Jonah Backstrom, and Nick Iben coming in 11:58, 14:11, and a 15:58 respectively. Those are our top 3 male finishers. Intertwined and interwoven into that were our top 2 women, Ashley Paulson and Lauren Jones, coming in 2nd and 4th respectively. Overall, with a 14:04 and 14:46, a little bit tighter of a race there. And now we have Sierra DeGroff in position to complete that women's podium. She's got a couple laps to go. You see her on your screen there. Moving well, probably really excited to be done here in a few laps.
Absolutely. Yeah, that was the completion of her 82nd lap, so she's got about 3.5 miles to go. Tracking at about a 12:30 on that last loop. Has slowed down significantly. I think it looks like she took some breaks of some kind. But the laps where she's running look like they're pushing about a 12.5 to 13-minute mile pace. If she's able to maintain that for 3 more laps, hold on, she will finish before 1 a.m. local time. Yeah, Sierra's one of those runners who, any surface, any distance, she tends to go after it, whatever is basically put in front of her. I mean, we talk about her success at Jackpot, looking like back-to-back podiums here for herself, the 24-hour USATF championships at Fat Ox, as well as finishing Badwater last year. I believe that she had a top 10 finish at the Bear as well. So, she's all over the map. Okay, she actually did not finish top 10, but she did finish the Bear. She's not afraid of doing hard things. So
absolutely not.
Her Desert Solstice time last year was 18:15:33. Not her best time. Her PR in the 100-miler, I believe, was her time last year, which was 15:59:56. Yeah, so of course that still does keep her, give her a B standard for the Desert Solstice qualifier if she chooses to go that route. Although I know that one of her goals last year was to run Desert Solstice, and she got the opportunity to do so. Now the question is whether or not she decides that she wants to make a return, and hopefully have a better day, because admittedly, we've seen her run much better than her time there last year, and today going to be one of those days. It's she's not going to hit her PR, but she's going to have in all likelihood, a very respectable sub 17-hour finish at the Jackpot here.
I mean, just looking at the back end of her year there in 2023. July, August, September, she had 300 plus milers with Badwater 135, which obviously takes a lot out of you. The Ute 100 miler, she did the 50 mile out there. And then with the Bear 100, I mean, that's 3 months in a row of pretty big ultras. And then ran over to Fat Ox a month and a half later, obviously did what she did and ran a really strong race, really great race out there. And then rocked Desert Solstice. And in both the 24 hours and the 100 miler.
And of course, you can see what she did last weekend, or a couple weeks ago rather, and ran a snowshoe 5K.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
You know, just add that in range, right?
Yeah. Her range is any distance, any surface.
And when you race that often and you put yourself out there in an attempt to, you know, have some strong contention to win and to do some pretty hard things, like her first place at the 50 miler, her first place at the USATF Fat Ox, and then, you know, or obviously Desert Solstice, was, you know, put her on the podium there. Like, you get some mixed results.
Yeah.
You know, when you swing for the fences, it's going to be that kind of day, and she does just that. When she comes in, she puts it all in. Not to mention she's got numerous podiums previous to that. It's not like that's going to be her first podium, you know, was coming in this last year. So she's found what she does well, which seems to be loop courses and timed events. She just puts in the grind, does what she needs to do, and there's our visually impaired runner right there, moving along with her pacer. Mr. Jake Jackson coming across the screen now.
That's our judgment impaired runner.
Yeah, that's our judgment impaired. Couple of our impaired runners coming in at the same time.
But yeah, you know, talking about Sierra, she also brought on a new coach, new coaching crew recently in Connor Holt and Camille Heron, which, you know, if you're looking for intel on how to run the flatter, faster 100 milers, you can't find a better pair of people to teach you the ways of the Jedi.
Right, exactly. Quite literally the Jedi master themselves.
Yeah. Jared asking, to be the USATF champion, do you have to register in the open division? You clarified this earlier. Could you kind of rehash what you had said earlier? You have a better understanding of it than I do because it has affected you on a personal basis.
Correct. So how that works is we've got, specifically here at this race, we have different options. We've got the 100-mile short course and the 100-mile USATF, which both start at the exact same time, and they are the exact same race, same course. The 100-mile USATF is for those who are part of the USATF program, which is essentially you go in, you sign up, you pay your registration dues, and that goes towards, you know, the dues that you pay for that to be part of that go towards the official timing and making sure that everything is squared away at each of these races. We had a USATF official here at the race all day long.
Yep.
And, you know, also any of the required testing, anything like that. That is all part of the USATF. So if you are a member of the USATF, you can race in the USATF division, open division. Open division is basically just saying that it's anyone under the age of 40. Once you get over the age of 40, then you have the age groups.
Yeah.
So it's open age group, and that gives you the opportunity to compete for these championships. Sure, you can still run the 100-mile short course. That is not the USATF championship course today. It will still count towards a podium, towards a fantastic time. It is the exact same course. You just do not get the USATF recognition for it. So that would be the two differences. And specifically, the open division is under the age of 40 in the USATF race. And that's why you'll see some of the bibs will have the runner number and also the age group that they are in. So 50, and then their age, and then their bib number. Which, speaking of the 100-mile short course, we have our men's leader, Franco Soriano, at 80.6 miles here, and then our women's leader, Jade Downs, in second place at 75.8 miles elapsed in there. So, these are the athletes who still want to run the course, but aren't really interested in competing for a USATF championship.
Yeah. One of the other athletes of note in that section is one of our visual impaired runners that we just recently saw, Cherry Rupp, currently in 6th place on the women's side, 13th overall.
Yeah, we should see Sierra DeGroff here and in the next couple minutes come across on her one of her upcoming impending last laps. I believe she's got 3 laps left, and she'll be finishing up her third to last with just 2 more to go here in not too long. So we'll keep an eye on that. Get some eyes on her for that final lap.
Of course, as you can see on the screen, it is about quarter after 12 in the morning here in Henderson, Nevada, just east of Las Vegas. I hear that everything in town shuts down here fairly early, so I'm sure there's...
City's getting quiet at this point.
Yeah, absolutely.
No one's walking the streets.
They're all walking out here and running.
As cliche as it is, as cliche as it sounds, when Jamil and I rolled up to the airport together, we got to witness a small group sitting next to us at the Starbucks everyone was coming in town for the bachelor party. It was one of the most cliche things that could have ever happened. But hey, it's Vegas. That's what we do. We run hard, race hard. There's Sierra DeGraff right there.
Moving
coming
strong.
Up the boat ramp. We'll get a good eye on her at the finish line there. Her come through shortly as she passes in front of us. Making moves, rolling her dice. May have come up snake eyes today for that top spot on the podium, but she did win on the river. Had that flop, got the card she wanted.
Shoved in her chips.
Pushed in her chips, and, it sounds like she's going to at least break even for the day.
It's another runner that just went by, Megan Eckert, currently the 4th place woman. So a few laps back, but still having a solid day of her own. Megan is already in Desert Solstice, as we talked about, which is... I have to admit, I really appreciate the fact that it has been on the tip of a lot of people's tongues here today, because that is going to be a race that we are covering here later this year. And there's nothing I love more than the opportunity to get to know some of these runners better over time. And what better way to get to know these runners than to watch them for 15 hours a pop a couple times. You get to watch and learn somebody's stride very well after 2 or 3 ultras. At this point,
I feel like I could point out Raj, Ashley Paulson, Sierra, Scott Trayer. You could put 10 runners in the same outfit and have them run down the street, and I could probably tell you which one's which.
It's like on Twitter, there's an account called pitcher list, and what they do is they would do like silhouettes of pitchers and their deliveries, and you'd like try and guess the pitchers. It would be like just do the silhouette of the runners and try and guess this. There are certain runners whose stride is unmistakable.
Absolutely.
And
absolutely.
Not only would you be able to identify the unmistakable ones, but you'd be able to identify the other ones simply because you've had a lot of exposure to them.
Our common folk that we see here throughout our feeds. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a pretty. I might have a leg up in that competition with my physical therapist background, where I'm constantly evaluating gait. It's one of those things you just can't not do at some point.
So yeah, Sierra DeGroff with less than 2 laps to go at this point to round out the women's podium here at the Jackpot USATF 100-mile national championships. Sierra just a smidge ahead of Jake Jackson at this point. It looks like Jake Jackson is about 3 miles out. So looks like he is fairly safe to call that he's going to finish. And so Missy, he does not have to sleep on the couch here moving forward. So
it's his only motivation at this point.
I mean, I think that's pretty strong motivation.
Right. I mean, that would get me to move a little faster. That would get me to work it.
I'm impressed that Wyatt Hochmeyer and Andrew Glaze have yet to decide to throw on a top layer, both running shirtless here at this point. When
and they have been running this entire race together.
Yeah.
Stride for stride.
I mean, I'm in a hoodie, you're in a puffy, Jamil's in a hoodie and a puffy.
Jamil's got a hoodie and a puffy and a jacket.
And Andrew Glaze and Wyatt Hochmeyer are still out there in shirtless and short shorts.
Sierra's making her way on the back end of the course somewhere at this point. Once she comes back around and crosses this essentially start line of her victory lap, which will also be the finish line of her 100-mile foray here at Jackpot Ultras, as we are sitting in wonderful Henderson, Nevada at the USATF Championship for the 100-mile distance. Road specific. Should definitely clarify that.
Yeah. Well, it does get confusing for sure. That was one of the reasons why I was wanting to verify, which records I was following, because different services, different rules, different records, and I didn't want to misspeak, and that's why I kept on hedging my declaration as to whether or not Jonah Backstrom was going to be hitting a record, because services matter, details matter when trying. And sometimes I'll admit, like, I've been covering this sport now for several years. It's still a little bit confusing to me. Like, for instance, when you compare certain events as road versus trail, versus they've kind of removed, or at least tried to phase out the notion of track as a defining characteristic as well. At least that's my understanding. But there's a lot to take in, and I'm not sure if some people might realize that, but there's a lot of events out there.
Yeah, quite a number of them. Quite a number of records as we're seeing today. We've got our top 3 finishers were 3 separate categories and records that were possible. You had our men's finisher, which is a new course record. We had our women's first place finisher, which was the overall women's finisher and champion for this year. And then you had our third place finisher was the 50 plus new record. And we're looking at an 80, 85 plus and 80 record potentials. So there are lots of records out there to play with, and we want to make sure that that's part of the fun of being on this side of the booth, is that we get to, learn as we watch and grow together as we all learn a little bit more of this niche sport. And I'll be honest, it's one of the beauties of this, the live streams and doing these unique events and the smaller niches within this sport is that, I feel like I get to learn so much more and see some of these incredible athletes who are specialists in this distance and in this specific discipline that they don't normally get a lot of eyes on.
Yeah. You can see Sierra DeGraff has definitely picked things up here as her race. I'm sure she is perfectly content to make it be done as fast as possible. What was it that you said earlier? The faster you go, the
faster you go, the sooner it's over.
Yeah.
I like to keep it simple.
Yeah.
Simple thoughts.
That's absolutely a fair way to go.
Making our way across the aqueduct there into the trail portion of the course for the next 100 feet. And you can kind of see some headlamps coming at her. For reference, this is not an out and back course. This is a loop course, but there are two separate events going on. There is all the 48-hour runners are on what's called the long course. So they have a loop they come back out on towards the short course runners. It is a small section where they kind of loop towards each other, which is kind of fun. I was out on there today, and you get a lot of the long course runners and the short course runners cheering for each other in that small section that they cross.
Yeah.
But yeah, she's making that final right-hand turn on the loop. That's going to be the straightaway leading up to the boat ramp. It's a little bit further away than you want it to be. It looks so close. But yeah, she just got to do this, get back to this finish line, and it will be the start line for her final lap. And if you are sick of the sultry and dulcet sounds of Zach and Chris, we are going to be calling it a day after we get this women's podium here wrapped up. So as soon as Sierra DeGraff comes in for this final lap, we are going to be calling it a night here. But do not you worry. We are going to be coming back to you tomorrow live at around 9:45 here Pacific time, so that we can bring you the podium broadcast and also hopefully catch a couple interviews with these podium athletes and kind of check in on the other races that are going on. We still have a 50 miler that starts tomorrow. We've got another 100 miler that starts tomorrow, and we will be doing everything we can to bring you the results of our 80 plus age group finishers here. We want to give them the respect they deserve. I mean, there are 7 80 plus athletes out there that are doing their thing and hoping for some results there that will cement their name and their legacy in time. And I think we have an 85 plus that is very capable of doing just that. Maintaining should bring it in.
Is it crazy for me to be curious to see where the 50 to 54 number would be on a world basis? I mean, I'm curious because Jonah beat the American record by 30 minutes.
Significant.
Yeah,
that's significant.
I'm curious. I'm not saying that I think that he might have hit a world number, but I think that it's fairly reasonable to see how far off he was.
Right. Yeah, it'd be very interesting to check on that. You can see Sierra there making her way through pit stop row, where all of the crews and aides are lined up there. She's not even stopping, not even slowing down. She's just doing everything she can to get to that finish line. This is her victory lap. This cements her place on top of the women's podium today. Wasn't quite the time that she was shooting for, but still nothing to be ashamed of, something to be super proud of. Another podium spot here in these awesome fixed, timed, and short loop courses. She's really found her spot in the sport and
Absolutely.
her niche. She's attempted some Cascade, Crest, and Bear 100 with mixed results there, but now she is really coming into her own. As you mentioned earlier, she's now coached by one of the greats, and in Connor and Camille, a great team there that obviously has proven results with what they do.
Yeah.
And they're leading Sierra into, hopefully a really bright future for her in this little niche of the sport.
Yeah, she's still only 33 years old, so she's got a lot of great performances ahead of her as long as she keeps on the path that she's currently on right now.
Yeah, she's making that super harsh 90-plus degree turn there. Really only a couple more, I would say one more harsh turn, but other than that, she's got this little light downhill here. Once she hits the lake crossing bridge portion, where you got some of a slight uphill after that. Making quick work of this lap. She's just found her rhythm. She's going to roll it in. She's got a comfortable position here in third. No one's chasing her down. She's not chasing anybody.
Yeah.
She just probably more than anything wants to be done.
Which is perfectly understandable.
Yeah. After 80 some odd laps on this course, it's time. It's time to get it home, take the shoes off, and literally she can go home as a local.
I was just going to say, she's...
It's a short drive home from here. I actually heard Ashley Paulson saying that she might drive home tonight, which she lives in St. George, Utah, which is like a 2.5-hour drive from here. It's like, are you sure you don't want to crash the night?
She will, or she will have her husband
She
drive.
will have her husband. We would not let her get into a car and operate a vehicle after having done this. She's already made questionable choices. We don't need her driving 2.5 hours at 11 o'clock at night.
Of course, one of Ashley Paulson's questionable decisions is one that we're going to be covering here in just a few months as we do our live stream of Cocodona.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, she's full of all sorts of bad choices, but one thing I love about that gal
They're
is
good
that
bad choices.
she will continue to find ways to test herself and in a place of fitness that she can, really find new challenges. She loves it.
Absolutely. So we're following Sierra. We have a drone in the dark place, and we'll be once we've got a little bit more light to shine on the subject, we will recapture our visuals of Sierra. As you can see, that is from the far side of the track. Looking across the lake to us as the drone is repositioning itself. You can see a beautiful shot of the Las Vegas Strip in the background.
There she is.
Missy said Jake may want to sleep on the couch himself and not climb the stairs.
Yeah, that might be his decision to be sleeping on the couch tonight. There, see the top of your screen there, making her way down. This is the slight downhill portion of the course. She's going to go slightly downhill, make a big right-hand kind of curve, not quite as much a turn as a curve. She'll hit some gravel patches here before she goes over the aqueduct with another gravel patch on the back end. And then she's got that final infamous right-hand turn before we hit the straightaway to the finish, which is mostly flat with one last little climb to the finish line.
Next level in technology is figuring out drones with spotlights, as long as we're not going to look like police choppers.
Yeah, I was gonna say that brings out like Cops vibes from 1994.
I was just thinking that, as a matter of fact. I used to think, wow, how can the helicopter pilots always find these people so easily? And now I realize, well, our drone pilots are so talented, they're doing it without those searchlights.
Exactly. There she goes, making her way from the pavement onto the gravel right there as we lose her into the dark. We'll see her pop back out here shortly. And there's just got to be so much relief knowing this is the last time you're going to see these steps of the course. You will not have to see this again.
Yeah.
There we are on that gravel section. She's moving pretty dang well. No slack in that giddy up. But I understand why. Have you seen the aid stations here? I mean, you've got chili, you've got vegan and meat options, you've got some fantastic, I think I saw chocolate donuts over there at one point.
Oh yeah.
The standard fare, Oreos, M&Ms, all the good stuff.
Of course, chocolate donuts are on the training table of champions. Just ask John Belushi.
Right, exactly. And you've got, some hot grilled cheese and tomato soup from Mama Curry herself. So I would run a little faster to get home for that.
That's why those Curry kids run so quickly. They're
it's got to be
used to getting home for some great home cooking.
All right, and to recap the day, we've had the men's top three is going to be Raj Panu, Jonah Backstrom, and Nick Iben with an 11:58, a 14:11, and a 15:58 respectively. Intertwined into that, we've got Ashley Paulson, Lauren Jones coming in 14:04 and 14:46 for women's first and second, and also overall second and fourth.
Yeah.
We've got Sierra DeGroff coming in here, made that turn onto the final straightaway, so we should see her here in a couple minutes. We are going to pretty much firmly say that she's made it 7th place overall, topping off the women's podium. That puts 3 of the top 7 being our female competitors, really throwing down some great times. Looks like Jake Jackson is going to most likely be our 8th place overall. Looks like he's been able to turn things around and find a nice little stride. We should anticipate him coming in the next 20-ish minutes to 20, I would say 25 to 28 minutes. But right now, it's all eyes on Miss Sierra DeGroff topping off the podium here. We're going to catch her in the light here shortly. We got our ramp cam here at the base of the ramp. Now, she was not wearing a headlamp, so we won't see her from very far out, but there is no mistaking that bright blue top she's wearing.
That's correct.
And there she is, ladies and gentlemen, on your screen.
You can potentially hear the crowds in the background.
Here she comes. We will see her shortly in front of us. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Sierra DeGroff, our 3rd place USATF 100-mile podium finisher for the females. Out here in Henderson, Nevada at the Jackpot Ultras, embracing her partner there. Man, she really laid it out. was able to secure that top podium spot. Oh, congratulations to her.
As she's attended to by crew and staff members. We see Lee Robinson heading over in the shiny, puffy cowboy, giving her awards and her finisher buckle. Congratulations to Sierra on a well-run race. It wasn't her PR. She missed her personal best by about 40 minutes, but still a very solid effort. It looks like her time was 16:38:41. So yeah, her previous record was, or her previous personal best, or her personal best was 15:59:55 or thereabouts. So you can see they're wrapping her up, trying to get her comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, your body's just like offloading so much heat, and it takes, your core temperature has to drop significantly before it decides to stop doing that. So yeah, that's why for all of us who have ever finished one of these things, we finish feeling quite spicy, quite warm, and then get chilled out and cold real fast once we stop producing that internal heat. So that does it here for the women's podium. That is Sierra DeGroff topping off the women's podium in third place with a 16. What was her finishing time?
16:38.
16:38. So it was about a 10-minute last lap for her. What a great day. She started off making moves with Ashley Paulson in first and second for the first 30 or so miles before she tailed off a little bit. You know, we'll try our hardest to get some information with her tomorrow as we return back to the live broadcast. It's time for us to call it a night.
Yeah.
Live broadcast at 9:45 in the morning. We here at Pacific time. We're going to bring you the award ceremony. So hopefully we can catch some of those guys and gals, bring them in here for some interviews afterwards, talk to them a little bit about their day. And we will also have a number of other races going on. The 48-hour will still be going on. We'll have kicked off a 50-mile and another 100-mile or 24-hour event. And yeah, we'll bring you some updates from that. They're at 9:45 in the morning Pacific time. Thank you all so much for joining us here in Henderson, Nevada at the Jackpot Ultras 100-mile USATF National Championship. We have just witnessed Sierra DeGroff top off the women's podium. We here are going to automatically resend your feed to a nice static shot throughout the evening while we watch. If you've got runners out there on the course you want to keep an eye on, we're going to have the static cam on the finish line. You can catch them all night long. We will return back to the booth tomorrow, again at 9:45 Pacific time. On behalf of Chris Warden, myself, Jamil Corey, our producers, Bryce and Jordan, thank you so much for joining us today. We know it's been a long one. It's been an exciting one. We will be back again tomorrow, 9:45 in the morning. Thank you so much. We will see you guys then.